Above the ninth sea, the door of immortality opened, and boundless immortal light emanated out, completely bathing Fan Donger. At the same time, enormous quantities of immortal chi exploded out from the door and bored into her body. When the door of immortality opens, so do immortal meridians. Every person is different, so the number of immortal meridians that can be opened depends on a variety of aspects. Take Pill Demon for example. Although the moment of his true immortal ascension did not come with any display of immortal meridians, that was because he was the first true immortal of the era. Therefore, he had gained the approval of all the 9 mountains and seas, and his name was engraved upon the immortal scroll. Those who used immortality illumination vines to become true immortals were also approved by the 9 mountains and seas, and their names were also recorded on the immortal scroll, although they were viewed as lacking some of the destiny of heaven and earth that Pill Demon had. However, at its root, cultivation is about defying the heavens and contending for control of fate. The path to immortality is one of ascension through defiance of the heavens. As far as Meng Hao was concerned, if he succeeded in becoming a true immortal without using an immortality illumination vine, and without acquiring the immortal destiny to gain the approval to become a true immortal, then his true immortality would be completely domineering. He would be an overbearing true immortal who everyone had to acknowledge, whether they wanted to or not. Currently, immortal chi raged above the ninth sea. Everyone watched as Fan Donger's body emitted scintillating light, and her aura exploded with power. 10 meridians, 20 meridians, 30 meridians. The light which emanated out from her grew more intense, and shocking images like that of dragons or phoenixes swirled around her. 40 meridians, 60 meridians, 80 meridians. Rumbling filled the air and shook the hearts of all onlookers as she reached 90 meridians. She was now the complete center of attention, and yet wasn't done yet. 91 meridians, 93 meridians. In the end, she opened 96 meridians. The entire ninth sea was completely astonished. As the door of immortality faded away, Fan Donger hovered there in midair, her 96 immortal meridians emanating immortal power. She could sense that she had been thoroughly remolded, and was now vastly more powerful than before. She looked out into the starry sky in the direction of planet East Victory. Meng Hao, I'm a true immortal now, and when I utilize the ninth sea immortality incantation, I can double my power. There is still a fight to be had between us, so I hope you're able to keep up with the current generation. At almost the same moment that Fan Donger opened 96 immortal meridians, back in the Fang clan ancestral land on planet East Victory, within the mist, Meng Hao was holding the bronze lamp aloft as he stepped into the open door of the necropolis. He was now entering a place that no one had ever entered from the moment the first-generation patriarch passed away in meditation until now. The necropolis. As he entered, he looked up and saw a field of twinkling stars. There was also a huge mountain which was surrounded by 4 planets. Next to the mountain was a starry sea. It was the 9th mountain, the 9th sea, and the 4 planets. That was the ceiling of the enormous hall in which he found himself. Starlight glittered down onto a middle-aged man who sat atop a woven rush mat. His face was calm, without the slightest hint that he might be dead. And yet, his entire person emanated an aura of rot. He was almost like a statue that had been sitting there motionless for countless years. He wore a simple robe and a scholar's hat. He sat there cross-legged, his lips turned up in a slight smile. In his hand he held a scroll of bamboo slips, and a glowing sphere of starlight hovered around him, flickering. In addition to this, there was a pill furnace without any cover. Inside of the furnace was a swirling mass of 7-colored mist, making it impossible to see clearly whatever was inside. Above the pill furnace, occupying Meng Hao's entire field of view, was a dragon. It was a dragon cast from bronze. Its long body twisted around the columns that supported the roof. Cracks spread out from the areas where the dragon's claws sank into the column, and its tail disappeared into the darkness. Its head hung down directly above the pill furnace, into which it was gazing with an expression of greed. Its mouth was open as if it were about to consume whatever was inside the pill furnace. The bronze dragon was incredibly realistic, even down to the scales, making it almost look alive. Meng Hao even noticed several areas on the dragon's body where the scales were severely damaged, as if they were scars earned from hundreds of battles. As he looked at everything around him, Meng Hao began to pant. He almost couldn't believe that this was merely a bronze casting of a dragon. To him, it almost felt as if it were a real flesh and blood dragon. One of the reasons for that sensation was that when he looked at it, the immortal meridian inside of him began to pulse violently and emit an aura of longing, as if it wanted to completely absorb it. Meng Hao hesitated for a moment. In a situation like this, he would not act rashly. He scanned the huge temple hall, and then decided to skirt the pill furnace and head over to the man sitting on the rush mat. He looked at him sitting there meditating, and realized that he looked exactly like the statue outside. "First-generation patriarch," murmured Meng Hao. As he looked at the man, his blood began to thrum, as if it were a resonance between the two of them. After a long moment, Meng Hao knelt down and kowtowed to the man. "Fong Hao of the junior generation offers greetings, Patriarch," he said, his voice sincere. Although he might have a bit of enmity toward the Fong clan, he only had feelings of respect for the first-generation patriarch who had founded the clan. After kowtowing, Meng Hao got to his feet and looked at the sphere of starlight hovering around of the first-generation patriarch. Deep inside the light, he could just barely make out a fingernail-sized asteroid. As the starlight entered his eyes, Meng Hao's breathing sped up a bit. From what he could tell, this object was probably a manifestation of the one-thought stellar transformation. He tried to reach out and grab the starlight, but no matter how he attempted to take a hold of it, it did no good, as if the sphere were completely ignoring him. It just continued to orbit the first-generation patriarch. Meng Hao thought for a moment, then abandoned any attempts to force the matter. After all, the sphere of starlight was hovering around the first-generation patriarch, so any attempt to forcibly take it away would probably involve making contact with the patriarch's corpse, a level of disrespect that Meng Hao wouldn't show. He took a few steps back, looking around and then floating up into the air to take a closer look at the places where the bronze dragon's claws sank into the column. After a moment, he took in a deep breath, and his expression was one of complete disbelief. He then sank back down to the ground and glanced around vigilantly, his heart pounding. Moments ago, he had been able to determine that the cracks had not been carved there, but had occurred naturally, as if on some day in the past, a real dragon had actually latched onto the column with its claws. As he continued to gaze at the bronze dragon, images began to appear in his mind. In the vision, he saw the hall empty and peaceful. Then a dragon charged in, swirling through hall and then wrapping around one column after another. Its claws pierced into the columns as it lowered its head, eyes flickering with greed as it attempted to consume the pill furnace. It was in that moment that a powerful force rippled out, and the dragon died instantly, transforming into nothing more than a bronze statue. As soon as Meng Hao experienced this vision, he was filled with shock. "This necropolis sure is full of strange things," he thought, blinking. He looked back at the first-generation patriarch, then was struck by a sudden impulse. Meng Hao walked past him, then sat down across from him, back facing the patriarch, looking out into the hall. His scalp instantly went numb as he realized that from this position, he could directly see the dragon's chin and the lower part of its body. Furthermore, it appeared that, if he were powerful enough, he could use a single finger to cause the entire bronze dragon to explode. He raised his hand and pointed in that very manner, then stood up and followed the line that his finger had pointed at. When he arrived at the place where that path intersected with the dragon's chin, and examined it more closely, he could sense something that caused his mind to tremble. He was almost frightened out of his senses when that specific spot on the dragon's chin rippled as if with magic. Apparently there was still the residue of some sort of magical technique left behind in this spot. That indicated that this was the point of impact that had led to the bronze dragon being turned into a statue. Meng Hao slowly turned around to face the first-generation patriarch. Mouth parched and dry, he forced a smile onto his face and then clasped hands and bowed. "Patriarch," he began carefully, "I am a member of the Fong clan, the sole descendant of the direct bloodline. I'm the only heir. Do you get what that means, sir? Basically, if I die, then the direct bloodline will be gone. Sir, you are an exalted and magnanimous person. So, well, I'm here not to disturb you, sir, but rather to acquire a legacy so that I can perform meritorious services for the clan. Meng Hao's speech was met with silence, so after a moment he backed up, thought for a moment, then looked over at the pill furnace in hesitation. Whatever it was that caused this incredibly powerful dragon to feel such greed must definitely be a precious treasure. Who knows how this dragon managed to charge its way in here? But it shows that it's definitely not weak. Most likely, it actually came here before the Misty Heaven Vault was created, and before the first-generation patriarch perished. The fact that the first-generation patriarch caused the dragon to remain in the necropolis shows just how powerful it was. And the item it desired. Meng Hao's heart thumped as he hesitated, torn about what to do. Finally, he looked up and yet again clasped hands to the first-generation patriarch. Patriarch, my bloodline gate beam rose up 30,000 meters, making me fit to be called the number one figure of the Fong bloodline right now. That indicates that you and I have a very close connection, grandfather. He blinked. Considering our close relationship, if you were still alive, sir, well, I think you would be very happy to see me. I have a pretty good personality and an even temper. I'm very obedient and always follow instructions. Pretty much everyone likes me. Meng Hao slapped his chest proudly as he described himself. Patriarch, you're a member of the elder generation, so to see someone of the junior generation after so many years, especially someone as outstanding as myself, must surely make you very happy. You definitely would want a member of the junior generation like me to be handsomely rewarded. I actually want nothing else than the contents of that pill furnace. Why don't you give it to me, okay? Oh, and the one thought stellar transformation, I'd love to continue to develop it. Right, about that dragon. I'll clear it out for you? How about that? Meng Hao, feeling emboldened, and yet also gritting his teeth, slowly approached the pill furnace and looked at the seven-colored mist inside. He then gently blew on the mist. As soon as his breath touched the mist, Meng Hao saw that inside of the pill furnace was a jade plate, upon which was a blob of seven-colored liquid. The moment he saw the seven-colored liquid, all of the hair on his body stood on end. As a grandmaster of the Tao of Alchemy, it didn't matter that he had never seen a liquid like this before. His intuition instantly informed him that this was something that could not be consumed by cultivators. It contained a shocking, violent aura which indicated that any cultivator who consumed it would be killed instantly. It was at this moment that a thrumming sound could suddenly be heard from within his bag of holding. The jade box inside shattered, and the two nirvana fruits that had been given to him by the Grand Elder, the ones that belonged to the first-generation patriarch, suddenly flew out of their own volition. Seemingly striving to outdo each other, they shot toward the seven-colored liquid inside the pill furnace. It was as if the first fruit to touch the liquid would be completely restored. It happened so suddenly that Meng Hao could only watch with wide eyes as the two nirvana fruits shot toward the pill furnace. The one that took the lead was the one which Meng Hao had spent so many spirit stones on, and was on the verge of already being completely restored. Meng Hao's mind filled with roaring, as he suddenly realized that the seven-colored liquid must have the same function as spirit elixir. It wasn't meant to be consumed, it was meant to be used to restore nirvana fruits. An aura of death could be sensed within the liquid, an aura that represented the lack of life and destruction. The nirvana fruits had been withered for eons, and were essentially dead. However, it seemed that when they touched the seven-colored liquid, the death aura would reach a pinnacle in which life force suddenly appeared. That life force represented the restoration of the nirvana fruits. The violent surge of energy from the seven-colored liquid would replenish the nirvana fruits, leading to a rapid increase in life force. Meng Hao's mind trembled. The first thought that entered his mind was that he must not under any circumstances allow the nirvana fruit, which he had so painstakingly worked on, to succeed right now. If it did, the losses he would sustain as a result would be too incredible. He used all the power he could muster to reach out and grab the nirvana fruit, which was just on the verge of touching the seven-colored liquid. Even as he did this, the other nirvana fruit that he had ignored all this time melt down into the liquid. In that instant, blinding beams of seven-colored light stabbed out, and a thick, seven-colored mist spread out to cover the entire pill furnace. The other nirvana fruit, which Meng Hao now held in his hand, seemed to calm down and ceased moving. Meng Hao quickly tossed it into his bag of holding, and then backed up several paces, his facial expression fluctuating with anxiety. He looked over at the first-generation patriarch, then back at the seven-colored mist in the pill furnace, and began muttering to himself in uncertainty. No one has ever been to this necropolis before. Therefore, nobody knows that the spirit extract within the pill furnace can provoke such a reaction from the nirvana fruits. This is the necropolis of the first-generation patriarch, and the nirvana fruits belong to him. I wonder if, after the fusion is complete, the nirvana fruit could be consumed? Meng Hao hesitated for a moment. Currently, he couldn't see anything in particular inside of the pill furnace's mist. If I can consume it, then it would definitely be a big win for me. Meng Hao's eyes shone with bright light. Even if I can't consume it, losing one of the nirvana fruits isn't completely unacceptable. With that, Meng Hao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, he looked up at the bronze dragon. This time, it seemed different than before. Its greedy expression had changed into one of fear, and instead of its mouth being open in preparation to consume the pill furnace, it now looked as if someone had violently wrenched its mouth open with the purpose of distilling the essence of its life force. That essence seemed to be formed from the frenzied terror it had experienced in the moment of death. Then, after it died, the death power formed together, merging to create a drop of liquid filled with boundless death and violence. That drop had then descended onto the jade plate in the pill furnace. Meng Hao wasn't sure whether or not he was mistaken, but it seemed that as soon as the nirvana fruit merged into the liquid and the dense mist filled the pill furnace, some sort of natural law seemed to have been nullified, which made the bronze dragon's expression change again. This time, it seemed almost relieved, as if it had experienced a release. Next, cracks suddenly spread out across the bronze dragon's body. They rapidly covered its entire body, to the point where the dragon gradually began to dissipate right before his eyes. He stared in shock and took a deep breath as he backed up. He looked on as the bronze dragon began to fade, transforming into strands of mist that maintained the shape of a dragon as they intertwined with each other and began to swirl around the hall. When it got close to Meng Hao, the misty dragon head looked at him thoughtfully. Eventually, a gleam of appreciation could be seen in its eyes, after which it shot forward and slammed headfirst Meng Hao. It instantly began to fuse into him, transforming into immortal chi, which then surged into his immortal meridian. Meng Hao's mind trembled, and his immortal meridian shook violently. It even began to resemble the appearance of a dragon as it madly absorbed the misty dragon's immortal chi. Cracking sounds could be heard as his immortal meridian solidified even further, and Meng Hao's true immortal aura grew stronger and stronger. A strange gleam appeared in his eyes. His breath came in ragged pants as he experienced the sensation of the true immortal realm more strongly than he ever had before. Previously, he had been at the point of needing 100 days to completely solidify his immortal meridian, but now it was proceeding much faster than before. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, rumbling filled Meng Hao's body as his immortal meridian was completely formed. Immortal light pulsed out from him, and immortal chi multiplied rapidly, circulating through his body, causing his cultivation base to change completely. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. His journey had started in the lands of South Heaven, in the moment that he witnessed his master pill demon reach true immortal ascension. That was when his anticipation had begun to build. From this moment on, he was not a mortal but an immortal. During the Taoist Society's trial by fire, Meng Hao had seen the glimmer of hope. After arriving on planet East Victory, his anticipation deepened. Originally, he thought it would take a bit longer, but now, in the ancestral land within the necropolis, he acquired the vast, heavenly good fortune to complete that final step into true immortality. Were Meng Hao not in this necropolis, which was part of the ruins of immortality, then immortal tribulation would currently be forming up above, and a door of immortality would appear. Only by bashing open that door would he be able to make the final leap to success by opening the rest of his immortal meridians. However, at this moment, the door of immortality had no way to sense Meng Hao's aura, no way to realize that he was about to step into the immortal realm. Therefore, it did not appear. Because of that, Meng Hao's cultivation base had actually reached an indescribably shocking level. Lucky breaks like this were something incredibly rare. To be able to achieve true immortal ascension like this required 3 criteria: to achieve immortality without the use of an immortality illumination vine, to be in a place with both a necropolis and a piece of the ruins of immortality, and for that place to have sufficient immortal chi. Though it seemed that the 3 stipulations would be a simple matter to meet, it was actually incredibly difficult. Normally speaking, it would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn than to meet the first requirement, not to mention the other 2. They were so difficult that, although you couldn't say they were impossible to meet, they were definitely extremely unlikely. In fact, in the entire 9th mountain and sea, Meng Hao was the only person who, by a series of chance occurrences, had managed to achieve it. Perhaps in some of the other 8 mountains and seas, there had been other people throughout the years who attempted to do the same thing. However, none of those people could compare to Meng Hao. That was because he had started out with a foundation for true immortality, which was the immortal meridian that had been given to him by none other than the bronze lamp. It was an authentic immortal meridian, exceeding that of all other immortals, making him a true immortal among true immortals. Meng Hao was actually the first person in all of the 9 mountains and seas to come across such a lucky break. However many extra immortal meridians he had now would remain with him when he underwent his immortal tribulation on the outside, and would not superimpose with those immortal meridians he acquired, but would increase their number. All souls had 3 spiritual aspects and 7 physical soul aspects, with 10 meridians composing each of the 10 vessels. Immortals with 100 meridians had 3 spiritual soul aspects, 7 physical soul aspects, and 10 soul vessels. People who exceeded 100 meridians were extremely rare in the 9 mountains and seas. In fact, such people existed virtually in legend only. Each meridian that exceeded 100 resulted in an additional soul vessel. Meng Hao's body filled with rumbling as his first immortal meridian was completed. Furthermore, thanks to the Misty Dragon, a second immortal meridian was also beginning to take shape. As soon as it appeared, it began to solidify. Good preparation leads to success. Other chosen had already prepared themselves to their utmost limits. So, when they stepped into true immortality, it would be a shocking event. As for Meng Hao, he had taken himself to be well prepared. But now, with this sudden lucky break, he was accumulating even more potential. If any outsider became aware of this kind of extra preparation, it would shock the entire 9th mountain and sea. At the same time that Meng Hao sat there cross-legged, madly absorbing immortal chi and forming a second immortal meridian, clouds were forming in the starry sky outside of planet East Victory. It started as a mist that rapidly formed into tribulation clouds alongside a shocking door of immortality. A door of immortality had been floating over the 9th sea just a short time ago, and now one materialized over East Victory and was slowly descending toward the planet. Countless people saw it, and it immediately led to a complete uproar. Fang clan members looked at it excitedly, especially the clan elders. True immortal tribulation, the Grand Elder gasped, eyes shining brightly. The descent of the door of immortality was not because of Meng Hao. Rather, it was because of Fang Wei. Beneath the ancestral mansion, Fang Xiaoshan awakened from meditation, body trembling, expression one of excitement as he looked over at the stone wall next to him. Suddenly, the stone wall opened up to reveal a tall figure striding out, who was none other than Fang Wei. His left eye was pitch black, a darkness that seemed to contain death itself. His right eye was completely white, as if it contained the vitality of daytime. His entire person radiated the aura of true immortality. His expression was sober and serious as he simultaneously exuded the aura of reincarnation and the icy coldness of the yellow springs. "Wei-er," said Fang Xiaoshan excitedly. "You, Dad, I succeeded," was the reply. Feng Wei immediately blasted a hole in the ceiling of the chamber and then flew out into the air above. Feng Xiushan tilted his head back and began to laugh loudly. Seeing Feng Wei fly out filled his heart with excitement, and he knew that, as of this moment, all of his violations of clan rules were no longer important and could easily be swept under the rug. Indeed, it really was true. As Feng Wei shot up into the sky, the Grand Elder caught sight of Feng Xiushan and gave him a deep look, although he didn't say anything. At the moment, Feng Wei was the only person flying up in midair. Seeing this from their positions down below, the elders of his bloodline also flew up to act as Dharma protectors. At the same time, the Feng clan's grand spell formation was also activated, making Feng Wei the center of all attention on planet East Victory. Down in the stony cavern beneath the ancestral mansion, the other 6 patriarchs stirred and began to observe the scene. Although they didn't appear in person, their divine senses locked down the whole planet. As of this moment, Feng Wei was the focus of all eyes. Feng she stood within the crowds, fists clenched, eyes filled with defiance. Feng Hao should be the one reaching true immortal ascension. Feng Hao, cuz, I hope you're okay, and I hope you know that Feng Wei succeeded with his immortal ascension and is now preparing to attack the door of immortality and open his immortal meridians. Rumbling filled the heavens as the door of immortality descended. All of the clans and sects in the 9th Mountain and Sea were using various methods to observe what was happening on planet East Victory. If you didn't count Pill Demon, Feng Wei was the second person in this generation after Fandonger to become a true immortal cultivator. Fandonger opened 96 immortal meridians. I wonder, how many immortal meridians Feng Wei will open? That was the question on the minds of all the people watching throughout the 9th Mountain and Sea. Feng Wei looked like a shooting star as he soared up into the sky toward the rumbling immortal tribulation. Lightning crashed around him as he roared, eyes filled with determination as he completely ignored the immortal tribulation and focused completely on the door of immortality within the cloud. My goal is to open 98 meridians, he murmured softly. After I have my immortal meridians, Feng Hao, you will be nothing more than an ant to me. Your 2 nirvana fruits will make me, Feng Wei, the number 1 person within my generation. However, I'm still going to crush you to death to sever the devil in my heart. Feng Wei's eyes shone with pride and arrogance as he contemplated his desire to return to the position he had occupied before the rising of the East Ascension Sun. Prince Wei of the Feng clan. As Meng Hao meditated in seclusion in the necropolis, having completed his first immortal meridian and moved on to his second, the door of immortality rumbled above planet East Victory, and immortal tribulation descended. Feng Wei flew up above the land, heading into the tribulation, the focus of all eyes, not only on planet East Victory, but in all of the sects and clans, who used various different methods to bear witness to Feng Wei becoming a true immortal. Fandonger had opened 96 meridians, causing widespread shock. Now that Feng Wei had reached immortal ascension, everyone was considering the question of how many meridians he would open. His immortal ascension represented the potential rise of a new almighty figure within the Feng clan. As everything rumbled, the immortal tribulation battered Feng Wei, and he roared. Lightning crashed down, and he let it. The aura of reincarnation swirled around him, and the will of the Yellow Springs surged strongly. Furthermore, a bizarre light shone in his eyes. The left one was black, the right one white, which was the manifestation of the successful cultivation of One Breath Yellow Springs Tao. As for the aura of reincarnation that swirled around him, that was from the One Thought Reincarnation Incantation. These were signature divine abilities of the Feng clan, and shockingly, he had cultivated 2 of them. Amidst the rumbling, Feng Wei slammed into the door of immortality, immediately opening it a crack. Boundless immortal light began to spill out, and the immortal tribulation grew more intense, covering everything in the sky. Time passed. Soon 3 days had gone by. During those 3 days, Feng Wei's image shocked everyone. He continued to completely ignore the immortal tribulation, which didn't seem capable of pushing him back even the least bit. In fact, he even seemed to be gaining strength from it. Lightning filled the heavens, and Feng Wei's presence there left everyone astonished. Feng Wei is the number 1 chosen of the Feng clan. He's the Feng clan's Prince Wei. The immortal tribulation is going to dissipate. He's about to truly open the door of immortality. Feng Wei. Feng Wei. Everyone in the Feng clan was excited, and their voices quickly filled the air, turning into sound waves that rolled out in all directions. Moments later, a shocking boom could be heard as Feng Wei pushed open the door of immortality. Immortal light surged out, filling the sky, the blinding beams immediately dispersing the immortal tribulation. The immortal light wreathed Feng Wei as he threw his head back and let out a long shout. His hair whipped about, and his tall frame grew even more refined as it shed its mortal constraints. He was now stepping into the true immortal realm. At the same time, the immortal light sent out boundless immortal qi that surrounded Feng Wei and poured into his body. Everyone down below was in an uproar as they observed the proceedings. The Grand Elder's eyes shone with brilliant light. Off to the side, Feng Wei's grandfather and Feng Xiushan both looked extremely excited. 20 meridians, 40 meridians, 60 meridians, 80 meridians. In the space of a few breaths worth of time, immortal light washed over Feng Wei, and he opened 80 immortal meridians, causing intense pressure to radiate out. Rumbling echoed out from within him as the immortal meridians writhed like vicious dragons and emanated the power of true immortality. 83 meridians, 87 meridians, 90 meridians. The Feng clan was in a huge commotion, and all observers on planet East Victory were trembling. The clan members of other clans were all looking at Feng Wei as he rose once again to prominence, opening 90 meridians. However, things weren't over yet. More shocking rumbling could be heard from within Feng Wei. 91, 92, 93. When the 96th meridian appeared, there was universal astonishment. Fandonger opened 96 meridians, and now Feng Wei has actually done the same thing. He fully deserves to be called a chosen. He actually seems to have a bit of energy left. Just how many resources did Feng Wei pour into his preparations? This is astonishing. Rumbling sounds continue to echo out as the 97th meridian opened inside of Feng Wei. Feng Xiushan was trembling, and his expression was one of intense excitement. He looked up into the sky and began to laugh heartily. Next to him, Feng Wei's grandfather looked very pleased. Even the Grand Elder appeared to be smiling. The entire Feng clan was roused into complete excitement. However, Feng Wei wasn't satisfied. He remained in the door of immortality, surrounded by immortal light, his cultivation base climbing higher and higher. He continued to rise higher as he suddenly shouted out, 98th meridian, open. The instant his voice echoed out, a shocking rumbling sound could be heard. In the blink of an eye, his aura leaped exponentially, emitting a terrifying aura as he formed a 98th meridian. 98 horned dragons appeared around him in the void, swirling gracefully, causing anyone who saw them to begin to pant. In the moment that the 98th meridian was formed, 10,000 illusory figures appeared in the area surrounding the door of immortality. They wore armor and held immortal weapons, and they quickly surrounded Feng Wei and then themselves prostrated in worship. Everyone on planet East Victory who saw this couldn't help but gasp, and the cultivators from the other sects and clans were completely shaken. The Feng clan has produced a Qilin-like prodigy. 98 meridians. It's rare for even one person like that to appear every 10,000 years. Strange signs will appear whenever anyone exceeds 95 meridians. For example, the flying dragons and phoenixes of Fandonger. However, Feng Wei actually caused 10,000 ancient immortal warriors to appear. He's been touched by the destiny of the mountains and seas. Destiny of the mountains and seas is upon him. The Feng clan was abuzz, and the rest of the 9th mountain and sea was also shaken. Even the Ji clan on the 9th mountain took notice. As of this moment, Feng Wei was now the number 1 figure in his generation. As the door of immortality slowly faded away, Feng Wei hovered in midair, his robe as pure as fresh snow, his long hair swirling about. He had been handsome to begin with, but now his demeanor was even more elegant and entrancing. His eyes shone with a pride that looked down on both heaven and earth. As of this moment, he made no effort to conceal his cultivation base. He allowed it to explode out, causing the sky to tremble, and immortal might to shake the land. "Fong Hao, come out and fight!" he suddenly roared, his words echoing out like thunder. No one had expected these words to be the first things to come out of his mouth. "Fong Hao, get out here and fight me!" His words echoed back and forth constantly, roaring like thunder. It was at this point that quite a few people recalled Meng Hao. Actually, in the days following the rise of the East Ascension Sun, the number one chosen in the clan wasn't Fong Wei, it was Meng Hao. No one said anything. The entire Fong clan went quiet. Actually, not many people knew about Meng Hao entering the ancestral land. Most of them had no idea that Meng Hao was not currently inside the premises of the clan. Even Fong Wei wasn't aware of the current situation. As his voice echoed out, the clan went quiet as they waited to see if Meng Hao would come out. Fong Shi was in the crowd, jaw clenched tightly. Finally, he let out a mighty cry bolstered by all of his cultivation base. "My cuz Fong Hao is in the ancestral land. Once he comes out, you won't need to go looking for him. He'll find you to do battle." In response to Fong Shi's words, Fong Wei's expression remained the same as ever. However, icy coldness appeared in his eyes as he looked down at Fong Shi. "Well then, I'll just wait for him to come out." With that, he shot down toward the ground, appearing just outside the main temple hall, where he sat down cross-legged. Indeed, like he had said, he was going to wait for Meng Hao to return so that he could fight and kill him. Even if Meng Hao hadn't achieved true immortal ascension yet, Fong Wei would kill him anyway. After all, if Meng Hao didn't achieve true immortality, naturally he would not be qualified to be Fong Wei's rival. To kill a lesser person such as that would clear his clouded mind. "You'd better not disappoint me," he thought, the killing intent in his eyes growing as he looked at the temple hall. The fact that Fong Wei and Meng Hao were soon going to have a decisive battle attracted quite a bit of attention on the part of the rest of the clan. Earlier, many of them had taken a liking to Meng Hao, but now that they had personally watched Fong Wei become a true immortal, their hearts wavered. Will Fong Hao lose? How could one even fight against a chosen like that? The expressions of the direct bloodline members were somewhat gloomy. Only Fong Shi had the utmost confidence in Meng Hao. He stood there, hands clenched into fists, completely sure that Meng Hao would never lose. Meanwhile, Meng Hao was sitting cross-legged in the necropolis in the ancestral land. He was surrounded by swirling tendrils of mist. The misty dragon's head was now completely absorbed into him, while the body still remained in the necropolis. Meng Hao's expression was the same as always. He stood there unmoving, and yet, his heart was filled with crashes like that of lightning. Great waves surged through him as his second immortal meridian solidified with shocking speed. 10%, 20%, 30%. It was impossible to say how much immortal chi that bronze dragon's body contained. After all, only the head itself was enough to cause Meng Hao's second immortal meridian to reach a state of 40% completion. It must be stated that Meng Hao's immortal meridians were different than that of others. Not even Fan Donger or Fong Wei's could compare with his at all. His immortal meridians were those of a true immortal among true immortals. Each and every one was like a true dragon. As they formed, they required massive consumption of immortal chi, to such an extent it was almost unbelievable. The more I build up in preparation here, the more I'll be able to explode out later. Meng Hao performed a double-handed incantation and rotated his cultivation base, madly absorbing the misty dragon. Time passed, and the dragon undulated. Meng Hao's second immortal meridian reached 50%, 60%, 70%, and finally 80%. Any onlooker who could see such a thing would be flabbergasted. Meng Hao trembled as he went all out to absorb the immortal chi. His second immortal meridian rapidly reached 90% and then 100%. In that moment, Popping sounds rang out from within him as his second immortal meridian solidified completely. As of this moment, he had 2 immortal meridians inside of him, a sort of preparation leading to immortality that was without compare in the 9th mountain and sea. I can keep going, thought Meng Hao, panting. His heart began to pound. He had long since realized that this opportunity was the greatest good fortune he could have encountered in aid of achieving true immortal ascension. He opened his eyes, and they shone with a strange light. Deep within his pupils, a flame burned, a flame that was a fiery thirst to become a powerful expert. I will become even more powerful. He took in a deep breath, and rumbling could be heard as more of the misty dragon poured into him. As he absorbed it, a 3rd immortal meridian began to form. There is now about half a month until I have to leave this place. When I walk out of the ancestral land, my name will definitely spread throughout the entire 9th mountain and sea. Dad, Mom, I'm going to astonish the entire Fang clan. I'm going to be the focus of the entire 9th mountain and sea. I know that you're stuck on planet South Heaven, so I'm going to make you proud from here. Meng Hao's eyes flickered like a blade, filled with loyalty and obsession. Finally, he closed them again. Pill Demon opened up a new age, giving rise to a majestic prelude to a long-anticipated 10,000-year era. It was a 10,000-year era that contained endless possibilities, and no one could possibly predict how far these blazing suns of various sects and clans would progress during that time. Perhaps other blazing suns would appear and rise up like dark horses. For example, Wang Tingfei. After Pill Demon initiated the prologue, Fan Donger lifted the curtains, allowing all to clearly see that a new age was upon them. As for Fang Wei, he was a rising heavenly body in the first act, the center of all attention. His appearance caused everyone to realize that the age of true immortals had arrived. Fan Donger's rise to true immortality shook half of the 9th sea, making her instantly famous. Fang Wei's rise to true immortality sent waves throughout planet East Victory, and the appearance of 10,000 immortal warriors bowing in worship to him caused utter astonishment. However, nobody had predicted that the one who would come after Fan Donger and Fang Wei to become the 3rd person to provoke immortal tribulation would not be some well-known chosen from one of the sects or clans. Instead, it was an ordinary member of the Wang clan, who happened to be located on an asteroid in the starry sky. The door of immortality descended, and amidst the immortal tribulation, immortal chi swirled in the starry sky. The sects and clans were bewildered as they turned their attention in that direction. Wang Tingfei, after experiencing shocking changes in his life, he had gained a new level of maturity. He had gone through many ordeals, and death had even appeared on his doorstep, only to pass him by. Wang Tingfei was no longer the perfect young man he had been back on planet South Heaven. He was now taciturn, and lacked any sort of arrogance. Because of the many things he had gone through, he ended up achieving great revelations regarding life. He looked at the immortal tribulation and the door of immortality, and he chuckled. As he laughed, his eyes shone with obsession. At the same time, he recalled the images of the destruction of his clan on planet South Heaven. He saw himself falling. He went from being a chosen to being completely down and out, and in the end helped the patriarch fulfill his goal. Through all of those things, Meng Hao's shadow always seemed to loom over him. It had never faded away and couldn't be blotted out. From the Reliance sect onward, it was always there. Meng Hao. Wang Tingfei threw his head back and laughed, then flew up into the air toward the immortal tribulation. Rumbling could be heard, and the stars trembled. All of the sects and clans were now focused on Wang Tingfei, especially the Wang clan. Up to now, they had completely disregarded Wang Tingfei. He was merely from planet South Heaven's collateral branch of the clan. Now, the clan elders looked at him, and their hearts quivered. Wang Tingfei rose up like a blazing sun amidst the immortal tribulation. The door of immortality opened, and immortal light exploded out. In the end, he opened 95 immortal meridians. 95 immortal meridians didn't match up to Fang Wei, and was one less than Fan Donger. Even still, the matter was enough to shock all of the various sects and clans. That was especially true because of the strange signs that appeared after he opened the 95 meridians. Although observers might not have noticed anything extremely unusual, when the Wang clan elders saw it, massive waves of shock rolled through their hearts. The image that appeared for Wang Tingfei was that of some sort of heavenly body. It was not something enormous, but rather very small, and it appeared on his forehead. It rotated there, emanating a shocking aura, making it seem as if Wang Tingfei's body was now very different than it had been before. That's the mark of the ancient god bloodline. That kid actually awakened the most powerful bloodline of our entire Wang clan. The ancient god bloodline. The entire Wang clan was sent into a stir, and quite a few people flew out to act as Dharma protectors. In a bamboo forest that was a restricted area in the Wang clan, there was an old man who had reprimanded Wang Mu previously. He currently squatted on a long stalk of bamboo. His body wizened, his expression one of boundless ancientness. Although he normally looked disreputable, right now he suddenly looked much more serious, and a terrifying light could even be seen in his eyes. He stared out into the stars, his expression somber. At long last, a descendant has appeared who is worthy of that Jinx's bloodline. He's definitely better and more powerful than any of the other bastards who have appeared recently. In the subsequent days, which amounted to a little more than half of a month, the door of immortality frequently appeared in various regions throughout the 9th mountain and sea. Zhao Yifan opened it, and were it not for Feng Wei, he would have been the complete center of attention with his 97 immortal meridians. Because of him, the 3 great Taoist societies once again became the focus of all the clans and sections. After him, Song Luodan also stepped into true immortality. Taiyang Zi too joined their ranks. Next was Sun Hai, whose final step took him to 90 immortal meridians. Although it was not an extraordinary number, he wasn't very far behind all of the others, and could be considered to have made the grade for this era. Li Linger also pushed open the door of immortality amidst the immortal tribulation. She bathed in the immortal light and opened 96 meridians. This clearly proved that the 4 great clans of the 9th mountain and sea possessed deep resources and great power. After stepping into true immortality, all of the chosen happened to do the same thing. Their eyes turned toward planet East Victory, as if they were waiting for a certain person. Fan Donger, Feng Wei, and all of the chosen who had stepped into true immortality were all the center of attention, and gradually the sects and clans picked up on what was happening. Even rogue cultivators noticed. Soon, a rumor began to spread through the 9th mountain and sea. The chosen are all waiting for a cultivator by the name of Meng Hao. He also goes by Feng Hao, and he's a member of the Feng clan. On planet South Heaven, he forced all the other chosen into submission. Then, in the rise of the East Ascension Sun on planet East Victory, he was the number 1 figure. He even looked directly into the sun for 10 breaths of time. He was the first person Feng Wei wanted to fight after reaching true immortal ascension. The reason Fan Donger has that corpse floating behind her is because she offended him, and he forced karma onto her. Supposedly, he's Li Linger's future beloved. I heard that Taiyang Zi, Song Luodan, and Wang Mu were all defeated by him. According to the rumors, Zhao Yifan once said that even he wasn't as good as Meng Hao. Rumor has it that he even captured Ji Yin from the Ji clan. People say that he has a whole stack of promissory notes, and that all the other chosen are in massive debt to him. They're all waiting for Meng Hao to reach immortal ascension. Meng Hao's name spread throughout the entire 9th mountain and sea, even to planet South Heaven, and everyone heard about him. Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li stood in the Tower of Tang, looking up into the stars, offering blessings to their son. Meanwhile, Meng Hao sat in the necropolis in the Blessed Land. He had already formed not just 3 immortal meridians but 4 and then 5. He was now working on his 6th. The Mist Dragon was now more than half gone. The necropolis itself was no longer filled with mist. Meng Hao sat there cultivating, and clearly he wasn't finished. He wanted something completely unprecedented. He didn't just want to build up preparations. What he wanted was to be able to utterly explode out the instant he entered true immortality. He would either do nothing, or would completely amaze people in an unprecedented fashion. Rumbling filled his body as his sixth meridian reached a state of 50% completion. Kept going, soon reaching 60%, 70%, 80%. Meng Hao had no idea how long he had been inside the necropolis, but he didn't want to waste any time, and kept pushing forward. Eventually, he reached 90 and then 100%. After that, boundless energy exploded out from him. Majestic light could be seen, causing his body to become translucent, like crystal. In the blink of an eye, he almost looked like a spirit stone. In fact, if Meng Hao could see himself right now, he might just fall in love. However, 6 meridians wasn't the end. Meng Hao didn't hesitate for a moment. He immediately began to consolidate the power of his cultivation base, absorb more power from the Mist Dragon, and then start a 7th immortal meridian. Meng Hao now fully realized that long ago, that bronze dragon had been completely terrifying. Were it not, there would not be such a shocking amount of immortal qi preserved inside of it after the passing of ages. Soon, the 7th immortal meridian formed. Outside of the heavenly mist vault, Feng Daohong and Feng Linhe were waiting, unsure of exactly what was happening inside. All they knew was that not too long after Meng Hao entered the misty heaven vault, the entire ancestral land became a sea of mist. Up in midair, the 7th patriarch watched the changes in the misty heaven vault, and gradually got the sensation that Meng Hao was making a drastic transformation, and was leaping forward to incredible heights. Time passed. Soon, only 3 days were left until the ancestral land was scheduled to open. Meng Hao was in the necropolis, his 7th immortal meridian fully formed. Brilliant light shone from his translucent body, completely illuminating the necropolis. Meng Hao opened his eyes, and the light that shone out was completely different. There was something profound about it, like moonlight reflected on flowing water. By now, the only thing that remained of the Mist Dragon was its tail. Although the immortal qi it contained was as dense as ever, there wasn't much of it left. I can still open another meridian. His eyes gleamed with madness as he took a deep breath, rotated his cultivation base, and unleashed the power of his 7 immortal meridians. Rumbling could be heard as he absorbed the Mist Dragon's tail. His body almost seemed like it was about to explode as the 8th immortal meridian began to form. An aura began to intensify inside of him, and he actually wasn't sure exactly which realm he belonged in. However, that didn't matter. There was only one thought on Meng Hao's mind, and that was to stockpile this power to the utter limits, and form that 8th immortal meridian. If I can succeed with this meridian, then theoretically, in the end, I could open not 101 immortal meridians but 108. However, that's just in theory. In reality, it might even be possible to exceed that number. No matter what happens, I've worked hard for the true immortal realm. I've struggled and have prepared more than anyone else. My immortal meridians will definitely exceed everyone else's. However, my goal cannot merely be to exceed any other person. My goal, for all eternity, will be to exceed myself, to constantly exceed myself, to continually break through my own barriers. I will always walk my own path all the way to the end. Thus, the Tao of Meng Hao is a direction. Freedom, independence, no cares or worries. What I want, the heavens shall not lack. What I don't want, had better not exist in the heavens. Being domineering, having freedom, this is the Tao of Meng Hao. Rumbling filled Meng Hao's body as more immortal qi rushed in, continuing to form the 8th meridian. 10%, 30%, 50%. 2 days passed, and there was now only 1 day left before the ancestral land opened. Meng Hao's 8th meridian was now 100% complete. 8 immortal meridians. 8 immortal meridians caused intense power to surge through Meng Hao. Immortal qi flowed through him, and he exuded intense pressure. His eyes shone with immortal light, like 2 burning lamps that ignited to life within the necropolis. Everything now looked different to him, clearer. He could even magnify the tiniest speck of dust until he could see the entire structure that composed it. "This feels great," he murmured. 8 immortal meridians was his limit. There was no more immortal qi in the area, making it difficult for him to make any further increases. The mist dragon had completely vanished, having been completely absorbed by Meng Hao. The necropolis was now totally empty and quiet. He slowly stood up, and cracking sounds could be heard as intense power surged through him. As soon as I leave the ancestral land, my immortal tribulation will appear. His eyes shone brightly as he caused more power to explode out in a test to see exactly how much good fortune he had acquired. Soon after, Meng Hao looked up and then glanced around. He saw that the mist in the pill furnace had already faded away. Shockingly, there was now a nirvana fruit sitting there on the jade plate, glowing brightly. It was as translucent as crystal and incomparably beautiful. A fragrant aroma began to spread out which contained a great Tao. Apparently this nirvana fruit was now completely restored. Meng Hao walked up to the pill furnace and looked at the nirvana fruit, eyes glittering. After a moment, his eyes shone with determination. He quickly reached out, picked up the fruit and held it in front of his face. Nirvana fruit. The first generation patriarch's nirvana fruit. He looked at the nirvana fruit and realized that, as of this moment, he had only two options. I've waited a long time just for the sake of a nirvana fruit. Well, what is there to hesitate about? He chuckled to himself silently. Finally, he turned toward the corpse of the first-generation patriarch, clasped hands and bowed deeply. Then, without any further hesitation, he made up his mind. Now was not the time for further hesitation. The fact that the nirvana fruit had been restored by fully absorbing the seven-colored liquid didn't bother Meng Hao at all. He hefted the fruit and pushed it hard onto his forehead. Time to gamble. Nirvana fruits were not eaten like other fruits. They were absorbed directly into the body. As soon as it touched Meng Hao's forehead, rumbling filled his body, and he felt like he was about to explode. It rapidly fused into his forehead and disappeared without a trace. He suddenly began to tremble violently. A massive power exploded out within him, filling his entire body and circulating through it in a continuous cycle. It rapidly found many sealed areas within Meng Hao's body, areas he didn't even know about, and burst them open. Blood oozed out of his orifices, and he shook. Pores all over his body opened and expanded. Intense pain racked his four limbs, and yet, his eyes shone brightly. He did not feel any sense of crisis, but rather, sensed that power surged through his body, making him more powerful than before. His Dharma idol appeared behind him, and then, shockingly, a second Dharma idol appeared. It looked different than Meng Hao's Dharma idol, although it was similar. This second Dharma idol actually belonged to the first-generation patriarch. An even more intense power surged through Meng Hao's body, and he began sweating profusely. However, his eyes shone brightly. So, this is what it feels like to use a nirvana fruit. I can form a second Dharma idol, and my cultivation base can explode with even more power. And yet, in addition to the extra Dharma idol, there is actually an even more important function. It can exponentially increase the power of my immortal meridians. Right now, I have 8 immortal meridians. After absorbing the nirvana fruit, I can wield power equal to 16 immortal meridians. That is the true purpose of the nirvana fruit. Veins popped out on Meng Hao's forehead. He currently only had 8 immortal meridians, but the power he was able to wield was twice as much. The reason Feng Wei didn't utilize that power before is most likely because it's only possible to do so after you reach the immortal realm. If I open 100 immortal meridians, and also have this nirvana fruit, then I'll be able to unleash the power of 200 immortal meridians. The other sects and clans presumably have similar secret magics. However, considering how rare nirvana fruits are, it's logical to come to the conclusion that those other secret magics do not measure up. Otherwise, the Feng clan wouldn't have been able to maintain their position as one of the 4 great clans, especially during times when nirvana fruits did not appear. Meng Hao trembled as his power only continued to increase. However, he could also sense that he wouldn't be able to stay in this state of fusion for very long. He struggled to lift his head and then extend his right hand out toward the sphere of light that orbited around the body of the first-generation patriarch. This time, all he had to do was grab at it, and the sphere began to tremble. A thrumming sound could be heard, and massive amounts of light exploded out in all directions. After a moment of what almost seemed to be hesitation, it suddenly transformed into a streak of light that shot toward Meng Hao, transforming into a starstone which came to rest on Meng Hao's palm. It sat there, flickering with starlight, beautiful to the extreme. Meng Hao looked at the starstone for a moment, then closed his hand over it and clenched hard. In that instant, ripples began to emanate from the starstone, which poured into Meng Hao's mind and rapidly transformed into an incantation mnemonic composed of multiple verses. That incantation mnemonic was none other than the One Thought Stellar Transformation. No wonder nobody was ever able to acquire One Thought Stellar Transformation. It's connected to this necropolis, and most importantly, only one person at a time can gain enlightenment of it. Once the legacy is passed on, nobody else can learn it unless that first person dies. That's because One Thought Stellar Transformation is both a Taoist magic and also not a Taoist magic. It's a magical item, and not a magical item. It's a type of magical item which, after being fused with, can temporarily erupt with a will of invincibility. Having gained enlightenment, he squeezed down on the starstone again, causing it to melt into a black liquid that covered his hand. It then rapidly spread out to cover his entire body, then bored into him. Moments later, shockingly, speckles of starlight appeared in his left eye. The speckles of starlight were strange, and as they flickered, it almost seemed as if his left eye had become a starry sky. Frightening ripples appeared as he looked out, and anyone who met his gaze would surely be terrified. After absorbing the starstone, Meng Hao's body trembled again, and his eyes widened. More veins popped out on his forehead, and he looked like he was on the verge of exploding. Rumbling sounds emanated out from within him, and gradually, the nirvana fruit that he had absorbed started to become visible on his forehead, as if it couldn't stay inside of him for much longer. It was in that moment, though, that Meng Hao could clearly sense that the nirvana fruit was emanating traces of a Tao. That type of Tao seemed to contain a boundless starry sky and innumerable magical techniques and divine abilities. In fact, there were even thoughts that did not belong to Meng Hao himself, as if they were the memories of someone else, the remnants of someone who had existed in the past. Ancientness, remote antiquity. Images appeared in Meng Hao's mind of a middle-aged man, his long white hair whipping around him. For nirvana fruits circled around him, each one emanating an aura that left Meng Hao terrified and undergoing constant transformations. Any one of them was powerful enough to split apart heaven and earth, to cause heavenly bodies to collapse. This man was none other than the first-generation patriarch. His eyes were filled with a gleam of obsession. He was surrounded by starlight, and was currently forging his way ahead toward an unsurpassable elevation. Meng Hao wanted to see more, but couldn't hold on any longer. His face was ashen as the nirvana fruit flew out of his forehead of its own volition. As it landed on the palm of his hand, blood oozed out of his mouth, and he sat down cross-legged to meditate. After a moment of recuperation, his eyes opened, and he was fully recovered and at his peak. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind and heart, and then began to calculate time. 30 breaths. Considering that the first-generation patriarch's nirvana fruit doesn't belong to me, and also considering the level of my cultivation base, I can only fuse with it for 30 breaths of time. If they were my own nirvana fruits, then I could fuse with them for all eternity. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with a strange light. I wonder what place the first-generation patriarch was going to in that vision. I must have been experiencing a memory that exists inside the nirvana fruit. Perhaps there are even further uses for nirvana fruits. When he thought back to the vision, he remembered that the first-generation patriarch was surrounded by 4 nirvana fruits, and that each one of them had emanated an aura that caused even the heavens to tremble. Feng Wei. After a moment of thought, Meng Hao looked up, and his eyes flashed with viciousness. Finally, he turned and bowed deeply to the first-generation patriarch, then waved his right hand, causing the main door of the necropolis to swing open, after which he strode out. It's time to get out of here. Back outside in the misty heaven vault, Meng Hao yet again produced the bronze lamp. Immediately, the surrounding mists began to vibrate and then recede. Once again, a path opened up in front of him. He proceeded along with much greater speed than he had upon entering, and it only took a few hours before he flew out from the misty heaven vault. As he did, he saw no trace of Feng Daohong or Feng Linhe. He could also sense that a huge vortex had appeared in a remote area of the ancestral land. The way out has opened, he thought. He looked off into the distance, unsure of exactly how long the exit had been open. Obviously, Feng Daohong and all the others had already left. Only the terracotta soldier remained waiting for Meng Hao. As soon as he emerged, its eyes glittered with a brilliant glow. Meng Hao looked back at it, his gaze filled with a reluctance to part. Earlier, he had picked up on various clues that had led him to a certain conclusion. Now, with his increased cultivation base, he was able to see things even more clearly. During the vast time in which the terracotta soldier had been waiting for Meng Hao, it had undergone certain transformations. It had been assimilated into this ancestral land, and would therefore be able to exist here eternally, at the peak of its power. However, if it emerged into the outside world for too long without returning, then it would begin to decay, and would age by tens of thousands of years in a relatively short period of time. The only way for me to take it away would be if I had a piece of the ruins of immortality. If I did, I could take it with me long term. Meng Hao flew up to sit on the terracotta soldier, after which it yet again changed shape to its enormous form, then employed its top speed to head off toward the exit. The closer it got to the exit, the stronger the signs of dissipation got. Meng Hao sighed, and, after confirming what was happening, and despite his unwillingness to part with it, he decided that he couldn't just watch it suffer harm. He decided to leave it next to the crumbled mountains where he had found it. His voice soft, he said, "Go ahead and change back into a statue. I promise you that one day, I'll come back here to take you away. It's too bad that once the ancestral land closes, our connection will break." As soon as the words left his mouth, the statue's eyes glittered. It suddenly hefted its great sword and then swung it through the air, causing a huge rift to open up, almost completely slashing the entire sky open. Meng Hao's eyes sparkled. "You can slash your way out of here anytime you want, huh?" Meng Hao asked. "In other words, you can go anywhere you feel like, right?" The terracotta soldier nodded, but then shook its head. Finally, it gave Meng Hao a deep look, and for the first time, spoke, in a muffled hoarse voice. "Fong clan, ancestral land, 500 kilometers. I protect you." As soon as Meng Hao heard the voice, his heart seized. It was a voice he would never forget, Ku Yunhai's voice. Foster father. In that moment, Meng Hao realized that Ku Yunhai didn't just use some of his life force from the dragon lamp with the phoenix wick to create the terracotta soldier. He had also used a strand of his soul. After a very long moment, Meng Hao looked at the terracotta soldier one last time, then turned and headed toward the exit. After packing away the memories deep into his heart, his entire person began to radiate a harsh, murderous aura. He was like an unsheathed sword, shining coldly. "Feng Wei, it's time to finish things between the two of us." The main hall in the Feng clan's ancestral mansion on planet East Victory was packed tightly with members of the Feng clan. Virtually all areas of the ancestral mansion were occupied, and there were even some who could not squeeze in and were left outside. All of the alchemists in the Tao of Alchemy division, and all of the apprentice alchemists were all staring intently. In addition to the Feng clan, other powerful factions and cultivators on planet East Victory had learned of Meng Hao and were now waiting. In fact, in virtually all of the various sects and clans in the Ninth Mountain and Sea, people were looking on, waiting to find out exactly what kind of person could so capture the attention and estimation of all the famous newly ascended true immortals. Meng Hao hadn't even emerged yet, but his fame had already spread throughout all of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. People watched closely as Feng Wei sat cross-legged outside the main temple. Finally, he slowly raised his head, and his eyes gleamed with incredible coldness as he looked at the temple hall. It was at this point that the Grand Elder, after a long moment of silence, resolutely waved his right hand. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a huge vortex appeared. The vortex spun and then rose higher, rising up out of the main temple hall, high up into the air to where everyone could see it. The ancestral land is opening. Feng Hao is going to come out. What's the point of him even coming out? Prince Wei wants him dead, so he'll die for sure. It's too bad. His bloodline is stronger than Feng Wei's, and their latent talent is about the same, but in terms of reaching true immortality, he was just a bit too slow. Once you fall behind even one bit, you'll be left behind at every step. And that's not even to mention advancing from true immortality into the ancient realm in the future. The crowds were abuzz, and Feng Shi stood among them, fists clenched, expression anxious as he panted. However, he continued to have faith that Meng Hao would pull off a miracle. Feng Hao, 'cause you have to win. Feng Wei's expression was calm, but his eyes flickered with killing intent, and his desire to do battle grew stronger. Everyone could see as his gaze shifted over to the vortex like a drawn dagger. He had waited for this day for a long time, and it was finally here. He was going to make sure that the whole Feng clan, and all of the sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea, knew that Feng Wei was the chosen of this generation. He, Feng Wei, was the future pillar of the Feng clan. The humiliation he had endured during the rise of the East Ascension Sun would now be thoroughly avenged. Feng Hao, you are merely a stepping stone beneath my feet. Your only function is for me to step upon you as I climb to the top. His expression was one of arrogance, and his heart filled with coldness. His killing intent grew only more intense, and he looked like a sharp, glinting sword. At this point, time seemed to have frozen, and the entire world grew silent. Innumerable gazes were fixed upon the exit to the ancestral land. As the vortex up in midair slowly rotated, it suddenly began to gleam with brilliant light like a sparkling body of water, and a figure appeared in the shimmering depths. As soon as the figure appeared, countless eyes went wide, and people began to hold their breaths. Feng Wei's killing intent reached a pinnacle, causing rumbling to fill the sky. It almost seemed as if the temperature had instantly dropped. Soon everyone began to gape. The person they were all looking at, the person emerging from the vortex, was an old man with long gray hair. He walked out excitedly, as if he had just emerged unscathed from a deadly crisis. He was trembling, as if he had experienced untold terrors in the ancestral land. He looked as though he had been holding innumerable anxieties within him, but was now able to relax. At the same time, he seemed slightly uneasy, as if he held a gloomy outlook on his own future. That's not Feng Hao, that's Elder Feng Shuiyun. Why is he walking out of the ancestral land? The Feng clan members gaped in shock. When Feng Xiushan saw the old man, he stared in shock. Then his face flickered slightly. The Grand Elder's brow suddenly furrowed. After the old man appeared, he looked around at the crowds of clan members and gaped. Then he saw Feng Wei sitting there cross-legged, and instantly sensed his true immortality. He reached true immortal ascension. Ah, Feng Xiushan, now I understand. The old man's eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Feng Xiushan. Feng Xiushan, he barked. Things aren't finished between us. I won't rest until one of us is dead. His words caused a collective gasp to rise up from the crowds. Nobody could figure out exactly what Elder Feng Shuiyun was talking about. However, before any of them could begin to discuss the matter, the vortex behind the old man rippled, and other figures emerged. 3 people walked out amidst glittering light. None of them were Meng Hao. The appearance of these 3 men resulted in further astonishment on the part of the surrounding clan members. They were also clan elders. Everyone was bewildered, and thoughtful looks began to appear in their eyes as they began to speculate why all of these elders would emerge from the ancestral land. Everyone had assumed that it would be Meng Hao who came out. As soon as the 3 men emerged, they looked at Feng Wei, now clearly in the immortal realm, and then turned angrily toward Feng Xiushan. Voices icy, they spoke wrathfully, in much the same manner as the first old man, as if their resentment was now carved into their hearts, and even into their bones. Feng Xiushan, You deserve to die a horrible death. You had better give us a good explanation, Fang Xiushan. Otherwise you're finished. Fang Xiushan, how could you con us in this way? I will never forget this enmity. It wasn't that they couldn't hold their tongues. However, everything that had happened with Meng Hao had left them completely shaken. Based on their cultivation bases and levels of wisdom, it was obvious to them that if they made too much of this matter, the result would be unfavorable to them. And yet, after the ancestral land had reopened, they had planned to use a special method prepared for them by Fang Xiushan to secretly make their escape. That method was not one that utilized the main exit. Imagine their rage when they found out that Fang Xiushan's special method didn't work at all. They immediately realized that Fang Xiushan had planned for them to die all along. Whether or not they succeeded in killing Meng Hao when they emerged from the vortex, their punishment for entering the ancestral land without authorization should be death. In their minds, Fang Xiushan had certainly thought of some way to escape responsibility. At first, none of them were sure exactly how he planned to do it. However, after bracing themselves and emerging through the exit, they sensed that Fang Wei had reached the immortal realm, and then everything became clear. Because of Fang Wei becoming a true immortal, Fang Xiushan, being his father, would definitely be able to extricate himself from any punishment. Therefore, all of them spontaneously decided to wholeheartedly denounce Fang Xiushan. This was why all of them emerged from the vortex, looked at Fang Wei, then turned and spoke wrathful words to Fang Xiushan. Fang Xiushan's face flickered yet again. He had personally requested assistance from all of these men in his efforts to kill Meng Hao. According to his original plan, when the ancestral land reopened, they should have been able to use his special method to successfully leave without going through the exit. However, things had progressed beyond his control. Then these newly emerged elders suddenly said what they did. Fang Xiushan's face darkened, and his eyes narrowed coldly. It was at this point that the Grand Elder flicked his sleeve. Enough! The clan will handle this matter later. Stand down, all of you! The elders who had just emerged from the vortex looked hatefully over at Fang Xiushan. However, fearful of the Grand Elder, all of them backed down. In the same moment that the four of them stepped back, the vortex glittered once again, and all eyes once again swiveled over. Fang Wei also frowned and looked over. However, as the vortex swirled, two figures emerged. Yet again, neither of them were Meng Hao. Instead, they were Fang Daohong and Fang Linhe. Originally, they had planned to wait for Meng Hao inside of the ancestral land. However, once the exit opened, and before either of them could react, a powerful wind had sprung up and swept them out of the misty heaven vault. When they emerged, they found themselves directly in front of the exit. As soon as they emerged, all eyes were fixed upon them. I can't believe it's not Fang Hao. Interesting. There were actually 6 clan elders in the ancestral land. How did they get in? And what exactly was their purpose inside? Fang Hao was also in the ancestral land. Could it be that these elders were there to harm him in some way? Of course, many of the clan members were intelligent people, and it didn't take long for them to analyze the situation and come to an approximately correct conclusion. That was especially true of the members of the direct bloodline, who were furious. Many of their elders stepped forward, including Meng Hao's 19th uncle. All of them were enraged, and a rare killing intent toward their own clan members could be seen in their eyes. Fang Xiushan smiled coldly, as if he didn't care about what was happening at all. If Fang Wei hadn't become a true immortal, then all of these things would result in a heavy punishment for him. However, considering things had turned out the way they had, it was a different matter. Considering I'm being protected by the 6th patriarch, what can a single piddling Fang Hao possibly count for? Thought Fang Xiushan, calming his heart. Standing next to him was Fang Wei's grandfather, who frowned slightly but said nothing. Fang Daohong and Fang Linhe scanned the crowd silently. They did not berate Fang Xiushan, but rather sat down cross-legged just outside the vortex, completely ignoring everyone. This scene filled quite a few hearts with shock. The Grand Elder's eyes widened. Even he felt as if something strange was going on. Time passed, enough for an incense stick to burn. Suddenly, the vortex spun once again. This time, it was completely different from the previous times. Rumbling like thunder could be heard as a tall, slender figure slowly began to step out. Before he could completely emerge, the sky above planet East Victory filled with tempestuous lightning. Roaring sounds echoed out as clouds piled on top of each other. Massive tribulation clouds had appeared in the blink of an eye. These tribulation clouds were shocking to the extreme. Anyone who looked at them couldn't help but stare wide-eyed with disbelief and shock. The reason was that these tribulation clouds were simply gargantuan. They covered all of planet East Victory. From out in the starry sky, it looked as if planet East Victory had turned into one giant mass of clouds. All of the ninth mountain and sea was shaken as the area covered by the tribulation clouds continued to grow. Fan Dong, Feng Wei, all of the other chosen who had just stepped into true immortality had never provoked heaven-shattering, earth-shaking tribulation clouds like this. Compared to these tribulation clouds, the tribulation clouds they had faced were like children's toys. What kind of tribulation is that? That was the question running through the trembling minds of all the observing cultivators. As of this moment, the cultivators of planet East Victory were shocked, the members of the Fong clan were shocked, and all the cultivators from the various sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea who were watching were completely shocked. Their eyes were wide and their minds reeled as they saw the tribulation clouds cover planet East Victory and then spread out continuously. What kind of tribulation is that? How could there be a kind of immortal tribulation like this? Those definitely can't be tribulation clouds. Could it be that there's some sort of unpredictable, heaven-shaking disaster brewing? A tribulation like this is simply impossible. Planet East Victory was in an uproar, as was the entirety of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. As of this moment, all eyes were filled with complete shock and disbelief. That was especially true of the chosen of the various sects and clans, who were completely tongue-tied, and whose minds were filled with unprecedented roaring. Feng Wei was completely taken aback. He stared at the tribulation clouds up in the heavens, and his body began to tremble. His face fell, and he could think of only one thing to say to himself. Impossible! In the same moment in the Ninth Sea God world, Fan Donger stood in front of an enormous crystal, upon which she could see an image of the scene playing out on planet East Victory. Her face was pale white, and her eyes filled with disbelief as she stared at the tribulation clouds on the crystal. Actually, she didn't even need to look at the crystal. With her divine sense, she could feel the incredible fluctuations rolling out over the Ninth Sea due to the incredible events occurring on planet East Victory. Is it him? She thought. Although, even if he is in the middle of true immortal ascension, he couldn't possibly cause tribulation clouds like that to form. I've never even heard of anything like that. Just how thoroughly did he prepare to burst out in such a fashion? Zhao Yifan was in the sublime flow sword grotto, staring blankly up into the sky, his mind reeling. His recently mended Tao heart, which had been filled with confidence because of his recent rise to prominence, was now beginning to crumble. How could this be happening? He murmured, trembling. His true immortality is different from mine? At the same time, Wang Tingfei was in the Wang clan, his hands clenched tightly into fists, veins bulging on his forehead. It was impossible for him to remain calm. Just what is his true immortality? Regarding Song Luodan, Wang Mu, Taiyang Zi, Sun Hai, and all the newly ascended true immortals, as of this moment, their minds and hearts were all filled with roaring. Li Linger looked up into the heavens. She had a complicated relationship with Meng Hao, and as of this moment, her mind was in chaos. She had expected that Meng Hao would reach true immortal ascension. However, she simply couldn't wrap her mind around the fact that Meng Hao's tribulation clouds were so incredibly unbelievable. Chu Yuyan and Pill Demon could also sense the massive transformations in the energies of heaven and earth. On planet South Heaven, Meng Hao's parents were also watching. As of this moment, all eyes were focused on planet East Victory. The members of the Fong clan looked at the figure emerging from within the vortex of the ancestral land in disbelief. Is it because of him? The hearts of each and every member of the Fang clan were filled with incredible shock. Fang Xiushan gaped, and Fang Wei's grandfather gasped. As for the Grand Elder, his mind was reeling, and he stared in shock. It was at this point that Meng Hao slowly stepped out of the vortex. In the moment that his right foot emerged, heaven and earth rumbled so intensely that it seemed as if the air itself would split. Power seemingly capable of destroying all life surged out. It was as if some sort of immortal god were concealed within the clouds, looking down at the lands, roaring amongst the starry sky. As the roaring echoed out, the clouds suddenly turned red as fire. Instantly, everything up above was crimson. It was the same out in the starry sky. It was as if the clouds themselves were bearing witness to the emergence of Meng Hao, to the appearance of an unheard-of immortal in the ninth mountain and sea. By now, the patriarchs of the various sects and clans were waking up, emerging from secluded meditation. Even the patriarchs of the three great Taoist societies responded to the shocking events playing out in the ninth mountain and sea. In the Fang clan ancestral mansion, all of the patriarchs, including the recently returned seventh patriarch, were all shocked. That was even true of the one the seventh patriarch had referred to as eldest brother. If you traced the Earth patriarch's bloodline back, he was actually descended from the same almighty Tao realm expert as Meng Hao. He has made profound preparations, he murmured in confusion, leading to this explosive eruption of immortal tribulation. But how come I'm unable to see the true depths of the kid's tribulation? Just how terrifyingly well-prepared is he? This is unprecedented. In all the ancient records I've read, I've never seen any mention of tribulation clouds like this when someone steps into true immortality. The patriarchs of the other sects and clans all looked into the starry sky in the direction of planet East Victory, and various thoughts went through their heads. Standing next to Fandonger in the ninth sea god world was her master, the old woman who was in the Tao realm. Currently, she was frowning. What profound preparations for someone who's only in the spirit realm, she thought. Only a cultivation base with 90 or more meridians should provoke tribulation clouds like this. But something strange seems to be going on. Why do those tribulation clouds seem to be simply too large? In fact, the patriarchs of all the various sects and clans were frowning and reaching similar conclusions as the old woman. There's something strange about those tribulation clouds. Even if this guy was more of a blazing sun than he already is, and even if he was more profoundly well-prepared, it's highly unlikely that tribulation clouds like that would appear. They almost don't look like tribulation clouds, but rather a strange sign. Perhaps he's using some type of secret magic? Gradually, the patriarchs were able to pick up on clues that caused them to begin to make various speculations. As they stared in the direction of planet East Victory, Meng Hao fully emerged from within the vortex. In that instant, shocking thunder crackled, and the tribulation clouds churned. Countless red bolts of lightning danced about in the clouds, emanating a terrifying aura. At the same time, the tribulation clouds continued to expand out into the starry sky. They sped out like a charging army, rumbling, growing larger and larger. From a distance, it looked like some bizarre demonic sign. Everything shook violently. Even the G-clan of the ninth mountain and sea was shaken. An ancient gaze pierced out from the ninth mountain, which then came to rest on planet East Victory. The gaze was filled with intense pressure as it focused on Meng Hao. Meng Hao's expression was calm. He stood there, tall, robes whipping about, long hair dancing in the wind. His eyes were filled with a profound gleam that seemed to contain a boundless starry sky. His left eye sparkled with starlight that seemed capable of sucking away one's soul. As he stood there outside of the vortex, his aura seemed normal. However, the heavens above him were bright red. And then, there were the churning, roaring tribulation clouds. All of it made Meng Hao seem to be like some sort of immortal god. Upon cursory examination, Fang Wei's energy couldn't even possibly compare. Meng Hao's aura said that he would become an immortal whether the heavens agreed or not. It was a domineering power that said, "If you approve, fine. Don't approve? Too bad." All of the members of the Fang clan were watching Meng Hao. They looked at the terrifying tribulation clouds up in the heavens and inhaled deeply. Feng Hao. He provoked energy and tribulation clouds like that, all in the instant he stepped out of the ancestral land. Feng Hao is going to step into true immortality. Prince Wei's true immortal tribulation earlier doesn't seem to measure up. Prince Hao is definitely going to astonish us. The members of the direct bloodline were extremely excited. Feng Shi stood there, hands clenched into fists, filled with anticipation as he looked at Meng Hao. Feng Hao, "'Cause you definitely have to succeed." Feng Wei began to tremble slightly, shaken by Meng Hao's energy, and the terrifying tribulation clouds up in the heavens. He could hardly breathe. Veins popped out on his forehead as he shot to his feet. "Feng Hao," he roared, "do you dare to fight with me?" His voice echoed like peals of thunder, and his eyes radiated intense killing intent. His energy surged up, as power from his 98 immortal meridians exploded out. His Dharma idol appeared behind him, seemingly powerful enough to support all the lands. Meng Hao's expression was the same as usual as he looked at Feng Wei. "Just let me push open the door of immortality," he said coolly. "After that, there won't be any need for you to fight me. I'll just take back what belongs to me." Then he turned to look back at the tribulation clouds up in the heavens, and his eyes brimmed with the desire to fight. The moment he had been waiting so long for was finally here. It was now time to step into true immortality. Meng Hao suddenly shot up into the air, flying up into the heavens as everyone watched. "Immortal tribulation. Why haven't you made your move yet?" Meng Hao's expression was as calm as ever, but his desire to do battle grew even stronger. His voice echoed out in all directions, piercing the tribulation clouds, causing a huge indentation to appear in the layers of clouds. The power of his voice smashed into the clouds, hewing out a huge hole. What appeared next was a door of immortality with a breathtaking aura, descending from the starry sky. This door of immortality was enormous, so large that planet East Victory seemed like a toddler in front of it. Boundless immortal light surged out, and countless magical symbols glittered on its face. The clouds scattered as the enormous door came to rest in front of planet East Victory. This door of immortality was larger than any other door of immortality which had appeared during a true immortal ascension. When Feng Wei saw the door of immortality, his face went pale. The door of immortality that he had faced wasn't even 10% as large as this door. Furthermore, when the door of immortality appeared, numerous gigantic palaces flew out from the clouds. They looked like heavenly palaces and stretched out seemingly without limit. It wasn't just the people on planet East Victory who could see them. Everyone on the other 3 planets were also able to use various methods to observe. The boundless palaces, each one incredibly huge, emanated immortal might throughout the 9th mountain and sea. The 9th mountain trembled and the 9th sea raged. All of the cultivators of the various sects and clans, even the patriarchs, were thoroughly shocked. In the 9th sea god world, the old woman standing next to Fandonger took a deep breath as she finally understood. That door of immortality, those immortal palaces. "I understand," she thought. "He's not using an immortality illumination vine, he's reaching immortal ascension on his own. This kid has incredible willpower. What determination! What destiny!" She wasn't the only one who understood what was happening. The other patriarchs of the various sects and clans all reached the same enlightenment, and were completely shaken. If the heavens approve, well and good. If they don't want to, they'll still be forced to acknowledge an immortal who verifies their own Tao and reaches immortal ascension on their own. No wonder the tribulation clouds are so huge. From ancient times until now in the 9 mountains and seas, people who verify their own Tao in such a way are incredibly rare. Only Kitagarbha, Lord of the 4th mountain and sea, ever verified his Tao on his own, and eternally suppressed the underworld. In that very moment, far out in the starry sky of the 9th mountain and sea, a woman in a white robe sat in an immortal's cave somewhere in the ruins of immortality. This was the same woman who had appointed Meng Hao as 13th in the echelon. Her eyes suddenly opened, and she looked off into the distance. "Paragon Immortal," she murmured. A rarely seen light suddenly flickered in her eyes. The heavens rumbled as the red tribulation clouds surged, as if there were a mighty army marching within them. Booms could be heard that shook the land, filling all of planet East Victory. The area encompassed by the tribulation clouds expanded out past planet East Victory into the starry sky. They were matchlessly large, and the minds of the cultivators from the sects and clans were filled with something like the crashing of lightning as they watched. As for the immortal palaces in the clouds, they were beautiful and ornately decorated, and emanated shocking immortal might that roiled out into the stars. Furthermore, it looked as if there were countless immortals floating about within the immortal palaces. Although they were illusory, it was the first time from ancient times until now that immortal palaces like this had appeared in the ninth mountain and sea. Even in the 9 mountains and seas in general, an immortal tribulation with immortal palaces like this was the stuff of legend only. In addition, the door of immortality was completely shocking. It hovered there outside of planet East Victory, enormous and ancient, with a primordial aura that seemed to represent the will of the 9 mountains and seas themselves. This immortal tribulation, this door of immortality, and these immortal palaces were unlike anything else. That was because Meng Hao was about to become a true immortal among true immortals. Everyone on planet East Victory watched as Meng Hao shot up into the sky like a meteor. Almost the instant he flew up, the tribulation clouds up above seethed with uncountable bolts of red lightning. It was like a massive web that dropped down from the clouds, which then condensed together into one gigantic red lightning bolt that seemed capable of ripping apart heaven and earth. The lightning bolt then shot directly toward Meng Hao. This was immortal tribulation. Anyone who looked at a tribulation like this would feel their face fall, even Feng Wei and the true immortal chosen of the various sects and clans. As for everyone else, they all gasped. When compared to the tribulation faced earlier by the true immortal chosen, it was virtually impossible to describe how much more powerful this tribulation was. In the stony cavern deep beneath the Feng clan's ancestral mansion, the Earth Patriarch sat with the other 6 patriarchs and looked at the red lightning. "Experiencing true immortal destiny is like being selected by heaven and earth," he said. "It seems difficult to become a true immortal in that way, but actually, the will of the 9 mountains and seas always leaves a small chance of success. People who achieve true immortal ascension like this then have some of the destiny of the 9 mountains and seas in them. Using the immortality illumination vine is essentially cheating, and involves no true immortal destiny. Because of that, the immortal tribulation is actually more powerful. However, successfully opening the door of immortality results in the same approval of the will of the 9 mountains and seas. However, reaching true immortal ascension on one's own is the most domineering of the 3 paths. It shows contempt for the heavens and derision of the will of the 9 mountains and seas. It is to be an immortal in and of oneself and a true immortal at that. And that is why, whether the heavens approve of him or not, they will be forced to acknowledge him. The heavens are forced to acquiesce, and as such, this third type of true immortal tribulation offers no way out. The patriarchs of the various sects and clans were all paying close attention to the goings-on. Normally speaking, a spirit realm cultivator stepping into immortality was not something they would deign to observe, unless it happened to be a chosen from their own organization. The immortal tribulation of members of other sects or clans was not something that the patriarchs would care about in the least. But Meng Hao was different. He was walking the third of the 3 paths, a path that stirred even the patriarchs. They wanted to see if he would actually be able to succeed. What was happening now was something that they might have a chance to see only once in a lifetime. Heaven and earth rumbled, and red lightning shot down toward Meng Hao with indescribable speed. He hovered there in midair, his expression the same as usual, his eyes filled with the desire to do battle. "The moment I have been waiting so long for is finally here." Meng Hao lifted his right hand, causing ripples to spread out from his true immortal fleshly body. His immortal meridians rotated, and his willpower solidified as he clenched his hand into a fist. He punched out at the red lightning, and a massive boom filled the air. The lightning instantly began to collapse. However, it only collapsed by about 70%, and the remaining 30% smashed into Meng Hao. However, Meng Hao simply hovered there in midair, allowing the lightning to strike him. Innumerable sparks flew out, and his hair swirled around him as he threw his head back and laughed. Is true immortal tribulation really this week? Meng Hao actually felt a bit disappointed. It was back when he had witnessed the immortal tribulation of his master Pill Demon back on planet South Heaven, that he began to look forward to transcending his own tribulation. As he laughed, the heavens rumbled and the clouds churned. Countless lightning bolts once again began to form, rapidly transforming into another, even more shocking lightning attack that shot toward him. As it neared, Meng Hao once again laughed uproariously. The sound was so intense that it could pierce metal and crush rock. Everyone who heard it was shocked inwardly. Suddenly, Meng Hao transformed into a golden rock that flapped its wings and shot toward the lightning. This did not seem like transcending the tribulation. This seemed like a baptism within the tribulation. Boom! The lightning descended, crackling around Meng Hao in golden rock form. It was like a giant globe of lightning, casting scintillating light throughout heaven and earth. Bring it on! Meng Hao's voice echoed out, and the golden rock shrieked as he shot toward the clouds up in the sky. Lightning crashed, a third bolt, a fourth, a fifth. Terrifying lightning descended like rain, accompanied by shocking rumbling sounds. Meng Hao in golden rock form sped upward as fast as ever, smacking through the lightning like a sharp knife through a piece of bamboo. The lightning was like dried twigs that he easily crushed as he charged directly into the tribulation clouds. Planet East Victory was filled with a sound that resembled the heartbeat of a giant. The land quaked, the planet trembled, and all the cultivators on the planet were completely shaken. The tribulation clouds began to part, showing a tiny hole that Meng Hao had not quite pierced through yet. However, behind it, the door of immortality was clearly visible. Unfortunately, between him and the door of immortality were the immortal palaces. This was Meng Hao's true immortal tribulation. Not only were the tribulation clouds vastly larger than anyone else's, behind those tribulation clouds were the immortal palaces. If he wanted to get to the door of immortality, he would have to get through all those immortal palaces first. Meng Hao reverted from his golden rock form, coughing up a mouthful of blood as he was shoved backward several paces. His eyes then began to shine brightly with the desire to fight. Most of his clothing was shredded away, leaving him completely bare-chested. His hair whipped about, and not a single injury could be seen on him. In the moment that he coughed up the mouthful of blood, his eternal stratum kicked into work, repairing him instantly. When Feng Wei saw all of this, his face grew unsightly, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. After a moment, he took a deep breath, and the killing intent grew even more intense. Off to the side, Feng Xiushan was astonished. His hands were clenched into fists, and inwardly, he was cursing Meng Hao. What he hoped for most was that Meng Hao would perish during his immortal tribulation. Then all of the problems would be resolved. Die, you little son of a bitch, he growled inwardly. Die in the immortal tribulation. That's your fate. The Grand Elder's eyes shone with a strange light as he stared at Meng Hao up in the sky. Then he began to pant. In the end, it was impossible to guess what he might be thinking. The members of the direct bloodline were incredibly excited, and even the other ordinary clan members were getting worked up. As Meng Hao fell back down a bit, the hole in the tribulation clouds began to close up, as if it had never existed in the first place. At the same time, an unprecedented pressure radiated out, and more lightning began to gather. There were no chances and no lucky breaks. This was why it was so challenging to reach true immortal ascension on one's own. The patriarchs of the various sects and clans all looked on with curious eyes. In the ninth sea god world, Fan Donger breathed heavily as she looked at the crystal in front of her. She could see the image of Meng Hao slamming into the tribulation lightning, and the sight of the vast tribulation clouds caused her mind to go blank with shock. Master, will he transcend the tribulation? She asked softly. Your master has never seen immortal tribulation like this before, the old woman replied slowly. I've only heard about it in stories. There are no opportunities for survival in this type of tribulation. Of course, since it's immortal tribulation, the lightning won't exceed the limits of the immortal realm by too much. However, I've heard that the lightning will never end. Furthermore, those immortal palaces blocking the way will be very difficult to get past. Words similar to this were being spoken in all of the other various sects and clans. Is this supposed to be difficult? Thought Meng Hao, his desire to do battle swirling to new heights. He let out a roar as his Dharma idol appeared behind him. It was only a single Dharma idol, but it was fully 21,000 meters tall. The moment the Dharma idol appeared, Meng Hao flashed up toward the tribulation clouds. Rumbling filled heaven and earth as numerous lightning bolts struck down. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 bolts were about to crash into him. Crashing sounds could be heard as the lightning bolts slammed into him. At the same time, Meng Hao lifted his right hand, within which appeared a long spear. Its haft was made from the world tree, and the spearhead was crafted from white bone. Hefting the spear, he charged up into the sky. Everything shook as the lightning collapsed into pieces, completely destroyed. As he neared the clouds, Meng Hao roared, and his Dharma idol reached out with both hands to grab a hold of them. Veins popped out on Meng Hao's forehead. Rumble! Meng Hao's Dharma idol appeared to be ripping the heavens apart. It grabbed the tribulation clouds and wrenched them to either side. The lands quaked, and massive rumbling filled the air. The stars shook as a huge rift was torn directly in the middle of the tribulation clouds. It was as if a huge sword had simply sundered them in two. Now, the palaces behind the tribulation clouds were clearly visible. Immediately, immortal light began to shine out, and the immortals in their palaces stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Meng Hao. It was at this point that Meng Hao lifted the spear up and then threw it violently ahead of him. "Break!" he roared. The spear transformed into what looked like a lightning bolt as it shot through the rift in the tribulation clouds and headed toward the immortal palaces. It sped through the void like a hot knife through butter. The rift in the tribulation clouds grew larger, and numerous immortals flew out to meet the spear. Massive booms could be heard as many of the immortals were destroyed. The spear itself stabbed into one of the immortal palaces, causing it to explode. In that moment, Meng Hao's speed reached an apex. He transformed into a beam of prismatic light that sped through the rift in the tribulation clouds. However, it was then that the tribulation clouds began to seethe and contract. Suddenly, massive pressure radiated out as numerous clouds formed together into an enormous hand, which then slapped toward Meng Hao. The huge hand filled his field of vision, obscuring everything else as it shoved him back down toward the ground. A fierce gleam appeared in his eyes, like a bloody blade filled with ferocity. Trying to get in my way? The tribulation clouds were enormous, and to anyone else in the immortal realm, the pressure they exuded would be incomprehensible. However, Meng Hao already had 8 immortal meridians that were simply incomparable to normal immortal meridians. In addition, he had his true immortal fleshly body. His level of preparation going into this immortal tribulation was unheard of, and made him preeminently qualified to face it. When you added in his eternal stratum, it made it so that when he looked at the enormous descending hand, a crazy idea suddenly sprang up in his mind. Immortal tribulation had always been a situation in which the cultivator almost passively transcended the tribulation by madly avoiding or rushing past the tribulation lightning, and then ramming open the door of immortality amidst the hail of lightning. Everyone had used similar methods. Pill Demon, Fandonger, and Feng Wei had done things in such a manner, as had all of the other chosen who had recently stepped into true immortality. Upon opening the door of immortality, immortal light would pour out, and the tribulation clouds would dissipate. As of this moment, Meng Hao's face filled with a wild look as his idea developed. A vicious aura rose up, transforming into a domineering air as he looked at the gigantic hand, and then punched out. "I will walk the path of true immortality. If the heavens approve, so be it. If they don't approve, too bad. That is my domineering path to immortality. Therefore, I should handle things in an unprecedentedly domineering way. For me, it's immortality or death," He threw his head back and let out a long cry as he shot like a meteor toward the huge hand. When they slammed into each other, booms echoed out in all directions. The air shattered, and the huge hand collapsed. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth, and his hair was thrown into disarray. However, his eternal stratum surged, and then blood-colored light swirled around him, forming a bloody mist which quickly transformed into an enormous blood demon head. It flashed as it shot toward the tribulation cloud and the endless bolts of lightning up above. In blood demon head form, Meng Hao slammed into the tribulation clouds, causing booms to echo out in all directions. Yet again, a massive rift opened up. However, the tribulation clouds churned and quickly began to repair themselves. And yet, the result of this constant cycle of destruction and repair was that the amount of tribulation clouds up in the starry sky was reduced. The tribulation clouds were not infinite and without number. As Meng Hao destroyed them, their numbers lessened. Apparently, if someone attacked them continuously, then the shocking tribulation clouds would eventually completely dissipate. Something like that had never, ever occurred before throughout all the years. However, that didn't mean that it couldn't happen. The crazy idea that Meng Hao had just come up with was that if the tribulation clouds wanted to block his way, then he would bash them into nothing. He would destroy them completely. That was domineering. That was the way to do things. When you entered true immortality, the only option was to make a huge scene. The blood demon head collapsed, and Meng Hao hovered there in mid-air, surrounded by booming lightning. Every bolt of it caused him to tremble, and yet, his true immortal fleshly body was able to withstand it easily. His eternal stratum continuously healed him, and his eyes shone with obsession. His cultivation base surged, and his Dharma idol launched endless attacks against the tribulation clouds. One punch, another, and another. Colors flashed in the sky, and the lightning surrounding Meng Hao appeared to be boundless. From time to time, blood sprayed from his mouth as he was flayed over and over. However, he didn't hesitate for a moment as he charged forward and attacked yet again. The clouds churned, and simultaneously, began to visibly shrink. The sight of it caused all the members of the Fang clan to stare in speechless shock. All of the other cultivators on planet East Victory who were watching couldn't stop themselves from gasping at the shocking sight. Fang Wei stared in amazement, and the killing intent in his eyes grew to a shocking level of intensity. He overestimates himself, he thought. Fang Xiushan stared in shock, panting, not daring to believe what he was seeing. The Grand Elder's eyes were wide as he watched Meng Hao. He almost felt as if he were watching Meng Hao's grandfather or his father Fang Shufeng. Both of them were people who had given him such a sensation of madness. Underneath the Fang clan, the 7 patriarchs were visibly moved. This was especially true of the 7th patriarch, who was already relatively familiar with Meng Hao. As of this moment, he looked up at Meng Hao with an expression of praise and approval. To become a domineering true immortal, you must have a domineering will, said the Fang clan's Earth patriarch, who was also a member of Meng Hao's bloodline. His voice soft and his eyes contained deep praise. This kid might just succeed. The Fang clan was shaken, and the cultivators in the sects and clans in the outside world were utterly shocked. Fan Donger gasped when she sensed the madness in Meng Hao. I can't believe he's picked this way to do things, she thought. There's no way it will work. Zhao Yifan was shaken mentally. Song Luodan stared with wide eyes. Wang Mu was panting. Taiyang Zi watched with an expression of complete disbelief. As everyone reacted to the insanity of Meng Hao's actions, he coughed up some more blood. By now, the lightning around him was not red, but black, and was even more powerful than before. A vicious expression could be seen on his face as he faced the black lightning, backed by his Dharma idol, which began to grow from a height of 21,000 meters to 24,000 meters. He was like a stage 8 immortal fighting against immortal tribulation. Nothing is impossible, he thought. Determination could be seen in his eyes. He performed an incantation gesture, causing numerous mountains to appear, which then shot toward the tribulation clouds. As they exploded, Meng Hao advanced decisively, going on the offensive with all of his might. Massive booms filled the air. The ground quaked, and his 24,000-meter Dharma idol battered the tribulation clouds, causing them to get smaller and smaller. Time passed, and it was impossible to say exactly how many black lightning bolts had struck Meng Hao. His eternal stratum was in full operation, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. And yet, he never ceased attacking. The gigantic tribulation clouds gradually shrunk smaller and smaller. At a certain point, the black lightning bolts turned into 5-colored lightning bolts, and the clouds had shrunk down by 30% of their original size. This sight left all observers in the 9th mountain and sea completely shocked. Meng Hao's hair was disheveled, but he looked as shocking as ever as he did something completely unheard of in history. Time to enter the realm of the Stage 9 Immortal. Surrounded by 5-colored lightning, Meng Hao threw his head back and roared. His Dharma idol exploded up, growing from 24,000 meters to 27,000 meters. As of this moment, everything was shaking violently. That's a 27,000-meter Dharma idol, similar to a Stage 9 Immortal. Just how much did Feng Hao prepare for this? What type of cultivation does he practice? He hasn't even opened the door of immortality, and yet his power has already reached such an incredible level. Chosen. That is a real chosen. He's so powerful. If he steps into true immortality, he'll basically be invincible. I remember now, he has a true immortal fleshly body. If his cultivation base reaches the true immortal realm, then he'll be an immortal realm paragon. Rumbling filled planet East Victory, and all of the cultivators watching in the 9th mountain and sea were completely shocked. Who could possibly compare to him? Not Feng Wei and not Fan Donger. None of the other chosen can measure. Perhaps the only one who could. The only one who can compare is Feng Mu. Feng Mu. He was the one who became the #1 figure in the 9th mountain and sea in the 3 great Taoist societies trial by fire, to bust open the tribulation clouds and destroy them completely. Perhaps Feng Mu could also pull it off. Everyone watched in shock as Meng Hao's 27,000-meter Dharma idol battered the 5-colored lightning with its fists. The clouds shattered and collapsed, and the lightning dissipated. Everything went quiet. Meng Hao hovered there alone in the sky for a moment before charging at the tribulation clouds again. His 27,000-meter Dharma idol ripped away at them. From the look of things, immortal tribulation was by no means invincible when it was up against Meng Hao. Time passed. The clouds in the starry sky continued to dissipate. By now, they had been reduced by about 40%. The 5-colored lightning was incapable of standing up to Meng Hao's 27,000-meter Dharma idol. But then, the lightning became 7-colored. The 7 colors combined, and the lightning didn't even seem like lightning anymore. It appeared to contain life force, and it rumbled toward Meng Hao, seemingly incapable of being obstructed. As it neared, Meng Hao felt a sense of deadly crisis. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his immortal meridians. Behind him, his Dharma idol grew from 27,000 meters to an astounding 30,000 meters. Everyone was completely and utterly shocked. A 30,000-meter Dharma idol. Golden light emanated out, illuminating the lands below. As the 7-colored lightning descended, the 30,000-meter Dharma idol punched out. The lightning exploded, and blood oozed out of the corners of Meng Hao's mouth. However, he continued to hover there in midair, just like before. Impossible! Feng Wei suddenly rose to his feet, a look of complete shock on his face. Off to the side, Feng Shoshan's jaw dropped, and he staggered backward, his eyes wide. The Grand Elder was in the crowd, staring at Meng Hao's Dharma idol, and his face flickered several times. "It's actually 30,000 meters," he murmured. The most excited of all were the members of the direct bloodline, as well as Feng Daohong and Feng Linhe. The two of them stared up into the sky at Meng Hao and his 30,000-meter Dharma idol, and they knew that becoming followers of Meng Hao was definitely an incredible stroke of good fortune. All of the members of the Feng clan, all of the cultivators on planet East Victory, were sent into a tumult. 30,000 meters. It's really 30,000 meters. I don't know how Feng Hao did it, but he's actually equivalent to a stage 10 immortal before even stepping into true immortality. Stage 10 immortal. That's a realm of legend. Even Feng Wei and the others only opened 90 or so immortal meridians. Feng Wei himself only opened 98. This Feng Hao, if he manages to open the door of immortality, then what do you guys think? How many meridians will he actually open? 100. The entire 9th mountain and sea was completely shaken. Fan Donger's face fell as she stared at the crystal. She was panting like she never had before in her life. The old woman who stood next to her watched with gleaming eyes. She knew that with a 30,000-meter Dharma idol, these tribulation clouds now posed no further threat to Meng Hao. Even if the tribulation grew more intense, it was nothing more than immortal tribulation, and would never exceed the power of the immortal realm. Zhao Yifan's mind reeled, and his eyes grew blank. Song Luodan stared in shock, and Taiyang Zi gaped. Wang Mu gasped. The only one who didn't react in such a way was Wang Tingfei, whose eyes began to glow with unprecedented brightness. Li Linger's face fell, and Sun Hai's scalp went numb. The chosen of the various sects and clans were completely astonished by Meng Hao's 30,000-meter Dharma idol. If he really manages to open the door of immortality, how many meridians will he open? That was the question that raged through the minds of each and every chosen, and filled them with bitterness. By now, Meng Hao made them feel completely powerless. As for the patriarchs of the various sects and clans, the same question was running through all their minds regarding Meng Hao, this peerless member of his generation. How many meridians would he open? The 30,000-meter Dharma idol shone with boundless golden light as it struck the 7-colored immortal tribulation lightning. Meng Hao closed his eyes, and then began to merge with his Dharma idol. When he opened his eyes, he was his Dharma idol and his Dharma idol was him. A fist descended, and the heavens rumbled. A huge gap opened up in the tribulation clouds, and at the same time, numerous bolts of 7-colored lightning crackled toward Meng Hao. He did nothing to evade, instead allowing the immortal tribulation lightning to strike him. He spread his arms wide, and his eyes were filled with nothing but the tribulation clouds. Boom! Time passed. The tribulation clouds shrank down to 60% of their normal size. 50%. 40%. The 7-colored immortal tribulation lightning seemed to be endless. Meng Hao's eternal stratum worked ceaselessly, and his 30,000-meter Dharma idol attacked relentlessly, causing heaven and earth to tremble as divine abilities were unleashed. Meng Hao threw his head back and howled. At the same time, his Dharma idol suddenly expanded in all directions. Simultaneously, Meng Hao extended his right hand, within which appeared a rift. The rift only lasted for 3 breaths of time. It was the 5th demon sealing hex. During those 3 breaths of time, that rift became like a black hole in the void. It emanated an incredibly shocking gravitational force that instantly sucked the tribulation clouds into it. 30%, 20%, 10%. Rumble. When the rift vanished, the vast majority of the tribulation clouds had vanished with it. There weren't even enough to cover all of planet East Victory. Meng Hao hovered there in midair, face ashen, but filled with a desire to battle that was even more intense than before. He looked up at what remained of the tribulation clouds up in the sky, as well as the immortal palaces that floated behind them. Currently, they did not emanate as much threatening pressure as before. "Hey, tribulation clouds! Scram!" Meng Hao said coolly, waving his right hand. His Dharma idol separated from his body, transforming into a golden beam of light that pierced through the tribulation clouds and then suddenly exploded. The explosion caused the remaining tribulation clouds to roil, after which a roaring sound echoed out from within as the clouds shattered into pieces that scattered in all directions. Everyone looked on as the tribulation clouds vanished. In that moment, all of planet East Victory went completely silent. Both the members of the Fong clan as well as the other cultivators stared in shock at the sky, which was now completely empty of tribulation clouds. Transcending tribulation in this way was something completely unprecedented. Transcending tribulation with such madness was domineering to an incredible extent. It was as if Meng Hao was prepared to destroy anything that blocked his way along his path to immortality. No one had ever been able to do something like this before, because no one had ever been comparable to a stage 10 immortal when transcending tribulation. This was like saying, if I want to become an immortal, the heavens can't do anything to stop me. This was a domineering attitude that said, if I want it, the heavens had better have it. If I don't want it, the heavens had better not have it. It seemed unbelievable, but if one thought about it carefully, when someone was equipped with the battle prowess of the 100 meridians of a stage 10 immortal, then to that person, there was nothing impossible when it came to transcending immortal tribulation. After a brief moment of silence, Planet East Victory burst into a huge commotion. Everyone in the Fang clan was yelling in excitement. They saw the look of madness, fervor, and obsession in Meng Hao's eyes, and they knew that he was a member of the Fang clan. The glory he brought to himself made them proud. Fang Hao! Fang Hao! Fang Hao! Numerous figures flew up into the sky to sit cross-legged close to Meng Hao. None of them took any action, they just sat there. As Meng Hao's Dharma protectors, the entire direct bloodline mobilized. Fang Shi looked excitedly at Meng Hao, then threw his head back and laughed. Other than the direct bloodline, most of the other people who moved out to help Meng Hao were members of the neutral clan branches. After seeing the future prospects that Meng Hao's performance displayed, they were moved in an unprecedented way. When it came to choosing between Meng Hao and Fang Wei, they chose Meng Hao. Fang Wei stood there silently, looking at Meng Hao. Yet again, his eyes flickered with the desire to do battle. In contrast, Fang Xiushan stood next to him, face pale, glaring at Meng Hao and roaring inwardly. Damn you, Fang Hao! Why did you have to show up? You already left the Fang clan. Why did you have to come back? Why did you have to reach Immortal Ascension? Why? And you, Fang Xiufeng, you were always ahead of me, always stifling me. And now, just when my own son is rising up like a qilin, your good-for-nothing child is suppressing him. Fang Xiushan just couldn't keep calm. His entire body trembled, and his eyes shone with venomous hatred. The Grand Elder stood there, silent and taciturn. Fang Wei's grandfather sighed softly and looked over at Fang Xiushan, his expression one of disappointment. Then he turned back to look at Fang Wei, and his expression changed to that of anticipation. Planet East Victory was completely shaken, and the sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea were astonished. By this point, Meng Hao's name and face were firmly fixed within the minds of countless people, and many people were thoroughly fascinated to the point of zealotry. Of course, all of the chosen watched in taciturn silence. This matter isn't concluded yet. The immortal tribulation hasn't dissipated, and the door of immortality hasn't been opened. We have yet to see exactly how many immortal meridians he will open. Thoughts such as these were going through the minds of all of the chosen who had recently ascended to true immortality. Their eyes were all fixed in the direction of Planet East Victory and Meng Hao. The patriarchs of the various sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Seaside exchanged glances with those around them, and then began to discuss the matter. Who of this generation can possibly match up to Meng Hao? Perhaps only the famous star of the three great Taoist societies' trial by fire, Fang Mu. Fang Mu is obviously an assumed name. Nobody knows who he really is. However, the Ninth Sea God world accepted him as a disciple, and he still hasn't accepted the top prize from the three great Taoist societies. Eventually, he will definitely make an appearance. Perhaps he is the only one who can actually compare to Meng Hao. This generation doesn't belong to us anymore, it belongs to them. Actually, they weren't the only ones thinking of Fang Mu. There were many other cultivators of the Ninth Mountain and Sea who also remembered Fang Mu's eye-catching performance. He took first place in the three great Taoist societies' trial by fire. The old man from the Ninth Sea God world with whom Meng Hao had developed a good relationship that yearside. The patriarch from the foremost of the three great Taoist societies, the immortal ancient Taoist rite, stared in the direction of planet East Victory and smiled slightly, and his eyes shone with a bright gleam. You are connected to the immortal ancient Taoist right by destiny. Eventually, you will make your way here. Meng Hao floated in midair above planet East Victory, his hair floating around him. He took a deep breath, and his eternal stratum continued to work as he looked up into the heavens. There were no tribulation clouds. The only thing left in front of him were boundless immortal palaces that obstructed his path to the door of immortality. The door of immortality hovered there behind the immortal palaces, emanating powerful pressure. The character Immortal is made up of one person and one mountain. I should have a Tao corroboration mountain. Meng Hao looked at the immortal palaces for a moment and then began to advance forward. My Tao corroboration mountain should be the mountain which forever remains in my memory. Mount Daqing. It's too bad that Mount Daqing is still in the state of Zhao, which was taken away by that bastard patriarch Reliance. And right now I have no idea where that old turtle bastard has gotten off to. Since that's the case, I will just have to become my own mountain. My fleshly body will be my mountain, and my soul will represent my life. 1. Personren, 1 mountain sun. I am an immortal Shen. Meng Hao's energy surged, and his speed increased. In the blink of an eye, he was directly in front of the immortal palaces. In that instant, the figures moving about inside the immortal palaces looked like celestial soldiers. They turned toward Meng Hao and then charged in attack. At the same time, roaring sounds emanated out of the immortal palaces, which also flew toward Meng Hao in attack. They apparently wanted to crush him, and powerful immortal might surged out as they neared. At first glance, it almost seemed impossible to count how many immortal palaces there were. However, there were actually 100,000, and they were illusory, not corporeal. They looked like 100,000 seal marks, crushing down toward Meng Hao. Furthermore, the immortal palaces actually emanated the energy of a paragon of the immortal realm. This was a tribulation that only an immortal realm paragon was qualified to transcend. Colors flashed, and the starry sky shook as 100,000 immortal palaces screamed toward Meng Hao in illusory form. Incredible pressure weighed down on all the lands, causing planet East Victory to shake. Meng Hao was the sole focus of this immortal tribulation, which he could sense on a profound level. It felt like innumerable heavenly mountains were crushing down onto him. His cultivation base surged, and his 30,000-meter Dharma idol shone with golden light as it leveled a punch toward the first of the incoming immortal palaces. As the Dharma idol punched out, celestial soldiers vanished, and the incoming immortal palace began to fall apart. In contrast, his Dharma idol trembled a bit. Next, a second immortal palace was destroyed, then a third and a fourth. One immortal palace after another was crushed. Blood oozed out of Meng Hao's mouth as he continued to attack. Unfortunately, he was slowly being pushed back down toward the surface of the planet. The immortal palaces never seemed to end, and apparently, they wanted to crush Meng Hao down into the ground and grind him into pieces. Every attack against the immortal palaces resulted in a backlash, making things increasingly difficult for Meng Hao. He could crush 10 of them, destroy 100, shatter 1,000. But there were 100,000 in total. Their energy continued to rise, and the aura of an immortal realm paragon spread out. It was as if all immortals would be forced to kowtow to this aura. If you didn't kowtow, you would be crushed. When the members of the Fang clan saw what was happening, they grew increasingly nervous. The other cultivators on planet East Victory were shocked. This immortal tribulation was something they had never seen the likes of before. Fang Xiushan was getting excited. He stared at Meng Hao, wishing that the immortal palaces would become 100 times more powerful than they already were, and completely eradicate Meng Hao in an instant. The patriarchs of the various sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea appeared to be visibly moved, and discussed the matter in hushed tones. Those are images of paragon immortal palaces. Only a paragon among immortals would be able to fight back against an immortal tribulation like that. I'm afraid that this Fang Hao will proceed no further than this step. Even as they murmured, Meng Hao punched out against another immortal palace. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and his eternal stratum operated ceaselessly. His eyes grew even more vicious than before. They're merely projections of immortal palaces with paragon auras. Well, I'll just have to show this immortal tribulation what the projection of a real paragon entity looks like. Now that I've come to this point, it doesn't matter if I expose my identity. The time has come to show the ninth mountain and see that I am Feng Mu, and Feng Mu is none other than me. Meng Hao took a deep breath and extended his right hand, waving it through the air to employ his most powerful paragon Taoist magic. Paragon Bridge. Originally, Meng Hao had planned to keep his identity as Feng Mu secret, as a contingency for after he left the Feng clan. But as of this moment, he had changed his mind. Instead of keeping Feng Mu hidden away and concealed, he would make a grand entrance. He would make sure that everyone in the ninth mountain and see know that Meng Hao was the number one chosen of the Feng clan. At the same time, he was Feng Mu, the number one competitor in the three great Taoist societies' trial by fire. He was also a conclave disciple of the ninth sea god world. Although this move might seem like it could put him in danger later, in actuality, being so famous was also somewhat of a protection. Keeping things low-key was fine, but if you made a move, the best thing was to shock everyone. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a strange light as he hovered there in midair, the center of all attention. Countless spectators all over the ninth mountain and sea were using various methods to watch him as he lifted his right hand into the air and waved it toward the approaching immortal palaces. In response to the wave of his hand, colors flashed, heavenly bodies trembled, and a huge wind kicked up. Planet East victory shook, and roaring sounds echoed out, causing all cultivators to tremble as they sensed an indescribable pressure exploding out from Meng Hao. The starry sky shook as innumerable ripples spread out, and the aura of a paragon rose up from Meng Hao, growing more powerful and shocking by the moment. His gaze was like a sharp blade, filled with obsession, making him look like an immortal divinity. As of this moment, the faces of all the members of the Feng clan flickered. Deep underneath the ground, the 7 patriarchs of the Feng clan were all shaken. That aura is similar to that of the immortal palaces, except stronger. That's... Fan Donger's eyes widened, and the old woman who stood behind her stepped forward to peer into the crystal. Gradually, her eyes filled with astonishment. It's him, she thought. Even though this old woman had a Tao realm cultivation base, she couldn't help but gasp. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of the patriarchs in the sublime flow sword grotto changed. Imposing beams of sword light rose up into the sky, then swept out in all directions. That's the aura of a paragon Taoist magic. This Meng Hao, could it be that he... Other than the Ji clan, the immortal ancient Taoist rite of the 3 great Taoist societies was the most powerful entity in the ninth mountain and sea, and they were more shocked than anyone. Inside a courtyard in the Taoist Rite Temple, the patriarchs' energies surged as they looked toward Planet East victory and Meng Hao's aura. Prometheus Paragon Bridge. Li Linger looked silently at what was happening. Everyone else was shocked, but she was calm. She had long since realized that Feng Mu was none other than Meng Hao. Does this era belong to him? She thought, sighing inwardly. It would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn than to find other people in the ninth mountain and see who knew the truth about this matter. Even considering the aura he was emitting right now, most people were shocked, but hadn't yet made the connection with Feng Mu. Meng Hao floated there above Planet East victory, his clothes whipping in the wind, his aura rising to a terrifying degree. It continued to grow more and more intensely powerful. After the space of a few breaths of time, the feeling he gave people of his being a paragon grew even more intense. The immortal palaces roared toward him until they were only a few dozen meters away. Meng Hao looked up, and his eyes shone with sharp light. It was in that exact moment that he waved his hand, causing his immortal meridians to rotate and his cultivation base to explode out. The imprinted image of the Paragon Bridge that existed in his mind suddenly appeared in the starry sky. The world seemed to go still, and everything in heaven and earth stopped moving. A huge bridge appeared, enormous and emanating an ancient and primordial aura. It was a boundless energy that placed it above anything in heaven and earth. The bridge grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it exceeded the 100,000 immortal palaces in front of Meng Hao, completely suppressing them. Boundless light shone out, accompanied by innumerable magical symbols. The aura of a paragon caused everything to shake, and the immortal palaces seemed cowed. Even the planet itself seemed forced to acquiesce, as if this bridge were a path to becoming a paragon that one powerful expert after another had walked upon. Rumbling echoed out, and the planet quaked. It was as if everything in the world suddenly went dark except for the door of immortality, which hovered there high in the starry sky, equally matched and standing in stark opposition to the bridge. In the instant that the bridge appeared, Feng Wei felt as if an invisible punch had just viciously crushed him. His face went ashen, and he staggered backward several paces, his face filling with an expression of disbelief. He stared up at Meng Hao and the astonishing Paragon Bridge with its Paragon aura. This is impossible. This is... Feng Wei's mind was reeling. He recognized the bridge, and was well aware that it was the divine ability created by Feng Mu during the three great Taoist societies' trial by fire. In recent days, many people had speculated that Feng Wei was actually Feng Mu. Feng Wei had been enigmatic and done nothing to dispel such rumors. He didn't admit to being Feng Mu, but neither did he deny it. Because of that, quite a few people made speculations that led them to the conclusion that he was actually Feng Mu. It was only as of this moment that Feng Wei found out to his bitterness that he had essentially turned himself into a clown. The real Feng Mu was actually Meng Hao. He almost couldn't believe it, and he wasn't alone. The other members of the Feng clan looked over at the bridge, their minds reeling. Feng Mu. I've seen that bridge before. In the three great Taoist societies' trial by fire, the first-place competitor Feng Mu created it as a divine ability. Don't tell me. Feng Hao is actually Feng Mu. The entire clan was shocked. Feng Yuni stood in the crowd, and his vision went dark. The world seemed to be spinning. He simply couldn't imagine how Feng Mu could be Meng Hao. Feng Xiushan's mind filled with roaring, and his face was pale white as he stared at the Paragon Bridge up in the sky. In the past, he had suspected that the Feng Mu from the three great Taoist societies' trial by fire was actually a member of the Feng clan. However, he had quickly dismissed the idea that there was someone else in the Feng clan who could possibly outdo his own son, who was the #1 member of his generation. Now that he realized that Meng Hao had been Feng Mu all along, he felt his entire world spinning in reverse. Feng Wei's grandfather sighed bitterly. The members of the direct bloodline were extremely excited. No matter if it was Feng Shi or Meng Hao's 19th uncle, they all found the matter hard to believe. They had watched Feng Mu during the trial by fire, and now they gasped as they realized that Meng Hao was the only one who could possibly be Feng Mu. Is he really Feng Mu? The Grand Elder's heart pounded violently. He was extremely familiar with the name Feng Mu. All of Planet East Victory was shaken by the appearance of the Paragon Bridge. More and more people began to think of Feng Mu. At first, they were a bit hesitant to accept the truth. However, the Paragon Bridge was a divine ability created by Feng Mu, and a divine ability like that could not possibly have been created a second time by someone else. Meng Hao, Feng Mu. He really is Feng Mu. As of this moment, all of the cultivators of the various sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea looked on with shock, their minds reeling. As for the various patriarchs, their minds trembled. This was especially true of the patriarchs of the three great Taoist societies. Feng Mu was the first-place winner of the three great Taoist societies' trial by fire. After defeating Zhao Yifan, he disappeared into the ruins of immortality. They had assumed he died, and yet, here he appeared now, as a chosen of the Feng clan. As for the other chosen who had just stepped into true immortality, their minds were also spinning. I should have guessed that he was Feng Mu, murmured Taiyangzi. Song Luodan stood there silently, and Wang Mu gnashed his teeth. Everyone was completely shaken. Meng Hao hovered there above Planet East Victory. He took a deep breath as his long hair flew about. He knew that, as of this moment, his identity as Feng Mu had been revealed, and that the ninth mountain and sea was surely in an uproar. However, he didn't care. "Yeah, I'm Feng Mu." His eyes shone with a bright light as he looked at the Paragon Bridge that stretched out over the 100,000 immortal palaces toward the door of immortality. Down below the bridge, the immortal palaces trembled, as if they couldn't bear the weight of the Paragon's aura that emanated out from the Paragon Bridge. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and his desire to do battle surged. He kept his eyes fixed on the door of immortality as he moved forward and set foot on the Paragon Bridge. His first step caused deafening rumbling sounds to spread out through all of Planet East Victory. As the sound echoed out into the starry sky, 10,000 immortal palaces instantly shattered into pieces. They crumbled into debris that scattered about and then dissipated out into the stars. One step onto the Paragon Bridge destroyed 10,000 palaces. It was a single step onto the Paragon Bridge, but anyone watching got the feeling that Meng Hao was stepping out into the stars. 10,000 immortal palaces were destroyed, sending ripples out in all directions, and completely shocking all the observing cultivators. Heaven and earth shook as pressure from the bridge, the will of a paragon, demolished the immortal palaces. Yet Meng Hao also suffered a major backlash. He could use the Paragon Bridge, but only at great cost. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his expression remained one of determination as he took a second step. The second step instantly caused another 10,000 immortal palaces to shatter into pieces. A huge wind kicked up that swept the debris out into the starry sky. No one had ever seen an immortal tribulation like this. The immortal tribulations experienced by all the other chosen were like nothing compared to what Meng Hao was going through. At the same time, nobody had ever transcended tribulation in such a fashion. He completely destroyed the tribulation clouds and crushed the immortal palaces one step at a time. As of this moment, everyone was bearing witness to Meng Hao's surging energy. When he took a third step, his aura surged out again. It was as if he was the only existence in all heaven and earth, a splash of color amongst black and white. At the same time, the inner backlash from using the Paragon Bridge grew stronger. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, causing the bridge to be stained a garish red as he passed. And yet, he didn't stop for a moment. He braced himself against the inward shaking, endured the trembling of his cultivation base and the power of the backlash. He took a fourth step, then a fifth, and then a sixth. The Paragon Bridge only had 10 portions. As Meng Hao took each step, 10,000 immortal palaces were destroyed. It happened a third time, a fourth time, a fifth time. He took 6 steps and his energy soared. The Paragon Bridge shone with boundless light, as did Meng Hao himself. The will of an immortal realm paragon. This Feng Hao is shifting the paradigm. In the immortal realm, now that he's ahead of everyone, he'll be ahead of them every step of the way. From now on, he's going to be completely famous in the 9th mountain and sea. Everyone looked at Meng Hao up in the sky, and their hearts were filled with the same thought. This era belongs to him. Everyone in the 9th mountain and sea watched Meng Hao take 6 steps that destroyed a total of 60,000 immortal palaces. The sight was incredibly moving. As of this moment, the shattered immortal palaces served as a foil to Meng Hao. The Paragon Bridge was the background of the image, and the picture it all painted was now firmly etched in the minds of all onlookers. The chosen of the 9th mountain and sea stared silently. Even Wang Tingfei was left speechless. They could only watch as Meng Hao walked forward, destroying the immortal palaces in the process. Feng Wei's face was pale white. Meng Hao's immortal tribulation was shocking, and his method of transcending the tribulation was astonishing. However, Feng Wei refused to back down. Let's just wait and see how many immortal meridians he gets after he opens of the door of immortality. Feng Wei's eyes were completely crimson. Everyone watched as Meng Hao calmly took a 7th step. Cracking sounds emanated out from his body, and blood spattered onto his clothing. His face was pale white, and his eternal stratum worked like mad to restore him, although by now it was unable to keep up with the backlash he was receiving. His legs were shaking, but the 10,000 immortal palaces underneath his feet also shook. then crumbled into pieces like the ones before them had. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot. By now, he wasn't even paying attention to the immortal palaces. Now that he was standing atop the Paragon Bridge, he suddenly began to experience a vision of the past. He saw all of the people who had tread the bridge in bygone years. This bridge was a bridge that allowed people to reach the highest of heights. The bridge had been shattered, but the Paragon's aura still was there, a manifestation of its former glory. Anyone who could reach the end of it would feel a sense of unmatched supremacy like that of a paragon of heaven and earth. Meng Hao wiped the blood from his mouth as his hair whipped around him. He watched as countless vague images of people from former times appeared and walked past him. "I can do it too," he murmured, stepping forward an eighth time. The instant he took the eighth step, the Paragon Bridge rumbled, and another 10,000 immortal palaces were shattered. By now, there were only 20,000 left. The ninth step, heaven and earth rumbled, and all the cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea that were looking on felt their minds racing. They recalled everything that had happened in the three great Taoist societies' trial by fire. They thought back to how they had felt as they watched Feng Mu. Right now, that same feeling returned as they looked at that very same person. As they stared at Meng Hao, they felt like they were suffocating as they waited to see if he would reach the end of the Paragon Bridge, destroy all of the immortal palaces, and stand in front of the door of immortality. Amidst the rumbling, Meng Hao's eyes glowed with the desire to do battle. Another 10,000 immortal palaces were destroyed as he took his final step. The 10th step. As he took that final step, the remaining 10,000 immortal palaces beneath the Paragon Bridge shattered into fragments. They were destroyed, exploded into bits that were swept out into the wind, accompanied by what sounded like a roar of rage. Apparently, they refused to accept that they were being dispersed, and were unwilling to approve of Meng Hao becoming a true immortal in this way. However, it didn't matter if they approved or not. They had no choice but to accept it. All of the immortal palaces were completely destroyed and eradicated. Then, the Paragon Bridge slowly faded away from beneath Meng Hao's feet. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. He trembled as the full force of the backlash caused blood to spray from his mouth. He staggered in place, almost as if he were on the verge of falling down out of the sky. However, he forced himself to hang on, and his body trembled so badly it looked like it might collapse. The Paragon Bridge was a trump card for Meng Hao, but considering the level of his cultivation base, it was all he could do to take the 10 steps he had. After passing over the immortal palaces, the full force of the backlash seriously injured him. Were his willpower even slightly weaker, he would not have been able to reach the end. However, everything was worth it. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a brilliant light as he stood there in front of the majestic door of immortality. Intense roaring sounds filled the air, echoing out in the Fang clan, in Planet East Victory, and in all of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. The members of the Fang clan were in an uproar, and the other cultivators on Planet East Victory were equally shaken. He destroyed the immortal palaces with 10 steps. Feng Hao did it. He scattered the immortal tribulation clouds and destroyed the immortal palaces. Transcending tribulation in this manner is completely unheard of. He definitely deserves his reputation as Feng Mu. He's forcing his way through the tribulation. How domineering. Perhaps that's the nature of his Tao. Gradually, people were starting to get a vague understanding of Meng Hao's Tao. It was completely domineering, as if nothing and no one could stand in his way. Or perhaps, it would be better to say that since he truly believed that he would eventually surpass everyone else, the one person he perpetually wanted to supersede was himself. He ignored all others and only tried to outdo himself. Neither his personality nor what he said mattered. These were spurious. His true will was one of complete domineering. Freedom, independence. Those two things were domineering as well. The members of the direct bloodline were extremely excited. The rest of the Fang clan was abuzz. Planet East Victory was in an uproar. All of the other sects and clans were astonished to a profound degree by the way Meng Hao was transcending his tribulation. He's in front of the door of immortality now. Now the only thing left to do is open it. Push open the door of immortality, bathe in the immortal light, and open immortal meridians. I wonder, how many meridians he will open? All of the cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea, including the chosen and the patriarchs, were wondering the same thing. How many immortal meridians would Meng Hao open up? He's already built himself up to the level of a stage 10 immortal. He'll probably open up 99 meridians. I wonder if it's possible that he'll actually open 100 immortal meridians. The uproar continued throughout the various regions in the ninth mountain and sea as everyone discussed the matter of how many meridians Meng Hao would open. By this point, everyone was wondering about it. How many can he open? Thought Fan Donger as she gazed into the crystal. Li Linger stood there quietly, but in her heart, she had already answered the question. Meng Hao would definitely open 100 meridians. Zhao Yifan, Taiyangzi, Song Luodan, Sun Hai and the other chosen were all panting. By now, even Fatty, Chen Fan, and other people familiar with Meng Hao were now watching the scene play out in their respective sects. On planet South Heaven, Shui Donglu looked up, and a smile broke out on his face. His era has arrived, the era of true immortality. Fang Xiufeng and Meng Li stood in the Tower of Tang, looking at a huge mirror. Within, they could see Planet East Victory and Meng Hao. Also on Planet South Heaven, on Mount Blood Demon, the previously death-like aura of Blood Demon suddenly flickered with a final trace of life force. At long last, the ancient voice echoed out. In the moment before my death, the moment I have been waiting for arrives. The time has come for me to give you my last gift of good fortune. Where the temple hall once existed in the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple, there was now only a crater. As of this moment, an old man suddenly appeared there, gazing up into the starry sky. Next to him was a withered resurrection lily, within which flickered a bit of life force. Immortal meridians, the old man murmured. You owe him some karma, you know. Ah, forget it. I'll just pay him back for you. He looked down at the withered resurrection lily on the ground next to him. In the church of the immortal emperor, Sun Hai stood there. A young woman was at his side, staring out into the void. All of the disciples of the church of the immortal emperor were all watching a huge screen, and Meng Hao's image upon it. Come on, little brother, you have to open 100 meridians, the young woman murmured to herself. She was none other than Fang Yu. Suddenly, she felt a creepy stare, which caused her to turn viciously and kick Sun Hai in the shin, causing a sharp twinge of pain. However, a doting look appeared on his face, and he turned to look at her. Babe, you can kick me a few more times if you want. The harder the better. His expression, and his wording, caused goosebumps to cover Fang Yu. Everyone was now completely focused on Meng Hao. He looked up at the enormous door of immortality. Compared to it, he was like a speck of dust. The door of immortality, he murmured. His eyes brimmed with the desire to fight, and even as his injuries healed, he stepped forward, clenched his hand, and then punched out toward the door of immortality. Open up, he roared, his voice echoing like thunder. A huge boom could be heard as his fist made contact with the door of immortality. The sound echoed out, shaking the lands. Suddenly, a crack appeared as the door began to open. As soon as that crack appeared, boundless immortal light spilled out, lighting up the heavens and shining out into the starry sky. The resplendent immortal light poured out from the door of immortality, becoming a beam that pierced out into the darkness, illuminating everything. Although it was only a crack, the immortal light was filled with strong immortal chi that shot toward Meng Hao and poured into him. His eyes shone with brilliant light. All of the cultivators watched closely, and there was no question in any of their minds as to whether or not he would succeed. They knew he could open it. What they were concerned with was how many immortal meridians he would end up with after the door was opened. Meng Hao's expression was one of determination as the immortal chi poured into him. His 8 current immortal meridians transformed into 8 dragons that swirled around him madly, absorbing immortal chi and making him stronger. However, A tiny crack was not good enough for Meng Hao. His 30,000-meter Dharma idol appeared behind him. Radiating golden light, it stepped forward. At the same time, Meng Hao transformed into a huge golden rock, which joined the Dharma idol in bashing against the door of immortality. "Open up!" he roared again. As he slammed into the door again, it opened. A little bit more. More immortal light poured out, along with strong immortal chi. As of this moment, countless spectators gasped as they watched Meng Hao attacking the door of immortality. An incredible power radiated out from the door of immortality, and as the immortal chi poured into Meng Hao, blood sprayed from his mouth. However, his eyes shone with even brighter light than before. He lifted his right hand, causing numerous mountains to appear. They formed together as they smashed into the door of immortality. At the same time, a blood demon head appeared, which butted against the door. And of course there was his 30,000-meter Dharma idol, which battered the door with its huge hands. Heaven and earth shook, and booms rang out in all directions. The door of immortality slowly opened wider, causing more light and immortal chi to surge out. As of this point, the door had opened enough that a person could slip through. In that moment, an incredible light shone out from the door of immortality, which transformed into the image of an ancient head. The head looked at Meng Hao and then let out a roar that echoed out like a powerful attack. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth, and he staggered back. As for the door of immortality, it slowly began to close. Everyone in the Fang clan was completely shocked by this. When Fang Wei attacked the door of immortality, it had only continued to open wider and wider. It had never shown any signs of closing back up. Everyone gasped. "What's going on? This door of immortality is so hard to open." Fang Hao's tribulation clouds were different than everyone else's. Plus there were those immortal palaces. It's only to be expected that his door of immortality is unusually hard to open. Fang Wei's eyes glittered as he stared at Meng Hao, and it was clear that he wanted to fight. As for Fang Xiushan, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger, and his expression was transforming into one of wild joy. He can't open the door of immortality. The cultivators from the sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea were all shocked by what they were seeing. Immortal tribulation like this, and a door of immortality like this, would be impossible for any other chosen to deal with. It's hard to say whether Fang Hao will actually be able to open the door of immortality. Outside of Planet East Victory, within the starry sky, Meng Hao was forced backward by about 3,000 meters before coming to a stop. He wiped the blood from his mouth as he looked at the door of immortality with a vicious gleam in his eyes. His cultivation base suddenly exploded with power, and his 30,000-meter Dharma idol reappeared. He fused with the Dharma idol, transforming into a 30,000-meter giant that took a 3,000-meter step forward to appear directly in front of the door of immortality. He raised both of his hands, placed them onto the door of immortality, and roared. Then he shoved forward violently, causing massive rumbling sounds to echo out in every direction. The door of immortality trembled, sending a powerful backlash attack against Meng Hao. He shook as his eternal stratum exploded out, restoring him even as he rotated his cultivation base and shoved again violently. Rumble! The door of immortality opened by another crack, causing immortal light to shine out in the starry sky once again. Immortal chi spread out, and Meng Hao's eyes turned red. He gritted his teeth against the backlash, and went all out, pushing with all the might he could muster. Rumble! The door of immortality slowly opened wider, causing more immortal light to spill out. In the blink of an eye, it was just as open as it had been before. The face of the old man that had been materialized by the door of immortality appeared once again. He roared in rage at Meng Hao, and once again, powerful light exploded out in an attack against Meng Hao. This time, Meng Hao was ready. Even as the force descended upon him, he stepped backward and performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then shoved his hands straight out in front of him. Immediately, his 8 immortal meridians sparkled, causing 8 streams of power to flow out into his right hand. He then unleashed a punch directly toward the old man's face, causing the immortal chi to shoot out. In the blink of an eye, they slammed into each other, sending a huge boom echoing out in all directions. The face faded away, and the 8 streams of immortal chi swirled together and returned to Meng Hao. Blood sprayed out of his mouth, and yet, his desire to fight was even stronger. He stepped forward, placed his palms on the door of immortality, then began to push. The immortal light grew stronger, and the immortal chi more dense. Booms echoed out as the door of immortality opened further. All of the things that had just happened left everyone completely amazed. What was that just now? 8 streams of immortal chi. What divine ability was that? All areas of the 9th mountain and sea were in a complete commotion. Blue veins popped out on Meng Hao's forehead as the door of immortality opened wide enough for a person to fit through, but not Meng Hao's Dharma idol. I completely destroyed the tribulation clouds and shattered all of the immortal palaces. As for the door of immortality, if it remained closed, it wouldn't matter. But once I start, I'm going to open it all the way and step inside. Meng Hao's eyes were completely bloodshot as he once again rotated his cultivation base and shoved against the door. It opened a bit more, and yet, in that same instant, he suddenly backed up. As he did, glittering starlight appeared within his left eye. In the blink of an eye, light began to pour out of his eye, transforming into a beam of light 3,000 meters long. Then it was 30,000 meters long, enveloping Meng Hao completely. It was at this point that 5 characters appeared in Meng Hao's mind. It was the most powerful Taoist magic of the Fang clan's first-generation patriarch. Rumbling rose up as the light surrounding Meng Hao began to spread out. The starlight flew out of his left eye, transforming into the starstone. The starstone rapidly dissolved, forming a liquid that shot toward Meng Hao and, in the blink of an eye, completely covered him. In the space of a few breaths of time, even as the door of immortality was closing, the light that surrounded Meng Hao vanished. In his place, there was no longer his normal form, but rather what appeared to be a gigantic asteroid. The asteroid was fully 3,000 meters wide, and shocking to the extreme. The void around it cracked and shattered, as if the mere appearance of the asteroid was enough to rock the starry sky. Next, an intense aura exploded out from it. Countless motes of starlight appeared, which then descended onto the asteroid's surface. All of a sudden, it didn't look like an asteroid anymore, but rather a planet. A droning sound began to emanate out from the planet as it smashed into the door of immortality. Everyone watching was filled with shock as the huge stone bashed into the door. "One thought stellar transformation," gasped the Grand Elder, his face flickering as he stood there among the other members of the Fang clan. As soon as his words echoed out, other clan members gasped as they gaped in astonishment at the enormous stone. "What? That's one thought stellar transformation? That's the first-generation patriarch's most powerful Taoist magic? One thought stellar transformation. Supposedly, you can use it to actually transform into a planet. It can basically destroy anything." Fang Hao actually acquired the one thought stellar transformation when he went into the ancestral land. According to the clan's ancient records, the most powerful form of that magical technique is that you can transform into a real planet. All of the cultivators on planet East Victory and the rest of the 9th Mountain and Sea were shocked by Meng Hao assuming planetary form. At the same time, that very planet slammed into the door of immortality, causing a huge boom to rattle out. Ripples spread out in every direction. Apparently, the attack had contained enough energy to cause tremors to spread far and wide. The door of immortality shuddered, and a massive wind kicked up. In the blink of an eye, the door of immortality opened completely. One swift attack, and the door of immortality opened wide. It was as if a sluice gate had been opened. Boundless immortal light spread out rapidly, filled with wildly surging immortal chi. In that moment, the planet vanished, and Meng Hao reappeared. His face was pale, and he coughed up 4 or 5 mouthfuls of blood as the immortal light and chi surrounded him. The boundless immortal chi surged into him, filling him. his 8 immortal meridians trembled and began to transform. Immediately, a 9th immortal meridian began to form. However, outside of his body, and visible outside of the door of immortality, what people saw was not a 9th meridian, but rather the 1st meridian. Whenever someone reaches true immortal ascension, in the moment that they open the door of immortality, their immortal meridians will cause images of immortal dragons to appear above the door of immortality. Right now, the 1st immortal dragon was rapidly solidifying high above Meng Hao in the door of immortality, swirling in the air. Immortal chi surged and glittered brightly, illuminating the starry sky until it seemed like daytime. Everyone watching on Planet East Victory cried out in shock. The door of immortality opened. He's opening his immortal meridians. I wonder how many meridians Feng Hao will be able to open. Countless cultivators were watching as the 1st immortal dragon appeared above the door of immortality. As it roared, a 2nd immortal meridian formed, then a 3rd and a 4th and a 5th. In the blink of an eye, boundless immortal chi, which far exceeded what had come from the bronze dragon in the ancestral land's necropolis, inundated Meng Hao. 10, 20, 30 immortal meridians appeared. 30 immortal dragons swirled through the air, roaring. Each one of those immortal dragons was noted by the audience in the 9th mountain and sea, and caused their hearts to tremble. They stared blankly, especially the other true immortal chosen, whose hearts were pounding. Those are immortal meridians? How come each one of his immortal meridians seems to be multiple times bigger than the immortal meridians that appeared for everyone else who just achieved true immortal ascension? The level of difficulty of his immortal tribulation was unheard of. His door of immortality was so hard to open. Considering he succeeded, it's little wonder that his immortal meridians exceed that of others. They're so strong. Everyone in the Feng clan on Planet East Victory was completely shocked. Feng Wei watched with a pale face, staring at Meng Hao. Despite everything Meng Hao had done to fight against the immortal tribulation and open the door of immortality, Feng Wei still wanted to battle him. Even as expressions of shock could be heard throughout Planet East Victory, the cultivators from the various sects and clans of the 9th mountain and sea looked on with astonishment as Meng Hao opened his immortal meridians. The strength of his immortal meridians represents his battle prowess within the immortal realm, said the old woman next to Fan Donger, her voice soft as she peered into the crystal. He will be incomparable. He experienced Paragon immortal tribulation, and he has become the only Paragon immortal. The patriarchs of the other sects and clans also came to similar conclusions as they watched Meng Hao with glittering eyes and thoughtful hearts. Meng Hao stood in the door of immortality, bathed in immortal light, surrounded by immortal chi. Rumbling echoed out in all directions as boundless immortal chi poured into him. Cracking sounds could be heard as 40 immortal meridians opened, and then more. 41, 45, 50. Amidst all the rumbling, the immortal dragons outside the door of immortality were now 50 in number. They flew around, roaring, causing anyone who heard the sound to be completely shocked. However, things weren't over yet. 55, 60, 70, 80. 80 immortal dragons appeared outside of the door of immortality in a relatively short period of time. Those 80 immortal dragons exuded shocking energy as they flew around in the starry sky. Meng Hao's body was surrounded by roaring. His body felt like it was being shredded as the boundless immortal chi poured into him, causing the 81st immortal meridian to form. Soon, the 81st meridian was finished, after which was the 82nd. Then there were 83. As everyone in the 9th mountain and sea watched, Meng Hao reached 90 immortal meridians. 90 immortal meridians swirled around the door of immortality. Each and every one of them was multiple times larger than any of the immortal meridians of the other chosen who had recently ascended to true immortality. They looked fierce, the dragon scales glinting, the claws sharp as razors. Their bodies were stalwart and filled with shocking energy. The light blazing out from the door of immortality was matchlessly majestic. As the immortal chi appeared within the immortal light, it seemed almost infinite, eternal and never-ending as it surrounded Meng Hao, boring into his pores to fill his entire body. It was a baptism, a type similar to that experienced by any true immortal who opened the door of immortality. The more thoroughly one prepared, the deeper the resources one built up, then the more extravagant the baptism would be. Intense rumbling echoed out of Meng Hao's body as the immortal qi headed toward his 91st immortal meridian. It didn't take very long at all for the 91st immortal meridian to fully form. Yet another immortal dragon appeared outside of the door of immortality. 92 meridians, 93 meridians, 94 meridians. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the immortal qi pouring into Meng Hao caused 95 meridians to appear inside of him. All of the sects and clans on planet East Victory, as well as those out in the Ninth Mountain and Sea, were completely shocked. 95 meridians. He's already exceeded most of the other chosen. I wonder if he'll be able to exceed Feng Wei with his 98 meridians? Feng Wei of the Feng clan is currently the #1 true immortal. As the buzz of conversation filled the air everywhere, Feng Wei stared up at Meng Hao. Inwardly, he was beginning to get nervous. He couldn't stand the idea of someone else stealing any of his glory, and his eyes filled with a savage light as he glared at Meng Hao. Feng Xiaoshan gritted his teeth. His hatred for Meng Hao had reached a pinnacle. Of course, in sharp contrast, the members of the direct bloodline were extremely excited. They looked excitedly at Meng Hao. To them, it was as if they were looking at the hope for the direct bloodline to rise again. Rumble. Roaring sounds echoed out from Meng Hao as a 96th immortal dragon appeared. After that was a 97th. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, a 98th immortal dragon appeared in the starry sky outside the door of immortality. It started out fairly blurry, but quickly became clear. After a few breaths of time passed, the immortal dragon was fully formed. It soared about, emitting shocking roars. Before anyone from the Ninth Mountain and Sea could react, more rumbling sounds emanated out from Meng Hao's body. Directly next to the 98th immortal dragon, shockingly, there appeared yet another blurry image of an immortal dragon. It rapidly became visible, turning into a 99th dragon. Instantly, the Ninth Mountain and Sea was thrown into a huge tumult, and shouts of astonishment could be heard in every direction. The Feng clan was completely silent for a moment, after which they exploded into complete pandemonium from the shock and astonishment of personally witnessing the rise of a true chosen. 99 immortal meridians. He's surpassed Feng Wei to become the #1 blazing sun of the Feng clan. For years, nobody has ever reached this height. Feng Hao is the only one. 99 immortal meridians. That's only one meridian away from the legendary Great Circle. The Feng clan was flabbergasted. As for Feng Wei, he stood there calm and quiet, eventually closing his eyes. However, it was possible to see how he felt inside from the trembling that racked his body. After Meng Hao opened 99 meridians, he was filled with an unspeakable disquiet. He didn't dare to watch any longer, for fear that he might lose his will to fight. He wasn't the only one. As of this moment, the other true immortal chosen of the Ninth Mountain and Sea all closed their eyes. They chose to pay no further attention to Meng Hao. They had their own daos and their own paths. If they lost self-confidence in their ability to proceed forward, if they lost their Dao hearts, then their cultivation base would be eternally unable to progress any further. Meng Hao had long since become a huge mountain blocking the path of all other cultivators of his generation. Unless someone could split that mountain open, it was possible to predict that the mountain like Meng Hao would crush all other chosen of his generation and continue unobstructed to the pinnacle. Feng Xiaoshan's face was pale and bloodless. In the moment that Meng Hao opened his 99th meridian, it was like an invisible fist smashing into his heart. He clearly understood that, as of this moment, Meng Hao had already soared high into the heavens. Yeah, but he's only in the immortal realm, thought Feng Xiaoshan. Deep within his eyes, a gleam of madness suddenly sparked to life. As of this moment, everyone was speculating as to whether or not 99 meridians would be Meng Hao's true limit. Meng Hao's face glowed with the light of obsession as he rotated his immortal meridians, causing immortal power to flow through him. After it performed a full cycle, it suddenly exploded out. In that instant, an intense, tearing pain suddenly shot through him, and a rumbling sound once again emanated out. It was as if yet another immortal meridian was suddenly gouging itself into his body. 100 meridians, he roared. Shockingly, all of the immortal dragons outside of the door of immortality suddenly stopped in place and looked up at the shadowy, sinuous figure that had just appeared. It looked like a shocking bolt of electricity, and its image instantly exploded like thunder into the minds of the cultivators of the 9th mountain and sea. The 100th immortal dragon formed outside of the door of immortality. After the space of a few breaths, it was clear to all onlookers. It was absolutely clear that this was the 100th immortal dragon. As soon as it became visible, the spectators felt as if their hearts were being struck by lightning. Gasps could be heard, along with loud cries of shock and alarm that echoed throughout the 9th mountain and sea. 100 meridians had been opened, and 100 immortal dragons swirled above the door of immortality, causing astonishing roars to fill the air. 100 immortal dragons joined their voices together in a shocking roar that shook the land and caused the heavenly bodies to tremble. The members of the Fang clan were silent as they stared in shock at the 100 immortal dragons flying outside the door of immortality. After a long moment, shouts of astonishment rang out. 100 meridians. He really opened 100 meridians. Our Fang clan has produced a blazing sun that opened 100 meridians. Fang Hao, Meng Hao, Fang Mu. From this day forward, his name will completely shake all of the 9th mountain and sea. The direct bloodline was going crazy, as was the rest of the Fang clan, and even all of the other cultivators on planet East Victory. They looked up at Meng Hao, and all they could see was his shadowy form wreathed by boundless immortal light. However, their eyes were filled with fervor. 100 meridians, fully opened, was a legendary realm that virtually no one had entered for countless years. Meng Hao was the first. Fang Wei finally opened his eyes and saw the 100 immortal dragons, and blood oozed out of his mouth. He clenched his hands into fists. Fang Xiushan began acting abnormally. His eyes revealed a menacing glint which grew stronger and stronger. Off to the side, the Grand Elder was shocked. His eyes grew cloudy as he thought back to the scene of Meng Hao returning to the clan, standing in East Heaven Gate, his bloodline gate beam rising 30,000 meters into the air. All of the 7 patriarchs underground had risen to their feet and were looking at Meng Hao, their expressions unprecedentedly solemn. "This kid is a future paragon of the Fang clan," the 7th patriarch said softly. He glanced over at the 6th patriarch, who looked shocked. However, a strange coldness also gleamed within the 6th patriarch's eyes. Planet East Victory was boiling with excitement, as were the sects and clans of the 9th mountain and sea. As for the chosen, many who had opted to close their eyes now opened them and looked at the 100 immortal dragons swirling around Meng Hao. Their hearts grew increasingly heavy. 100 meridians? It is what it is. It's a legendary realm, but who cares? So what if he's an immortal realm paragon? This isn't going to stop me from fighting him. That's nice. He has his Tao and we have our paths. Nothing is set in stone yet. The chosen stood there silently, their eyes flickering with the desire to fight. Finally, it's over. As everyone looked at the immortal light inundating Meng Hao and the shocking sight of his 100 meridians, they knew that his good fortune of opening the door of immortality was now over. However, it was in that moment that people suddenly realized the immortal light and chi were continuing to swirl madly around Meng Hao as he stood there in the door of immortality. He took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with a bright light. "Since my identity as Fang Mu has been revealed," Meng Hao murmured, "then a mere 100 meridians simply isn't enough." He threw his head back and let out a shocking cry. "Ryua Yuam Blel." The shocking sounds grew more intense, spreading out in all directions as the light shining from the door of immortality grew more magnificent, and even more immortal chi was released. Anyone who could see what was happening was thoroughly shocked. Hey, what's going on? Could it be that he's going to open 101 meridians? That's impossible. 100 meridians is already a thing of legend. How could he possibly open 101? Everyone looked on with disbelief and astonishment as the 8 immortal meridians that he had already possessed suddenly began to manifest on the outside. 101 meridians. 102 meridians. 103 meridians. 104 meridians. In the blink of an eye, he had 4 more meridians. As of this moment, everyone in the 9th mountain and sea who was watching, regardless of whether they were ordinary cultivators or patriarchs of the various sects and clans, all felt their eyes go wide and fill with disbelief. Everyone went silent. Even as they stared at Meng Hao and his 104 meridians, a 105th meridian appeared. Come on! Meng Hao roared as the immortal light and immortal chi surged into him. The sound of his shout echoed out into the starry sky as a 106th meridian appeared. Blue veins popped out on Meng Hao's face as the 107th meridian appeared. Come on! He roared. A shocking rumbling echoed out through all of Planet East Victory, piercing into the starry sky as 108 meridians appeared. The 108th meridian that appeared was actually the very first meridian that he had ever formed. By this point, the hearts of countless spectators in the 9th mountain and sea were pounding madly. What they saw was 108 immortal dragons swirling around the door of immortality, fierce and savage. They also saw Meng Hao wreathed in immortal light. From the way he looked, he wasn't satisfied. All cultivators of the 9th mountain and sea who were watching looked completely astonished and tongue-tied as they observed the 108 immortal dragons soaring through the starry sky outside the door of immortality above Planet East Victory. 100 meridians is a legend, but 108? This is the first time I've ever heard of someone getting more than 100 meridians. No one in the past has ever done this, and most likely, nobody in the future will either. The 9th mountain and sea was in a tumult, and that shock actually spread out throughout the mountains and seas. All of the members of the Fang clan watched with gaping mouths. They knew that Meng Hao was the type of person to defy the heavens, but when they saw him open 100 meridians, they had assumed he was finished. They could never have imagined that Meng Hao would actually open up 108 meridians all in one shot. Impossible! Fang Wei went pale. He could reluctantly accept the idea of Meng Hao using the one-thought stellar transformation incantation to open 100 meridians, and use that as an excuse for why he didn't measure up to Meng Hao. But now, 108 meridians had appeared, causing Fang Wei to completely lose self-control. Fang Xiaoshan was trembling as he stood there in the crowd, and the icy aura inside of him flourished. As far as anyone knew, the Fang clan only had one Dao realm expert, which was the Earth Patriarch. Currently, his eyes shone with a brilliant light as he murmured, "There's only one explanation. Before he started transcending this tribulation, the kid already had 8 meridians. He experienced something just like Kitagarbha, the lord of the 4th mountain and sea." His words struck like lightning into the hearts of the other 6 patriarchs present. "The necropolis!" exclaimed the 7th patriarch. "I personally saw that kid enter the necropolis of the 1st generation patriarch." Meanwhile, in the 9th sea god world, Fan Donger staggered backward a few paces, her face pale. She looked bitterly at the images in the crystal, at the 108 immortal dragons soaring around Meng Hao. She had no choice but to admit that there had already been a huge gap between her and Meng Hao, and that after reaching true immortality, that gap was only widening. "Such profound preparation and reserves," murmured the old woman standing next to her. "In all the great 9 mountains and seas, the only person other than this kid to do something like this is the #1 most powerful expert, Kitagarbha. According to the legends, when Kitagarbha reached true immortality, he opened more than 100 meridians. Very few people actually know how many, though. After all, those events took place many, many generations ago." A strange gleam appeared in her eyes. As of now, all of the true immortal chosen were staring at Meng Hao. They had no desire to look at Meng Hao's 108 meridians, and yet, they were unable to look away. To open so many immortal meridians was something that shocked everyone. That was especially the case when they realized that Meng Hao didn't seem to be happy with only 108 meridians. All of them gasped. Could it be that he's actually planning to open more meridians? Meng Hao was absolutely not satisfied. Now that he had opened the door of immortality, he was completely confident that he could open more than 108 meridians. This is a rare opportunity, he thought. Very rare. I'll only get this one chance. He stared at the door of immortality and realized that the glowing light was beginning to fade, and the immortal chi was slowly beginning to dissipate. He well knew that once this opportunity passed, it would be very difficult to get another chance like this in which he could absorb as much immortal chi as he wanted, and then open more immortal meridians. That was something he was sure of based on his experiences with the slow and difficult process of opening his first immortal meridian. However, it seems like 108 meridians really is my limit, he thought, looking up at the 108 immortal dragons flying about, which were the manifestations of his immortal meridians. Among those immortal dragons, there was one that was azure in color. It looked especially graceful, and was much larger than all the other dragons. It emanated an ancient air that seemed to make it contemptuous of all heaven and earth. It was almost as if this dragon could make all the heavens submit, and could force the earth to bow in worship. It was as if all the other dragons were following that azure-colored dragon, their roars filling all the heavens. The azure immortal dragon was formed by none other than the very first of Meng Hao's immortal meridians, which was actually the last one to be opened. As Meng Hao stood there silently, the immortal light coming from the door of immortality faded even more, and was soon incapable of covering his entire body. The immortal chi lessened, and the even door of immortality itself began to fade. Is it over? So, his limit was 108 meridians, huh? Those extra 8 meridians were his limit. Although he can't open any more, his name is still going to rock the entire 9th mountain and sea. As the discussions raged in the 9th mountain and sea, Feng Wei stood there on planet East Victory, and he gave an inward sigh of relief. He wasn't the only one. The other true immortal chosen all sighed deep in their hearts. The intimidation they felt from Meng Hao only continued to grow more intense. Now that they saw the door of immortality dissipating, their sighs led to a stirring of their fighting spirit. All of them knew that they weren't his match, and yet they still wanted to fight him. The door of immortality grew more indistinct, and the immortal light grew darker. The immortal chi was virtually gone. The starry sky was no longer bright, and as Meng Hao stood there, he looked at the 108 flying immortal dragons, and his eyes glimmered with regret. It's over. 108 meridians. Meng Hao sighed and turned to head back to planet East Victory, when suddenly, a tremor ran through his body. He stopped in place and turned his head to look out into the starry sky. He was looking in the direction of planet South Heaven. In that moment, a voice suddenly echoed out in his heart. It was extremely weak and vastly ancient. It was like the voice of an old man who was about to die, a departed spirit who had forced itself to remain in the world of the living, never allowing that last gasp to escape. Even if the flame of his life was snuffed out, he would leave behind an ember that clung on by a thread. It was as if that final remaining spark had been waiting for this moment. Meng Hao, I only have one breath left, and it has been waiting for this day. Allow me to use my fading life force to gift you with one last bit of good fortune. When Meng Hao heard that voice echoing in his mind, he recognized it instantly. It was the voice of Patriarch Blood Demon from planet South Heaven. Patriarch Blood Demon's origins had not been made clear. However, Meng Hao knew that his terrifying fleshly body was buried under the surface of the lands of South Heaven. And in truth, in his heart, Meng Hao had already come to know the answer to the question of who he really was. Patriarch Blood Demon was one of the 3 greater demon generals of Lord Li, a figure referred to as a consummate expert. You are from the League of Demon Sealers, continued Patriarch Blood Demon in his ancient voice. Furthermore, you are the 9th generation. I can speculate about some of what will happen to you in the future, and therefore I will tell you now what I can of the benevolent possibilities in your future. You don't understand right now, however, if you are able to combine the 9 hexes in the future. You will know how to repay me. Right now, I will do something that I hope will make you consider the question of what immortal meridians really are. When Patriarch Blood Demon finished speaking, a stream of blood-colored demonic chi exploded out from Mount Blood Demon on planet South Heaven. At the same time, Patriarch Blood Demon's fleshly body, which rested under the surface of the land, dissolved, and became part of the stream of demonic chi. As the demonic chi surged up into the heavens, it transformed into a blood-colored magical symbol. The magical symbol flickered 9 times, then vanished. In the moment that it vanished, Patriarch Blood Demon met his complete and utter end. As he died, the magical symbol vanished, and simultaneously, Meng Hao felt the Blood Demon grand magic inside of him begin to rotate on its own. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a bloody light surrounded him, spreading out and forming a 109th immortal meridian. It was a Blood Demon meridian. The previously fading door of immortality suddenly shook, and in the blink of an eye, was back to its previous state. The fading immortal light suddenly exploded with intensity, covering heaven and earth, filling the starry sky. The immortal chi grew stronger, descending onto Meng Hao's body and pouring into him. The Blood Demon grand magic rotated inside of him, transforming into a magical symbol, which was exactly the same magical symbol that had appeared in the moment of Patriarch Blood Demon's death on planet South Heaven. It was the color of blood, and after flashing 9 times inside of Meng Hao, it began to melt, transforming into a shadowy immortal meridian. As the immortal chi poured into him, the immortal meridian grew more solid, and before long it was complete. Meng Hao trembled as a 109th immortal dragon appeared. The roaring immortal dragon was the color of blood, and completely shocking in appearance. Endless ripples spread out from it in all directions, causing the cultivators of the 9th mountain to be completely stunned. However, in the moment that the 109th immortal meridian appeared, another tremor ran through Meng Hao, as he felt a different aura rising up inside of him, forming a powerful resonance. That resonance was coming from the same planet that Patriarch Blood Demon had just died on. Meng Hao looked up, and his eyes flickered as he looked at what he considered to be his true home, planet South Heaven. Just vaguely, he could see the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple. There, in the former location of the temple hall, he saw what appeared to be a flower. It was a resurrection lily. When the resurrection lily blooms with 7 colors, petals fall, immortal ascension, 1,000 years. Meng Hao had been plagued with a resurrection lily for hundreds of years. In the end, he had severed it away. However, vestiges of it still remained, like memories that were very difficult to get rid of. It was another type of karma, or a type of restitution. On planet South Heaven, in the vast eastern lands, in a wild stretch of mountains, was a deep crater that was all that remained of the temple hall of the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple. An old man stood there, and next to him was a resurrection lily. "My power is useless to the living," he murmured vaguely. "But you were bequeathed with the legacy of the immortal ancient Taoist Right. You took Master Soul Lamp and changed your destiny. The resurrection lilies sowed karma with you, and now that you've reached immortal ascension, I will represent them to pay you back what they owe. If you can reach enlightenment regarding immortal meridians, then it will be good fortune for you. Whether or not you understand is all up to you." The man's words were muttered somewhat incomprehensibly, as if the arrangements of the words themselves had been thrown into chaos. The old man waved his right hand, causing the resurrection lily next to him to transform into ash. As the ash swirled through the air, a violent tremor ran through Meng Hao. He gasped, and for some reason he suddenly recalled all of his struggles with the resurrection lily. The memories flowed like water, and as they did, the karma that had built up from the years of struggle transformed into an aura, into a resurrection lily, into a resurrection lily immortal meridian. As soon the immortal meridian formed, Meng Hao's hair whipped about, and his body seemed to turn into a black hole that madly sucked in immortal chi. Intense rumbling sounds filled the air as another immortal meridian formed. This was his 110th meridian. In the moment that the meridian appeared, a 110th immortal dragon roared into being next to the door of immortality. In the 9 mountains and seas, the elder generation always passed down a certain tradition to the younger generation of chosen of the various sects and clans. That tradition was that when the age of true immortals arrived, one must remember the saying, "Preparation is the key to success." By preparing well and accumulating profound resources, one could explode out with extraordinary power and open up the most immortal meridians possible. Therefore, for generation after generation, people would make preparations for the time when the age of true immortality arrived. They would hold themselves back at the peak of the spirit realm and wait until they could unleash all of their resources to achieve true immortal ascension. Throughout all the years, that was how things were done. However, as of this moment, the patriarchs of the 9th mountain and sea were somewhat in a daze as they watched what was happening. As they looked at Meng Hao, all of a sudden they seemed to come to an understanding. Meng Hao also knew what it meant to prepare in advance to succeed. It wasn't just a matter of cultivation base, nor was it simply about forming immortal meridians in advance. It also had to do with destiny. Before someone attempted to achieve true immortal ascension, their advanced preparations involved the various destinies they encountered throughout their lives, as well as the karma they sowed. All of those things were components to the preparation. However, there was a premise to such destiny. He is corroborating his own Tao to achieve immortal ascension, said the Fang clan's Earth Patriarch, his voice light and hoarse. His expression was one of enlightenment. The old woman next to Fan Donger sighed. Only those who achieve their own immortal ascension can wrest away good fortune from heaven and earth, she said. Achieve true immortal ascension, and acquire the destiny to personally form immortal meridians. In that moment, all of the patriarchs came to the same understanding. However, that didn't change anything. They had never personally watched while someone reached true immortality on their own, but they had seen far, far too many people fail. It would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn than to find someone who had succeeded. That was how rare they were. From ancient times until now, Kitagarbha was apparently the only person who had ever succeeded. Now, however, there was one more. Although they reached this understanding, there were far more people who didn't understand. When the 110th immortal dragon appeared, the 9th mountain and sea was thrown into chaos. It was a commotion the likes of which had never occurred before. It paled in comparison even to the time that Meng Hao, using the pseudonym Fang Mu, had seized the title of first in the trial by fire. It was hard to say who was the first person to begin to cry out, but soon all of the cultivators of the 9th mountain and sea were yelling and shouting. "Tethys, the 110th meridian. Crazy. This is insane. How could there possibly be an immortal realm cultivator in the world with 110 meridians? Wait a second. Something seems weird. Those 2 immortal dragons that just appeared look different from the others. One is blood-colored. The other one looks even more mysterious." The 110th immortal dragon was very unique and, although it emanated intense immortal light, for some reason it gave people the impression that it was related to plants and vegetation. In fact, if you looked closely, you could even see that the dragon had 7 different colors circling around in its body. Amidst the astonished cries of the crowds in the 9th mountain and sea, Meng Hao stood there up in the starry sky, his heart calm as he probed these 2 new immortal meridians. When he did, he could clearly sense Patriarch Blood Demon and the Resurrection Lily. As of this moment, all of the destiny and good fortune he had built up was now exploding out. "Now I understand that destiny is a type of preparation," he murmured. "In light of that, what exactly are immortal meridians?" Even as he reached some form of enlightenment, he continued to contemplate the 110 immortal meridians inside of him. 100 meridians really are a limit. Cultivators' bodies, their flesh and blood, can only form 100 meridians. My extra 8 meridians are actually not part of my flesh and blood. They are actually a different kind of meridian, constructed on a foundation laid by the bronze lamp's smoke. It looks very similar to an immortal meridian formed from flesh and blood, but actually, they are completely different on a structural level. As for the other two immortal meridians, they are also different. They were formed from the consolidation of power, one from Patriarch Blood Demon and the other from the Resurrection Lily. Well then, what exactly are immortal meridians? Slowly, he lifted his head, and his eyes shone with a bright light. Immortal meridians are a type of verification. They are a declaration to heaven and earth that one is qualified to become a true immortal. It's undeniable proof. It doesn't matter whether heaven and earth approve or not. In the end, they will acknowledge you. It is also Tao corroboration. That soul lamp's power opened my path to true immortality. My flesh and blood immortal meridians pushed me to the pinnacle. The bronze dragon's power helped me to expand upon that original immortal meridian. Then, the power of Patriarch Blood Demon and the Resurrection Lily helped me to open up more immortal meridians, and also to understand them. Immortal meridians acquired before true immortality are a type of good fortune. However, all other types of preparations and magical techniques have the possibility to become immortal meridians. That is a manifestation of power and a kind of concrete representation of the Tao. Anything can become an immortal meridian. Meng Hao reached enlightenment at this point, at which point something like fetters shattered within him. It was as if there were an obstacle inside of him that had suddenly shattered. As Meng Hao raised his head, his hair whipped about, and his clothes flapped in the wind. Brilliant light began to shine out of his eyes. I understand. Meanwhile, in the ruins of immortality, there was an immortal's cave. Sitting in that immortal's cave was a woman, the white-robed paragon. A slight smile suddenly broke out on her cold face. That smile was faint, yet was something rarely seen on her. Pretty good intuition, she said softly. At the same time, there was a location in the fourth mountain and sea that was filled with a sinister mist, within which was concealed the Yellow Springs, Reincarnation, and the boundless underworld. This location was a resting place to which all dead souls eventually returned. Within that mist was a palace built from richly ornamented buildings. It emanated an ancient, archaic air and dense yin-qi. Gradually, in the depths of that mist, an enormous figure became visible, who sat there cross-legged. The figure looked like a statue, like an immortal divinity who exerted pressure over the entire underworld, as if he suppressed the entire fourth mountain and sea. That figure's eyes seemed as if they would remain eternally closed, and yet, in that moment, they suddenly cracked open slightly. So, I am not alone in my Tao, he said slowly, his voice echoing out through the fourth mountain and sea. Back outside of Planet East Victory, Meng Hao's eyes glowed, and as the cracking sounds emanated out of body, his enlightenment grew. Anything can become an immortal meridian, he thought. Such a thing would be impossible for other true immortals, but for someone who has reached true immortality on their own, it is possible. Heaven and earth cannot restrict or restrain me. I will not be caged by the starry sky, nor buried under the vault of heaven. I don't need any approval from heaven and earth. True, authentic immortals approve of heaven and earth, not the other way around. Rumbling filled Meng Hao's mind. The cracking sounds grew more intense, and his body trembled even more violently. Brilliant light flickered out of his eyes as he suddenly raised his right hand and then pointed toward the door of immortality. I freely cultivated the sublime spirit scripture, Meng Hao murmured. I reached the great circle of qi condensation, acquired the perfect foundation, the perfect core, the perfect nascent soul. I formed perfect Tao fruit, and even broke through into the eternal stratum. My will cannot be eradicated within an eternity, so therefore my eternal stratum will be the basis of my 111th immortal meridian. Open! In that moment, his eternal stratum surged, causing numerous motes of light to appear inside of him. Those motes of light rapidly formed together, transforming into a 111th immortal meridian right next to his other 110 immortal meridians. The door of immortality trembled, and immortal light surged out. Immortal qi poured into Meng Hao, solidifying his eternal stratum immortal meridian. The meridian grew stronger and stronger, and was soon completely formed. At the same time, the 111th immortal dragon appeared outside of the door of immortality. It was a dragon of eternity which caused the starry sky to tremble with its roaring. Everyone out in the 9th mountain and sea stared in complete shock. When they saw the eternal immortal dragon appear outside the door of immortality, great waves of astonishment surged inside of them. Why, yet another immortal meridian? Is he even human? Could he be an ancient immortal, reincarnated into modern times? Countless cries of shock could be heard. The Tao realm patriarchs of the various sects and clans were even more shaken than the other cultivators. People like them were extremely rare, and most sects and clans only had one. However, as of this moment, all of them emerged from secluded meditation and stepped out into the starry skies to stare toward planet East Victory. The Fong clan has produced an incomprehensibly exceptional person. Waves of shock surged through the patriarchs, and complicated expressions appeared on their faces. If he is allowed to reach his potential, the Fong clan will flourish tremendously. I'm afraid the course of future events is going to change. This matter isn't necessarily good for the Fong clan, and is even less beneficial for the rest of us. As for who is worst off, it's the G clan. The last person to corroborate the Tao on their own was the Lord of the 4th Mountain and Sea, Kitagarbha. Now another person has corroborated their own Tao. The eyes of the patriarchs from the various sects and clans flickered, many of them with hesitation. It was at this point that more rumbling sounds emanated out from Meng Hao. More immortal chi poured into him as a 112th immortal meridian began to form inside of him. This was a chi and blood immortal meridian that he formed from his true immortal fleshly body. In the moment that Meng Hao achieved enlightenment on the fundamental nature of immortal meridians, everything changed. Now, a 112th immortal dragon roared into being next to the door of immortality. Each and every one of this immortal dragon's scales brimmed with the shocking power of chi and blood. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, a beam of light shot out from the peak of the 9th mountain. The light was gray, and it pierced through the starry sky directly toward planet East Victory. The gray light moved with incredible speed and seemed to be filled with the aura of karma. Apparently, if any living being touched it, they would be infected by karma, which could then be severed. The beam of light turned into a blade of karma severing which, in the blink of an eye, appeared outside of planet East Victory and then slashed down toward Meng Hao, who was right in the middle of forming immortal meridians. Instantly, a cold voice echoed out from the Fong clan's ancestral mansion beneath the surface of planet East Victory. G clan, dost thou dare? It was the clan's earth patriarch, the Tao realm patriarch, whose face flickered as he suddenly vanished from his position and then reappeared out in the starry sky, right in front of the gray light. He waved his right hand, causing essence power to surge out soundlessly. It slammed into the gray light. Karma power erupted, but was shattered and then faded away. The Tao realm patriarch retreated a few paces, and when he raised his head, his eyes were cold and somber. He raised his hand and pointed out into the sky, causing a massive ripple to sweep out from his finger, transforming into a shield which surrounded all of planet East Victory. Anyone who dares to mess with this Qilin son of the Fong clan will fight with me to the death. Even you, G clan. Don't force me to request the 1st generation patriarch's corpse to come out. I'll lug him up the 9th mountain on my back, and then only one of us will come out alive. The Fong clan's Tao realm earth patriarch was a white-haired old man. He was tall and muscular, and as he hovered there in the starry sky, he emanated a powerful essence aura that seemed capable of forcing all heaven and earth to acquiesce. A gleam like that of lightning flickered in his eyes as he stared coldly out into the void. His piercing gaze tore through the starry sky all the way to the peak of the 9th mountain. By this time, virtually all of the Tao realm patriarchs from the various sects and clans of the 9th mountain and sea had emerged and were looking toward planet East Victory. Each one was very quiet and did not speak. However, their eyes flickered, and their hearts were anything but calm. The G clan could be considered the paragon of the 9th mountain and sea. In the past, certain sects had put on a show of contending with the G clan, but in reality, everyone feared them. If ever there came a situation in which real fighting might occur, they would back down. Throughout all the years, very few situations had ever arisen in which real conflict occurred. Now, however, such a situation had now arisen with the Fang clan, and all of it was due to a single person, Meng Hao. Matters that pertained to the Dao realm were not visible to the whole of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Only peak ancient realm cultivators could sense some of the pressure coming from up above. No one else had any idea. Not even Meng Hao knew that by opening the immortal meridians as he just had, he ended up rousing killing intent in the Ji clan. Nor did he realize that the Fang clan patriarch had rushed to protect him in such a domineering fashion. The starry sky was silent for a long moment, after which the Ji clan responded to the Fang clan earth patriarch with a cold snort. The snort turned into intense ripples that exploded out of the Ninth Mountain. The face of the Fang clan's earth patriarch flickered in response. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed out from the Ninth Sea God world in the Ninth Sea. The voice was extremely archaic, and immediately filled the entire Ninth Mountain and Sea. Of course, nobody could actually hear it except for the less than 20 Dao realm patriarchs from the sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea who had currently revealed themselves. However, the words caused their minds to spin. Fang Mu is a conclave disciple of the Ninth Sea God world. In the instant that the voice could be heard, the Ji clan's energy suddenly faltered. Next, another cold voice rang out from one of the other three great Taoist societies, the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto on planet West Felicity. The voice almost seemed to be echoing out from ancient times as it spread out through the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Fang Mu was named the top candidate by the three great Taoist societies. In response to the voice, the Ji clan's energy faltered again. Now it seemed to be hesitating. In the instant that the Ji clan paused, yet another voice rang out from the immortal ancient Taoist right on the Ninth Mountain. The voice was calm, but was filled with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron. It was a voice that was even more domineering than the one from the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. Fang Mu is connected by destiny to the immortal ancient Taoist rite. Fighting between him and members of his generation is permitted, but elder generations slaughtering him is not. When the Dao realm patriarchs from the sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea heard these voices, their minds trembled, and their eyes shone with a strange light. The Fang clan by itself couldn't possibly win in a fight against the Ji clan, but they still can't be underestimated. The Ji clan would surely suffer serious losses. However, if you add in the three great Taoist societies, the Ji clan is definitely more than a match for any given sect or clan. However, if the three great Taoist societies joined forces, they would easily be a match for the Ji clan. Now that the Fang clan has taken a stand, if the Ji clan doesn't resolve the situation deftly, it could result in a huge war in the Nine Mountains and Seas. Most important of all is that the three great Taoist societies' reserves are far too profound. The lords of the mountain and sea may change, but the Taoist societies will exist for all eternity. The patriarch's eyes glittered. However, some of them had secret connections to the Ji clan, and these looked toward Planet East victory with cold indifference. The Ji clan remained silent. Gradually, seemingly after having considered the situation, their energy dissipated and an ancient voice echoed out. Is this really worth it? Then, the Ji clan's energy disappeared completely. The auras of the three great Taoist societies also faded away from the starry sky. The Ninth Mountain and Sea returned to normal. Few people knew about what had just happened. However, the Fang clan's Dao realm patriarch didn't return to his original position. Instead, he sat down cross-legged in the starry sky to stand as a Dharma protector for Meng Hao. As he looked at Meng Hao, who was not too far off, by the door of immortality, his mouth turned up into a slight smile, and his eyes gleamed with anticipation. All right, kid. It's time for you to unleash all your potential. Show us what you have and don't be afraid. Cultivators like us need to live for glory. As if by some bizarre coincidence, more rumbling sounds could be heard as soon as the Fang clan's Dao realm patriarch looked over at Meng Hao. Meng Hao's hair and clothes whipped in the wind, and scintillating immortal light and immortal chi swirled around him. Meng Hao's eyes glowed brightly as his 112th immortal meridian was completed. Now that he understood the nature of immortal meridians, he wanted to determine exactly how well he understood them. If he was going to rise to prominence, he might as well leave everyone completely and utterly shocked. I really want to know exactly how many meridians I can open. My 113th meridian will be based on hexing magic. The 8th demon sealing hex, bodily cultivation hexing. That is my 113th meridian. Meng Hao's right hand flashed in an incantation gesture, then waved through the air. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard, and although nobody else could see it, the 8th demon sealing hex transformed into a magical symbol inside of him. Immortal chi poured into him and began to solidify. Another immortal meridian rapidly formed, which then absorbed shocking amounts of immortal chi until it was fully formed. Meng Hao's aura grew stronger, and at the same time, a 113th immortal dragon appeared outside the door of immortality. Its roaring echoed out in all directions, shaking the 9th mountain and sea. This immortal dragon shone with bizarre light, and if you looked at it for too long, you felt your cultivation base becoming rigid, and your body growing stiff. All of the cultivators who saw it were filled with shock. Before anyone could even begin to comment, though, more rumbling could be heard from Meng Hao as he opened another immortal meridian. The 7th demon sealing hex, karmic hexing, began to send the aura of karma out into his body. Not a bit emerged outside of him. Immortal chi was sucked in, and after the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the meridian was completely formed. 114 meridians. Another immortal dragon appeared, fierce and emanating a power of karma that shook heaven and earth. The aura of the Ji clan seemed to be on the verge of erupting again, but in the end, it didn't. Open again. Meng Hao's eyes shone with determination as he used the demon sealing hexing magic to form immortal meridians. His aura grew stronger as he then moved on to the 6th demon sealing hex, life-death hexing. Rumbling emanated out from his body as all of the cultivators from the 9th mountain and sea looked on with wide eyes and open jaws. Soon, the 6th hex completed its meridian inside of Meng Hao, and a 115th immortal dragon appeared outside of the door of immortality. 115 meridians. Just how many meridians is this Feng Hao going to open? A chosen like this is completely unheard of. How come he can open so many meridians? The most that other people were able to open is 98. There has to be some reason. It's impossible for someone to have prepared so well and be so talented that they could reach such an inhuman level. The 9th mountain and sea was completely shaken, and countless cultivators were in an uproar. They had been shocked as it was when Meng Hao had opened 100 meridians, but now that he had reached 115, their shock had actually turned into suspicion. They really didn't understand how Meng Hao could possibly have outdistanced everyone else by so much. Amidst their excitement, the members of the Feng clan on Planet East Victory had also begun to conjecture, and all sorts of theories sprang up, but only the direct bloodline had no doubts at all and seemed to be filled with nothing but pure excitement. Feng Wei looked up into the sky and clenched his fists tightly. Is it because he reached true immortality on his own and corroborated his own Tao? He murmured to himself. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes again and decided to watch no further. It doesn't matter how many meridians you open. I have nirvana fruits, so I can still kill you. It wasn't just Feng Wei who was thinking along these lines. The other true immortal chosen of the 9th mountain and sea also picked up on clues that led them to similar conclusions. In their hearts, they felt nothing but bitterness. So it turns out that corroborating the Tao on one's own has this kind of effect. But to corroborate the Tao on one's own is monumentally difficult. Meng Hao must have come across some indescribable good fortune, which is why he was able to succeed. Cultivation is a matter of defying the heavens. So who cares if he opens 115 meridians? We all have secret augmentary magics that will enable us to fight him. Even as discussions raged in the 9th mountain and sea, Meng Hao looked up. His cultivation base surged with the power of immortal ascension. Immortal power filled him with a sense of incredible might, to a degree that it was impossible to even compare to what he was like before opening the door of immortality. I can still get stronger, he thought. 115 immortal meridians is not my limit. He gritted his teeth. His eyes were shot with blood and seemed to be filled with insanity. Fifth demon sealing hex, inside-outside hex. He lifted his right hand, within which appeared a fingernail-sized rift. He quickly clenched his hand into a fist, after which rumbling sounds filled him, along with numerous tiny, illusory rifts. Boundless immortal chi was sucked into him, causing him to tremble, and his face to go pale. His body seemed to be filled with rifts. After all, he could barely force the usage of the fifth hex. This hex was a Taoist magic designed to be used at the peak of the ancient realm. "Open up," he roared. Rumbling and cracking sounds filled him as majestic immortal chi continuously flowed into him. Eventually, enough time passed for 2 incense sticks to burn. Meng Hao endured the intense pain the entire time, after which he coughed up a mouthful of blood and then began to chuckle. As his laughter rang out, a 116th immortal meridian solidified. He had forced it to open and solidify. The immortal meridian was unstable, but even still, it was there. Meng Hao's aura soared up, and yet another immortal dragon appeared outside of the door of immortality. This dragon was both illusory and real. It was occasionally blurry and occasionally clear. As it soared about, the void around it seemed to both collapse and bulge, causing all observers to gasp. He still hasn't reached his true limit yet? 116 meridians. Does that make him chosen? I've been stuck in the immortal realm for years now. I may just be a false immortal, but I opened 70 meridians. He has nearly 50 more than me. As he continues to grow, the 9th mountain and sea most likely won't be his limit. He'll probably advance even further. As everyone watched Meng Hao, various thoughts ran through their heads, some frustrated, some emotional, some grudging, some jealous. Feng Wei's eyes were closed, and he refused to watch. As for the chosen of the various other sects and clans, most of them were acting similarly. Only Li Linger continued to observe. Meng Hao hovered in the starry sky, quietly probing his meridians. 116 immortal meridians. 100 of them represented the limits of his own body. 8 were immortal chi meridians arising from the bronze soul lamp. 2 had been gifted by outer forces, materializing power buried within him. Another 2 had been formed from his own divine abilities and cultivation base, becoming meridians of immortal magic. The final 4 were different. They were meridians formed because of the demon sealers and were not true immortal meridians but rather demon sealer meridians. This was his current limit. He hovered there outside of the door of immortality, looking at the 116 immortal dragons swirling gracefully in the starry sky. He had never imagined that his opening the door of immortality would be accompanied by such splendorous glory. "Preparation is the key to success," he murmured. As he said the words, he realized that upon opening the door of immortality, he had unleashed all of the accumulations of good fortune and destiny in his life. He was like a flower that had bloomed at the perfect time. "Dad, Mom," he said, looking off in the direction of Planet South Heaven. "You're on Planet South Heaven? But can you see what I'm doing here? Your sun hasn't lost any face for you. I'm right here, a blazing sun, the center of all attention." Meng Hao could well imagine how his current actions were shaking all of the cultivators of the 9th mountain and sea. That would be especially true of the true immortal chosen, who would be stabbed to the heart by the number of immortal meridians he had opened. However, he didn't care. His goal had never been to catch up to any other person. His only goal was to exceed himself. "I think I can probably open 1 more meridian." His eyes were bloodshot, but they shone with brilliant light as he stood there tall and straight beneath the door of immortality, like a sharp, unsheathed sword. Almost as soon as his eyes began to shine, something happened in a sect on the 9th mountain. Within that sect were countless buildings, divided into 10 areas. Each area was filled with crowds of cultivators. all of them in the midst of practicing cultivation. The entire sect seemed to form a gigantic city, which exerted suffocating pressure even from a distance. It was a sect that, from the look of it, had existed for ages. All of the buildings seemed to exude the feeling of time, as if they had existed for years upon years. If you traced the origin of these buildings, you would find that apparently they were older than the era of Lord Ji or even Lord Li. They had existed for virtually as long as the 9 mountains and seas themselves. This was none other than the immortal ancient Taoist rite. This was the foremost of the 3 great Taoist societies of the 9th mountain and sea. This was the only sect that could cause the Ji clan to stand down, the most paramount sect, which existed on the 9th mountain itself. In the middle of those 10 areas of the sect was a huge public square paved with green stones. It emanated a primordial aura that spread out in all directions. Currently, 4 old men sat cross-legged in the middle of that square. Shockingly, all of them radiated the power of the Tao realm. Any one of these old men could completely shake the entire 9th mountain and sea. "This kid is connected by destiny to the immortal ancient Taoist rite," said one of them, his voice ancient. "According to our Tao rules, if he can open 117 meridians, then we will unleash the power of the Taoist rite and help him to create an immortal ancient Taoist meridian." The other 3 men nodded. "Let's just watch and see the extent of his good fortune. He currently has 116 meridians. Will he get that 117th meridian, and then ours to make 2 more meridians? Legend has it that Kitagarbha of the 4th mountain and sea opened 120 immortal meridians. If he opens 1 more and then gets ours, that would put him at 118. It's impossible to judge what his future will be like. Yet, it would be extremely difficult to exceed Kitagarbha. The kid has already reached his limit. Even if we help him by adding another, he most likely won't be able to do so. Let's see what his destiny holds, and how much good fortune he has accumulated. If his destiny is sufficient, it might not be impossible." At the same time that the immortal ancient Taoist rite was deciding what to do with Meng Hao, he hovered there outside of planet East Victory, beneath the door of immortality, his eyes shining intensely. Veins of blood shot through his eyes, which radiated intense determination. "I used 4 great demon sealing hexes to form immortal meridians. Well then, looking at all my other divine abilities and magical techniques, I wonder if I can do the same thing with 1 thought stellar transformation." Starlight began to shine in Meng Hao's left eye, but no matter what method he attempted, he couldn't get it to form into a meridian. However, that didn't stop him from trying to do the same thing with all the other powerful divine abilities he had mastered. He gave it a shot with all of them, but, regrettably, none of them allowed him to form immortal meridians. All fell short, even 1 thought stellar transformation. "There is still 1 more divine ability," he thought, slowly raising his head. "The Paragon Bridge. I can use the projection of the Paragon Bridge to form a Paragon Immortal Meridian." Without any further hesitation, Meng Hao unleashed the power of the Paragon Bridge. In the instant the power surged out, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The fact that he used it repeatedly in such a short amount of time caused the backlash power to increase by multiple times. During this time, the immortal light began to fade, as if it had sensed that Meng Hao was unable to open up any new immortal meridians. Soon it was completely gone. The starry sky was pitch black, and the door of immortality began to slowly fade away and shut. No more immortal chi emanated out, and it looked like it would disappear into the starry sky at any moment. Not enough destiny. The 4 old men in the immortal ancient Taoist right side. Their immortal ancient Taoist meridian was not something that they would bestow lightly. They would only give it to someone who had opened 117 meridians. That was a Tao rule of the immortal ancient Taoist rite that had to be followed. It was at this point that many audience members out in the 9th mountain and sea let out long sighs. Meng Hao was completely inhuman and terrifying, but now that everything was over, people began to recover from all the shock. 116 is more than enough. A collection of immortal meridians like that is enough to scare anyone. What a pity. I was really hoping to see if he could actually open. Huh? What is he doing? Even in the midst of all the discussions, cries of shock suddenly rang out in various regions. Gasps could also be heard as everyone looked over at Meng Hao. In the exact moment in which the door of immortality was about to close and fade away permanently, Meng Hao suddenly raised both hands into the air. Simultaneously, the 116 immortal dragons that soared around him let out roars that shook everything. The starry sky trembled as the 116 dragons shot toward Meng Hao. Rumbling echoed out as they slammed into him and then disappeared. Meng Hao's aura then began to explode up as the power of 116 immortal meridians was unleashed. Paragon Bridge appear. Meng Hao's eyes were bright red as he went all out with every scrap of power he could muster. He threw his head back and roared. His body trembled, and thumping sounds could be heard. Patches of skin exploded, and a haze of blood and gore could be seen as the Paragon Bridge materialized inside of him. At the same time that the Paragon Bridge appeared, the indistinct door of immortality paused, then suddenly rematerialized. Immortal light poured out, and strong immortal chi surged toward Meng Hao. Boundless immortal chi poured into his body, causing the Paragon Bridge to turn into an immortal meridian. Everyone who was watching was astonished, and the four old men in the immortal ancient Taoist rite watched very closely. Massive rumbling filled the air as Meng Hao's mangled body was racked by waves of intense pain. As the pain inundated him, he gritted his teeth and forced the Paragon Immortal Meridian to rapidly solidify. 10%, 20%, 30%. Blood oozed out of Meng Hao's mouth, and his vision grew blurry. However, he clenched his jaw and forced his 116 immortal meridians to explode with power. 40%. 50%, 60%, 70%. Open up, he roared. Shocking rumbling sounds could be heard as gradually he reached 80%, then 90%. Finally, the immortal meridian reached 100% completion. Heaven and earth shook, and countless onlookers were left in a state of shock. Many people who had been sitting there cross-legged suddenly rose to their feet, their eyes wide with intense astonishment. Amidst the crashing roars, immortal light swirled, and a 117th immortal meridian formed inside of Meng Hao. At the same time, a 117th immortal dragon appeared outside of the door of immortality, shocking to the extreme. Furthermore, this most recent immortal dragon emanated the aura of a paragon. This was none other than a paragon immortal dragon. Inside the immortal ancient Taoist rite, the four old men looked on with strange gleams in their eyes. After exchanging glances, they began to smile with anticipation. Unleash the power of the immortal ancient Taoist rite. Merge the wills of the Taoist rite cultivators to call upon the immortal divinity of the ancient Taoist rite. Bestow the meridian. The four men immediately began to perform incantations. Intense rumbling could be heard as four streams of shocking chi shot out into the starry sky. At the same time, a primordial will erupted out from all of the structures in the sect. Cracking sounds could be heard as the ground between the four men tore apart. To form the character Mouthko, all of the cultivators in the Taoist rite went into a trance as they heard voices speaking into their ears. They settled down cross-legged and began to chant Taoist scriptures, the sound of which echoed out in all directions. The ground quaked as a gigantic square cauldron flew up into the sky. Inside of that cauldron was a scroll painting that was yellowed with age, as if it had existed for countless years. The painting depicted three people: a woman, a middle-aged man, and an old man. The woman was incredibly beautiful, with a smile like a flower. The middle-aged man wore a light smile and had surging energy. The light in his eyes seemed to contain all living things. As for the old man, his bearing was lofty and dignified, like that of a transcendent being, and yet he wore a frown. If you looked closely at his brow, you would be shocked to notice the furrowed wrinkles formed the character Immortaltion. If Meng Hao were present, his mind would definitely be reeling with shock. That was because the woman in the painting was none other than the white-robed paragon from the ruins of immortality. Gentle light radiated out of the painting, spreading out to fill the entire area. The sky above the immortal ancient Taoist rite transformed into an illusory world. Within that world were countless life forms sitting cross-legged in meditation, listening to a sermon being given regarding the Tao, delivered by an old man who sat cross-legged at their fore. That old man was the same old man depicted in the scroll painting. He nonchalantly waved his hand, causing an enormous immortal Shen character to appear. It was virtually impossible to describe the shocking energy that emanated from this character, which seemed capable of suppressing all heaven and earth. It glittered for a moment, before suddenly shooting out into the starry sky, creating a beam of glistening light as it sped toward Planet East Victory and Meng Hao. The immortal character flew out, piercing through the starry sky, transforming into a spectacularly stunning beam of light. It looked like an immortal flying through the sky. In the blink of an eye, it appeared outside of Planet East Victory, next to the door of immortality, where it once again materialized into an enormous immortal character. The character emanated pressure comparable to that of the door of immortality, causing it to tremble as if it were being provoked. Ripples began to spread out as the character trembled and moved toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's mind was spinning as he looked at the huge immortal character, and his whole body shook. That character looked very familiar. It was just like the character he had seen unleashed by the old man in the visions he had experienced back in the immortal ancient Taoist rite temple on planet South Heaven. The immortal ancient Taoist rite, he thought. He gaped in shock as the immortal character approached him. It rapidly shrank until it was only a few centimeters tall, whereupon it fused into Meng Hao's forehead. In that instant, scintillating light filled with a primordial, savage aura exploded from within Meng Hao. Right now, he didn't even need a scrap of immortal chi from the door of immortality. The immortal character immediately transformed of its own volition into an immortal meridian, becoming Meng Hao's 118th meridian. In the same moment, the immortal meridian that had formed from the smoke of the bronze soul lamp began to glitter with a strange light, as if it were now reflecting the glory of this new immortal meridian. Rumbling echoed out from within Meng Hao as an 118th immortal dragon appeared outside of the door of immortality, where it roared and swirled through the starry sky. This dragon was completely golden, and seemed to embody everything immortal. Its roars shook the hearts of everyone who could hear. That's... Am I seeing things? Was that actually an immortal character that just fused with Feng Hao? Where did that immortal character come from? The ninth mountain and sea was abuzz with shock, and all onlookers were astonished. Only the Tao realm patriarchs from the various sects and clans looked with glittering eyes toward the ninth mountain. Obviously, they weren't looking toward the Ji clan, but rather the other force that was qualified to occupy the ninth mountain, one of the three great Taoist societies, the immortal ancient Taoist rite. Meng Hao also looked up in the direction of the ninth mountain. Although his cultivation base wasn't strong enough to allow him to see it, he could still sense it. He knew that the immortal character did not originate from planet South Heaven. He also knew that outside of planet South Heaven in the ninth mountain and sea, there was another immortal ancient Taoist rite temple, one that was not in ruins. It was in fact one of the three great Taoist societies. Meng Hao didn't say anything, but he clasped hands and bowed deeply. It was a bow full of gratitude. He knew that the immortal ancient Taoist rite had bestowed him with good fortune by opening another immortal meridian for him. Giving him an immortal meridian was a type of good fortune that was no simple task. Even with their deep reserves, they had surely paid a heavy price for what they had just done. "Many thanks," he said softly. His 118 immortal meridians caused everything to shake, and Meng Hao knew that everything was now over. 118 immortal meridians was a level that Meng Hao was satisfied with. Now he wanted to know, after the door of immortality closed, exactly how powerful he would be. However, there was something Meng Hao wasn't aware of. Floating in the starry sky outside of planet East Victory was someone who was feeling very torn at the moment. It was none other than the Feng clan's Tao realm expert, the Earth Patriarch. He hovered cross-legged, acting as Dharma protector for Meng Hao, and currently, his eyes were bright red, filled with a look that encompassed both struggle and hesitation. Damn you, immortal ancient Taoist right. What the hell do you people think you're doing? Huh? So you're blessing the Qilin son of the Fang clan with some good fortune, not out of the kindness of your heart, but to undermine our clan? You think blessing him with some good fortune will fill him with enough gratitude to want to become your disciple? Damn it, that's a good thing, but if you let everyone in the Ninth Mountain and Sea know, it will definitely cast the Fang clan in a very bad light. What, you think we don't have our own immortal meridians to hand out? The patriarch was incensed. It was like there were two rich people, one of whom had a son. Suddenly, another rich person came along and arranged for his own daughter to marry the son, and then loudly announced that he was fulfilling a responsibility of which the young man's father was incapable. To a member of the elder generation of the clan, something like this was like a slap to the face. He was now in a complete rage. Fudge! Stinking immortal ancient Taoist right. Our Fang clan has existed for generations. We can do the same thing. Enduring the pain of it, the Earth Patriarch gritted his teeth and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, then pointed down toward Planet East Victory. That gesture caused essence power to erupt out. Planet East Victory quaked violently, and even stopped rotating momentarily. At the same time, a drop of blood shot out from the forehead of all of the members of the Fang clan. That included the Grand Elder, Fang Xiushan, and even Fang Wei. They could exercise absolutely no control over the drop of blood that came out of them. "No!" cried Fang Wei. His eyes were wide, and his expression was one of fury. Considering the level of his cultivation base, though, how could he possibly resist? He could only watch as the drop of blood emerged and then flew away. "Bloodline dragon!" The Fang clan Earth Patriarch roared. All of the drops of blood flew into the air, one for each and every member of the Fang clan. There were no exceptions. All of the drops of blood merged together in midair to form a blood dragon, which roared as it shot through the air. A drop of blood even emerged from the Earth Patriarch's forehead, and when it merged into the blood dragon, the dragon burst into flames, causing all of the blood from the Fang clan to be refined and tempered to the ultimate degree. After that, the Fang clan patriarch gritted his teeth and then pointed toward the Fang clan again. The Fang clan's Dao bell materialized and tolled loudly. At the same time, an ancient bottle flew out from inside the bell, within which were 3 drops of blood, one of which flew out into the air. It was a single tiny drop, but it caused heaven and earth to fill with flashing colors. A huge wind kicked up, and blood-red light shone onto the faces of all observing cultivators. That's soul blood from the first-generation patriarch of the Fang clan. Crazy! The immortal ancient Taoist right pissed off Fang Shoudao so much that he actually pulled out a signature treasure of the Fang clan. Everybody says that Fang Shoudao has a short temper and is easily provoked. Looks like it's true. Those 3 drops of soul blood must have been left behind after the Fang clan's first-generation patriarch passed away into meditation. Even Lord Ji would covet that. The Dao realm patriarch from the various sects and clans all looked on with gaping mouths. Deep beneath the surface of the Fang clan, the 6 patriarchs' minds were spinning. What is eldest brother doing? The Fang clan's Earth Patriarch had a vicious look on his face. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and then waved his hand through the air. Immediately, the first-generation Patriarch's drop of soul blood shot toward the bloodline dragon, and then merged into it. A boom could be heard as the dragon began to seethe again, and then rapidly shrink down to form a blood-colored character. Fang Fang. This single character emanated a shocking sensation of bloodline power, including that of reincarnation. The power of 4 lives of reincarnation that pulsed in the blood of the Fang clan now shook the entire 9th mountain and sea. The Fang character glittered and pulsed with shocking power as it shot toward Meng Hao, who stared with wide eyes at what was happening, but wasn't completely dazed. He could sense the bloodline aura coming from the character, and it set his own blood aboil. A sensation of mutual attraction suddenly caused his heart and mind to tremble fiercely. "What's going on?" he thought. "The Fang clan is actually helping me?" Meng Hao's eyes were wide as he watched the blood-colored Fang character bear down on him and then merge into his forehead. Rumbling immediately filled his body, and his blood seemed to grow stronger than ever. At the same time, the Fong character caused a bloodline dragon to form inside of him. A 119th immortal meridian formed, stimulated by the soul blood of the first-generation patriarch, with the blood of all members of the Fong clan as its foundation. Therefore, it did not need any immortal power from the door of immortality. At the same time, a 119th immortal dragon appeared next to the door of immortality. It emanated the aura of the Fong clan bloodline and caused everything in the area to shake violently. Meng Hao could sense his cultivation base growing more powerful, and he could sense his Fong clan bloodline become even stronger. Although he was not able to test it right now, he was sure that his bloodline gate beam would no longer be 30,000 meters, but even more terrifyingly powerful. Apparently, this was the power of ancestral awakening. Next, the voice of the Fong clan's Earth Patriarch echoed out through the starry sky into Meng Hao's ears, causing him to gape. "All right, immortal ancient Taoist, right? If you people are so powerful, then bestow another immortal meridian to my clan's Qilin son. If you do, the Fong clan will match you. Come on. We'll match you one meridian for another." As soon as the Earth Patriarch's voice rang out, the patriarchs of the various sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea all quieted down. The four old men in the immortal ancient Taoist rite snorted coldly, but didn't dare to respond. They had no more meridians to send. The Fong clan Earth Patriarch looked quite proud. Although it hurt him inwardly, and although it seemed like he was acting impulsively, anyone who reached his cultivation level would be able to control their own thoughts. Seeing that there was no response from the immortal ancient Taoist rite, he frowned. "Not gonna send another one?" he thought. "Well, it's too bad that we couldn't swindle another meridian out of them. In any case, this kid has reached this point all on his own, plus he doesn't feel much loyalty to the clan. Therefore, it was necessary to give him that drop of soul blood." When Meng Hao heard the words spoken by the Fong clan Earth Patriarch, his expression was a bit strange. He looked at the 119th immortal dragon, then back down at planet East Victory. Although it wouldn't be correct to say that his feelings of detachment had completely dissipated, at least he didn't feel as much of an outsider as before. 119 meridians, he thought, looking back at the door of immortality. It was at this point that a new voice suddenly whispered in his ear. An ancient, archaic voice. "Do you still remember me? My name is Chomen Tai." When Meng Hao heard those two sentences, and that name, his heart seized. He suddenly jerked his head to look out into the stars. What he was looking for seemed to be outside of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Far away on another planet, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. His eyes slowly opened and he smiled. "I didn't perish. My clone fell onto planet South Heaven years ago, and left you with Immortal shows the way. I told you that when you reached Immortal Ascension, you could use its power to cause a starry sky to descend. Today, I'll give you a bit of the starry sky of Permitharis world to form an immortal meridian, and help you to future glory. Remember, come to planet Tiger Cage in the 7th mountain. I left a little gift for you there. There's someone I want to resurrect, and I hope you can help me out with that in the future. Therefore, I'm going to help you now." Rumble. Meng Hao's mind spun as he recalled Chomen Tai, the immortal's corpse that had fallen from the sky way back when he was a mere chi condensation cultivator. The ancient voice echoed in Meng Hao's mind like thunder. The sound eventually turned into a series of explosive reverberations that stirred Meng Hao's memories. He saw scenes from events on planet South Heaven. He saw that moment in which he stood atop the Tower of Tang in the state of Zhao, and looked upon foreign battlefield within the clouds. On the battlefield was an enormous coffin, next to which was a corpse, who suddenly opened its eyes. Then the corpse plummeted down to the earth. Later, after his trial by fire in the Violet Fate sect, he actually entered into the corpse. All of these images played out in Meng Hao's mind. In the end, the rumbling in his mind transformed into 3 characters, which formed a name. Chomen Tai. Meng Hao looked up, and his heart trembled violently as a beam of light flew towards him from outside of the 9th mountain and sea. Shockingly, it came from the 7th mountain. It swept across the 7th mountain, passed through the 8th mountain, then flew with indescribable speed past countless shocked cultivators to appear in the 9th mountain. Presently, the starry sky above the 9th mountain and sea began to undulate. The Dao realm patriarchs from the various sects and clans hovered in midair, watching the beam of light with unprecedented seriousness. In the Ji clan on the 9th mountain, an eye appeared that seemed capable of gazing upon the entire 9th mountain and sea, and it stared at the incoming beam of light. The light shot like a meteor directly toward planet East Victory and Meng Hao. The stars shook, and all living beings were astonished. The cultivation base of a Dao Lord. At minimum, that's a 4 essences cultivation base. Only a cultivation base like that, something higher than a 3 essences Dao Lord, would be able to shake heaven and earth in such a fashion. It's coming from the 7th mountain. There are only a few Dao Lords in all the 9 mountains and seas. Who is this person? That aura is completely unfamiliar. The Dao realm patriarchs of the 9th mountain and sea looked on with wide eyes. The beam of light caused rumbling sounds as it split the sky, appearing directly in front of Meng Hao and then slamming into his chest. Instantly, it fused into his body. Massive rumbling filled him, and he stretched his arms out wide. He threw his head back and roared, and his hair whipped about wildly. The sound of the roar echoed out as chi filled his body. That beam of light seemed to have been materialized from the starry sky of some tiny world. It was a starry sky meridian. It rapidly fused with Meng Hao, transforming into an immortal meridian. It was like a starry sky, complete with boundless starlight that caused Meng Hao's aura to once again experience a breakthrough. It climbed rapidly to an extent that would shock even many ancient realm experts with one soul lamp extinguished. When the beam of light faded away completely, a massive tremor ran through Meng Hao, and indescribable pain filled him. The starry sky meridian solidified so rapidly that it was impossible to even see. It forced its way open with virtually no resistance. The door of immortality trembled, and immortal chi poured out to assist. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Meng Hao opened his eyes, and shocking rumbling sounds could be heard. 120 meridians had appeared. In the moment that the meridian appeared, another immortal dragon arose, swirling through the air. The 120th immortal dragon was a starry sky dragon. The dragon's body appeared to have been formed from starlight, and when it appeared, it seemed capable of merging into the starry sky at any time. Shocking pressure emanated out as it roared along with the other dragons. All of planet East Victory was shaken, as was the 9th mountain and sea. Each and every person was completely focused on Meng Hao. Such destiny is completely unheard of. That Dao Lord from outside this mountain and sea bestowed him with a starry sky meridian. The level of good fortune this kid has is something I've only seen 1 or 2 other people possess. I thought 100 meridians was his limit, and then he opened 108. At that point, I thought he was really done. But then he opened 117. I figured that he couldn't possibly exceed 117. But then his destiny erupted and the immortal ancient Taoist rite and the Fong clan both gave him a meridian, as well as a paragon from outside this mountain and sea. The patriarchs of the various clans didn't say anything, but it was impossible for them to keep their hearts calm. They could never have possibly imagined that a member of the junior generation opening immortal meridians would cause them to be so shocked. The Ji clan on the 9th mountain also maintained silence. The eye that could gaze upon the entire 9th mountain and sea vanished as if it had never appeared. The chosen watched the scene with blank expressions. When they saw Meng Hao successfully open 120 meridians, profound sensations of powerlessness filled them. The distance between them and Meng Hao seemed to only grow greater and greater. Meng Hao's parents stood excitedly in the Tower of Tang on planet South Heaven. Their eyes shone with pride as they looked at the illusory image of Meng Hao opening his immortal meridians on planet East Victory. "Hao," Meng Li whispered. She was elated to see her son rising to prominence, and her eyes shone with a gentle warmth. Next to her stood Fang Xiufeng, whose facial expression was the same as ever, but whose heart was bursting with pride. He could sense that one reason why Meng Hao was doing this was for their sake. Meng Hao wanted to prove to everyone in the Fang clan that it didn't matter if it was before or now. He was the number one chosen in clan, and always would be. As for his father and mother, it didn't matter that they were far away on planet South Heaven. They could sense the respect coming from the clan. 120 immortal meridians completely shook the 9th mountain and sea. It was at this moment that, in the 4th mountain and sea, deep within the mists in the mysterious underworld, that enormous statue suddenly opened its eyes. Instantly, all of the underworld went silent. Time suddenly seemed to stop in the entire 4th mountain and sea, which went completely quiet. The innumerable souls being reborn in the Yellow Springs and the river of Reincarnation all stopped moving. It was as if only that statue existed in the 4th mountain and sea. A profound gleam appeared in its eyes as it stared off in the direction of the 9th mountain. After a long moment passed, the statue lifted its right hand and performed an incantation gesture that appeared to be a type of augury. After a long moment, a sigh could be heard. I can't see his future. From the moment my Tao was realized until now, this is the third person whose future I have been unable to see. However, I am able to see his past. I'll sow some positive destiny. After all, he and I will meet eventually. After murmuring these words, the statue extended its right hand, causing a dharmic decree to appear. This dharmic decree emanated a supreme will. Although it seemed illusory, this was actually the highest level of dharmic decree that could be issued in the 4th mountain and sea. Visible on the dharmic decree was a string of text, written in large characters. Among the souls being reincarnated from the 9th mountain and sea is a woman surnamed Su. Send 10,000 ghosts to escort her. Give her first-rate good fortune, and a life of peace and safety. The dharmic decree glowed with boundless light, then gradually faded away. The statue closed its eyes, and in that instant, the 4th mountain and sea returned to normal. That statue was none other than the lord of the 4th mountain and sea, Kitagarbha. In the year that Meng Hao had taken that boat trip through the starry sky with that mysterious old man, even he had taken Kitagarbha very seriously. Meng Hao would have no way of imagining that in the moment that he reached true immortal ascension, he would attract such a commotion. Apparently, his opening of the door of immortality was like a tipping point. All of the destiny he had built up in his life merged together to form into golden opportunity. Chomentai, the resurrection lily, patriarch blood demon, the immortal ancient Taoist rite. They all formed immortal meridians that caused him to explode with power. Meng Hao hovered outside the door of immortality, and his eyes flickered with brilliant light. He could sense the boundless power of his 120 immortal meridians. He saw the 120 immortal dragons roaring, and could sense that he was very strong. He slowly lowered his head and then clasped hands and bowed toward the starry sky. That bow was a bow of thanks to everyone who had assisted him, an expression of appreciation for all the destiny and good fortune he had encountered. All of the cultivators in the 9th mountain and sea looked on silently as Meng Hao bowed. None of them could possibly have imagined that Meng Hao's opening of the door of immortality would end in this way. As everyone looked on, it appeared as if the event was now ending. The door of immortality once again began to grow blurry, the immortal light began to fade away, and the immortal chi began to dissipate. However, many people had the feeling deep inside that Meng Hao was still going to open more immortal meridians. Time passed. As the door of immortality seemed to be on the verge of fading away completely, that feeling also began to vanish. Finally, people began to sigh. It's finally finished. 120 meridians is something completely unheard of. In my entire long life, this is the most powerful true immortal destiny I've ever seen. On planet East Victory, Fang Wei's jaw was tightly clenched. Suddenly, rumbling sounds could be heard as he shot up into the air. All of the members of the Fang clan looked on in shock as he rose up into the sky. Fang Hao, it's time for us to fight. Fang Wei's voice was hoarse as it echoed out in all directions. His cultivation base surged to life. He had no choice but to fight. It didn't matter how powerful Meng Hao had become. he would still fight. He would fight in front of all eyes, including all onlookers in the ninth mountain and sea. He would defeat Meng Hao in front of all of them. He would kill him. That was the only way for him to step out from behind Meng Hao's shadow. In that same moment, the faces of all of the other true immortal chosen flickered with the desire to do battle. They were thinking the same thing as Feng Wei. Whether they won or lost, they had to fight. If they lost their will to fight, then they would never again have the opportunity to stand on equal ground with Meng Hao. Even as their desire to do battle rose up, the patriarchs of the various sects to which those chosen belonged silently waved their hands, causing numerous teleportation portals to appear. All the chosen had to do was step into those portals, and they would be able to go to planet East Victory. However, even as they clenched their jaws and prepared to enter the teleportation portals, even as Feng Wei's voice echoed out into the starry sky, even as the door of immortality was about to vanish completely, suddenly, a sigh could be heard echoing out among the stars. It filled the sky above planet East Victory and entered Meng Hao's ears, whereupon he suddenly trembled and looked up. "Hey, little brother. I'm going to take father's place to give you a meridian." The voice was soft and ancient, and when it echoed out, an aura exploded up from the Ji clan on the ninth mountain. Apparently, someone there knew where that voice came from, and it left them completely shocked. The voice came from the ancient demon Immortal sect. It was a mysterious location in the starry sky of the ninth mountain and sea, a place that opened at a set interval of years. It was not part of the ruins of immortality, nor as mysterious as those ruins, but due to other historical events, had become a taboo area within the ninth mountain and sea. Whenever it did open up, chosen from the various planets would travel to the ancient demon Immortal sect, a place which was both familiar and strange to everyone. It was a location originally created by Lord Li, and was where the Ji and Feng clans had resided and flourished. It had existed for ages, during which time the so-called sects of modern times were mere denominations of the ancient demon Immortal sect. That was true of both the modern-day Holy Lands as well as the three churches and six sects. Only the three great Taoist societies were not part of the ancient demon Immortal sect at that time. According to the legends, a fierce creature existed there who frightened even Lord Ji, something named Night. The stories said that Night could control the power of time and could send people into ancient times in a dreamlike state. Supposedly, there was also a person in the ancient demon Immortal sect who lived on top of a mountain peak. Sometimes he would laugh, at other times he would cry, and occasionally he would just stand there silently. Now, a voice echoed out from the ancient demon Immortal sect, and as soon as Meng Hao heard it, he recognized that voice. It was Kujusi, because he had been a rash and impulsive person, because he had been arrogant and domineering, because he had instigated catastrophe after catastrophe. His father Kuyunhai changed his name to Jusi, to remind his son that instead of considering a matter 3 times before taking any action, he should consider it 9 times. Meng Hao began to tremble. He had never imagined that in the middle of opening his immortal meridians, after all of his destiny had erupted, that his destiny from the ancient demon Immortal sect would also erupt. Kujusi. It was an unforgettable name. Even more unforgettable was Kuyunhai. He was Meng Hao's foster father, someone who caused Meng Hao to finally experience fatherly love. It was a memory that he would be unable to forget for all eternity, no matter what. Whenever he thought about Kuyunhai, Meng Hao's eyes turned red, and he couldn't stop the tears from welling up. He missed Kuyunhai. He missed all the things about the ancient demon Immortal sect, and he especially missed the man whose fatherly love was like a mountain. "Hey, little brother. I'm going to take father's place to give you a meridian." When Meng Hao heard those words, he knew that because of the approval he had earned from Kuyunhai, Kujusi was now effectively his older brother. Meng Hao looked thoughtfully out into the starry sky. The words he had just heard seemed to take him back in time. Out in the starry sky in the vicinity of the ancient demon Immortal sect was a place covered over by mists. Deep within that mist were endless ruins in which there was no heaven and earth, only darkness. There you could just barely see a mountain peak, atop which stood a figure in a white robe. The robe swayed, and the man seemed as quiet as eternity. Also on top of that mountain peak was a coffin. That white-robed man was none other than Cajusi, who stood there quietly, a slight smile on his face. He looked ancient, filled with both memories and emotional sighs. "Little brother," he murmured, "father is gone, but I'm here to look after you." Even as he spoke, he waved his right hand, then pointed off into the distance. Immediately, the ruins of the ancient demon Immortal sect began to quake, and for a moment, it seemed as if slumbering night was about to rise up. At the same time seemed to suddenly pass by in front of Cajusi. It went in reverse: 10 years, 100, 1,000, 10,000, tens of thousands. Countless buildings could now be seen, and there were no corpses. The collapsed ruins were gradually restored, and the dead people rose to their feet, once again in possession of flesh and blood bodies. The vanished heaven and earth were restored to perfect clarity. The sound of chatting and laughter could be heard, and rainbows could be seen in the sky. Someone was giving a sermon about the Tao, and roaring immortal beasts could be seen on all of the mountain peaks. There was a flying rain dragon, like a sovereign of the skies, whistling through the air. Everything was restored. The mountain that Cajusi stood on, and even Ku Yunhai's Immortal's cave, were all restored to glorious splendor. Brilliant light shone up into the sky, and massive pressure weighed down on everything. A rumbling sound could be heard as the door of Ku Yunhai's Immortal's cave slowly swung open. A middle-aged man stepped out, his expression serious but not angry. It was none other than Ku Yunhai. His aura radiated out brightly, and not the slightest bit of death aura could be sensed on him. He had the aura of a paragon, the type that, if it exploded out, could cow all heaven and earth. Ku Yunhai walked out, then climbed up to the peak of the mountain to stand in the same position as Cajusi. The two of them overlapped with each other. It was impossible to say exactly what year it was, or what month, or what day, that Ku Yunhai stood on top of that mountain peak, superimposed with his sun, to pass through years of time. After a long moment, Ku Yunhai slowly extended his hand, and his soul lamp flew out. It had the body of a dragon and the wick of a phoenix, and when it landed on his palm, Ku Yunhai looked at the soul fire for a long moment, and then smiled. Then he waved his hand, and a dragon flew out, which instantly emanated a powerful demonic sensation. Clouds and mist roiled as it roared, a shocking roar that caused everything to shake. "Demon Immortal Dragon," Ku Yunhai said coolly. In the same moment that Ku Yunhai spoke the words, Cajusi also murmured the same thing. "Demon Immortal Dragon." His motion was the same as Ku Yunhai's as he waved his hand. The only difference was that there was no dragon phoenix soul lamp in his hand. This dragon embodies the fate of the demon Immortal sect. It contains some of the essence of the ninth mountain, and is perfectly suitable for opening an immortal meridian. Ku Yunhai said. He pointed out with his finger, and the demon Immortal dragon shot up into the clouds, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When the dragon vanished, Ku Yunhai's image slowly began to fade. Soon only Cajusi remained behind. During the course of the following few breaths of the time, the ancient demon Immortal sect passed back through many years of time to the modern age. It once again became ruins, filled with corpses. A sigh could be heard echoing across the lands as Night's eyes opened. Atop the mountain peak, Cajusi's eyes had filled with tears. "Dad, I miss you," he murmured. After a long moment, he looked up into the dark sky and pointed his finger. The clouds up above churned, then opened up to reveal an ancient dragon flying down. It was that same demon Immortal dragon. Moments ago, that dragon did not even exist. It was the power of night that caused it to materialize from ancient times. "Go," murmured Cajusi. "Little brother, I'm standing in for father to give you this gift." He waved his hand, causing the demon Immortal dragon to roar, and then shoot through the clouds off into the distance. As it sped off, Cajusi's figure gradually began to darken, and the entire ancient demon Immortal sect once again began to sink quietly into the mists. The demon Immortal dragon ripped through the starry sky, and soon appeared in front of Meng Hao, outside planet East Victory. Meng Hao was trembling as he looked at it, He could clearly sense Kuyunhai's aura upon it. "Foster father," he murmured, his heart filled with grief. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the demon immortal dragon fused directly into Meng Hao. He didn't do anything to resist. He allowed it to enter him and immediately open up a murky immortal meridian. It was the 121st meridian. It was bestowed upon him by Kuyunhai and presented by Kujusi. Boom! Meng Hao's aura exploded up wildly, far exceeding its previous level. Furthermore, it was even possible to see the vague image of a lamp behind him. Suddenly, the door of immortality, which had been on the verge of fading away, seemed to be wrenched open by some massive, invisible hand. Immortal light poured out, and immortal chi once again exploded forth, filling Meng Hao, pouring into his 121st immortal meridian, causing it to rapidly solidify. Soon, the immortal meridian was completely formed, and another immortal dragon soared past the door of immortality. The 121st immortal dragon brimmed with a demonic aura that seemed to pass through time itself. It was impossible for anyone to see exactly what color the dragon was, but it was possible for them to tell that it was extremely ancient, as if it had existed for countless ages. In the same moment that this new immortal dragon appeared, Zhixiang sat in the modern demon immortal sect. The entire sect began to shake violently, and the offerings within the sect began to vibrate as if they had formed a resonance with something. Meng Hao's aura rose up rapidly, and all cultivators who could see the illusory lamp behind Meng Hao were shocked and felt their minds reeling. Although they had been astonished by Meng Hao multiple times, they couldn't prevent themselves from once again being completely moved. Is that a soul lamp? Feng Hao is powerful to an incomprehensible degree. He actually caused an illusory soul lamp to appear. It might just be illusory, but that's definitely a soul lamp. Conversations buzzed through various regions of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. In the Kunlun Society, Chu Yuyan had been staring at Meng Hao this whole time, watching as he opened one immortal meridian after another. Her face was flushed, and her eyes shone with a bright light. Meng Hao had long since become indelibly imprinted onto her heart. Pill Demon stood off to the side, smiling as all of the Kunlun Society looked at the illusory image, gasping. He shook his head, and his smile was filled with kindness. To be surpassed by one's own disciple is a true joy, he thought. At the same time, Planet East Victory was in a huge commotion. The members of the Fang clan watched the scene with wide eyes. Fang Xiushan staggered backward several paces. From the moment Meng Hao's immortal tribulation had begun, he had been shocked over and over to the point where he was on the verge of collapse. Impossible. Simply impossible. He almost couldn't believe that he was looking at the dim lamp behind Meng Hao. Fang Wei hovered in midair. Although he didn't say anything, his body was trembling, and his determination to fight Meng Hao was rapidly waning. The Grand Elder was as shocked as a wooden chicken, and his mind was reeling. I really was mistaken. It was at this point that he finally gave voice to the feeling that he had been suppressing in his heart for so long. This was the 121st meridian. In the vast, boundless heavens of the 9 mountains and seas, there had never before existed someone who opened 121 meridians, not even Kitagarbha with his 120. What Meng Hao had accomplished was something that was completely without precedent. He hovered there in midair, his energy soaring, his 121 immortal meridians rotating madly. It was as if 121 immortal dragons were roaring inside his body. He slowly clenched his hands into fists, and felt the power coursing through him, and the boundless energy of his cultivation base. What he sensed was a power unlike anything he had ever experienced before. This breakthrough exceeded any other acquisition of good fortune that he had ever experienced. This explosive rise of power could not be matched by any other destiny he had encountered. It was a sloughing off of the mortal body. It was an exchange of the ordinary for the extraordinary. It was a complete transformation of his entire life. The 9th mountain and sea was shaken, as were the 4 planets. Boundless ripples spread out into the starry sky. There was a legend that, When corroborating one's own Tao, upon true immortal ascension, the entire mountain and sea would shake. And now, Meng Hao was showing everyone that this legend was true. As the rumbling echoed out, Kitagarbha sat silently on the fourth mountain. Immortal meridians, he murmured. From the time the great 9 mountains and seas were created until now, the Great Circle has always been 123 meridians. No one has ever reached that level. I wonder if he will be able to. After a long moment of silence, Kitagarbha raised his hand and issued another Dharmic decree. This Dharmic decree consisted of only one sentence. I will take Su Qing as my 49th apprentice. That one sentence was something that could change a person's entire life. Su Qing, who was already in the middle of reincarnation, was now certain to experience incredible splendor when she was born again, to experience the pinnacle of honor. That's my big bro, roared Fatty, grabbing onto the person who stood next to him in the Palea Immortal Mausoleum. You see that? He's Meng Hao, my big bro. Fudge. From now on, who will possibly bully me? If anyone dares to try to steal any of my beloved concubines, I'll have my big bro come and fight him to the death. Damn it. I had more than 100 beloved concubines, but now, I only have 3 left. Fatty's angry voice echoed out in all directions. Wang Yukai was in Moonset Lake, his eyes closed. Of course, his eyes had been blinded, and he could only gaze at eternal darkness. However, everyone in Moonset Lake looked at him with fear and dread. A vicious person like him was someone that nobody had any desire to provoke. He had no eyes, but now, there was a young woman sitting next to him. Her expression was gentle as she described everything that was happening with Meng Hao and his immortal meridians to him. Wang Yukai said nothing the entire time. However, his mouth turned up into the faintest of smiles. Meng Hao, I won't let you leave me behind. Chun Fan was in the Solitary Sword Pavilion, one of the 3 churches and 6 sects. Their reserves were profound, but could not match up to the 5 great holy lands. Chun Fan was not well known in the sect, and in fact, didn't even have any friends. Throughout the years, nobody had really paid much attention to him. He stuck to himself to practice his sword arts, and as of this moment was sitting by himself on a mountainside. He held an alcohol flagon in his hand, from which he took a drink. He looked up into the sky above the sect, at the huge screen which had been set up, and Meng Hao's image upon it. He raised the alcohol flagon up into the air. Bottoms up, junior brother. People were getting excited. Some wished Meng Hao well, some were envious. Some had feelings that went beyond envy. All sorts of thoughts were going through the minds of the people in the 9th mountain and sea. Meng Hao hovered in the starry sky, his eyes gleaming with a bright light of ambition. Before, he hadn't been happy with only 108 meridians. Therefore, he had opened 117. Originally, he thought that was his limit, but then events unfolded, and he understood the profound result of verifying his own Tao. At the moment, it wasn't that he was unsatisfied with 121 meridians. However, deep in his heart, he thirsted for more. I can still open more. A brilliant gleam flickered in his eyes, and his immortal meridians thrummed. He sent divine sense into his body, whereupon he found the first bit of good fortune that he had acquired when he first stepped onto the path of cultivation. It wasn't the ancient mirror, but rather the good fortune he had wrested away from Wang Tingfei, the legacy of the flying rain dragon. Flying rain dragons were the sovereigns of the sky, and as Meng Hao had made his successive breakthroughs in cultivation, the flying rain dragon's legacy had fused deep into his flesh and blood, even into his soul. He had always had a hunch that the flying rain dragon was by no means weak, and was in fact incredibly powerful. When he was in the ancient demon Immortal sect, he saw a flying rain dragon that had been subjugated by cultivators and turned into the guardian of one of their mountain peaks. However, he had always had the feeling that his flying rain dragon should be even stronger than that. The reason for that feeling was the unforgettable experience of the time when he had just acquired the legacy of the flying rain dragon, and it was attacked violently by the copper mirror. In all the years since then, He had never seen the copper mirror react so wildly. Meng Hao knew the parrot well, and knew that its origin was extremely mysterious. Of course, that only caused him to have more faith in the flying rain dragon's power. Perhaps my cultivation base isn't strong enough to unravel this mystery now. However, the legacy of the flying rain dragon was able to fuse into my Dao pillars and afterwards my core. It even merged it into my nascent souls. In that case, why wouldn't it be able to turn into an immortal meridian? For, follow me into the immortal realm and beyond. Meng Hao's eyes shone with intense light as rumbling sounds emanated out. His immortal meridians exploded with power, and his divine sense, which was vastly more powerful than it had been before, didn't expand out, but rather swept about inside of him to arouse the legacy of the flying rain dragon. After a moment, it found a mote of light inside of him, quite inconspicuous, a dot of brightness inside of his nascent divinity. If you looked closely at that mote of light, you would see an incredibly minuscule flying rain dragon. Flying rain dragon, immortal meridian, open! Cried Meng Hao. His cultivation base roared as he poured power into the mote of light. In the blink of an eye, the light grew blinding and exploded outward. Endless rumbling filled Meng Hao. The immortal chi from the door of immortality poured madly into him and then into the mote of light. Time passed as more and more boundless immortal chi merged into the mote of light. The flying rain dragon inside of him gradually grew larger until finally, the dragon opened its eyes, and they shone with a brilliant glow. That brilliant glow contained profound dignity and haughtiness. It despised everything on the land below, and domineered over everything in the sky. It had no cares or worries, and thirsted for freedom and independence. That was Meng Hao's Dao. Meng Hao's heart trembled. He had never imagined that his own Dao would be so similar to the flying rain dragon's nature. Ryua Yuam Blel. The immortal chi grew more majestic as the flying rain dragon opened its eyes. It spread out its wings inside of Meng Hao, and massive rumbling sounds could be heard as it transformed into an immortal meridian which rapidly grew solid. 30%, 50%, 70%. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with a brilliant light, and he suddenly took in a deep breath, absorbing all of the immortal chi. Rumbling sounds could be heard, after which the flying rain dragon immortal meridian reached 80%, 90%, and finally 100%. When that happened, Meng Hao's aura rose explosively. The vague images of lamps once again appeared around Meng Hao, swirling through the air. It was impossible to clearly see exactly how many lamps there were, and yet they were definitely much clearer than earlier. An energy rose up from Meng Hao's body that seemed to be immortal and yet not, and at the same time ancient and yet not. In addition, a 122nd immortal dragon appeared outside the door of immortality, and this time, it looked completely different than the other dragons. It was a flying rain dragon. It had huge wings, its tail was a poisonous viper, and its head was shocking in the extreme. This was a flying rain dragon, which in the 9 mountains and seas was known by another name. It was also called Outsider Dragon. The 9th mountain and sea was in an uproar. To open another meridian after the 121st was fundamentally shocking. But then, it resulted in an outsider dragon materializing. Everyone was completely shocked. It was as if every time Meng Hao reached his peak, and the conclusion was in sight, he would tell you through his actions that things weren't over. The patriarchs of the various sects and clans all had profound gleams in their eyes as they watched Meng Hao, this cultivator of the junior generation, who performed one shocking deed after another. Gradually, they were coming to the conclusion that they were watching the rise of a young paragon. It's been a very, very long time since a stunning individual like this has appeared in the 9th mountain. The only other one was Lord Li. That's right. The only other person like this was Lord Li, the mysterious figure who legends say wasn't even from the 9 mountains and seas. The elder generation of cultivators sighed, and they wore complex expressions on their faces as they looked at Meng Hao and said nothing further. The chosen who were of the same generation as Meng Hao stood in front of their respective teleportation portals, collapsing mentally. They were proud people, and right now they were being trampled on. All of their vast preparations were laughable, and the glory they had just acquired was already becoming a thing of the past. A young man from planet South Heaven, a cultivator who everyone had disregarded, had, in front of their very eyes, transformed into an insurmountable mountain. All of them felt a twinge of sympathy for Feng Wei. After all, this kind of feeling would be much stronger for him. As for Feng Wei, he hovered in midair, laughing bitterly and trembling. Watching Meng Hao made him feel like his own existence was a joke. His eyes started to shine with madness, a madness that gradually began to overflow with jealousy, and then, killing intent even more intense than before. None of this matters. I still have ways to kill you, Feng Wei raged inwardly. I'll strike you down using your own nirvana fruits. Feng Xiaoshan stood in the crowds, his face pale. Suddenly, he felt regret, not for provoking Meng Hao, but for not being more ruthless before. Why hadn't he just violated clan rules and killed Meng Hao at the very beginning? In contrast to Feng Xiaoshan, his own father, Feng Wei's grandfather, stood there calmly not too far off. He looked at Feng Xiaoshan and then Feng Wei and sighed. As long as a person is alive, he must have a goal. Since things have come to this point, I'll set the plan in motion earlier than anticipated. Does the Feng clan exist eternally within a raging inferno? Or will it diverge from its path and rise out of that inferno like a phoenix? Everything depends on what happens now. Feng Wei's grandfather, the normally taciturn old man, suddenly smiled. It was a smile that contained an emotional sigh, but also incredible ferocity. Apparently, there were dark forces that had existed for unknown years in the Feng clan, that were slowly beginning to bare their fangs. Up in the starry sky, Meng Hao probed his 122 immortal meridians, then looked up at the door of immortality. Once again, a wild look began to burn in his eyes. I can still open one last meridian, he said softly. It was at this point that he produced the bronze lamp from his bag of holding, within which burned a tongue of flame. It was the essence of divine flame. Meng Hao's eyes were filled with obsession and madness. He had opened 122 meridians and had walked a path no one had trod before, even in ancient times. Not even the Lord of the Fourth Mountain and Sea, Kitagarbha, had done something like Meng Hao had when he became a true immortal. Meng Hao hovered there in the starry sky, the center of all attention. And yet, he still wasn't ready to give up. Flames danced in his eyes, a reflection of the essence of divine flame in his palm. It was as if the divine flame had become the ambition within Meng Hao's eyes. My final meridian, the essence of divine flame. Meng Hao's heart was pounding. He knew that the essence of divine flame was terrifying, but he couldn't hold back his excitement at the idea of it becoming his final meridian. If I can succeed in making this my 123rd meridian, then I won't have any regrets. It's a gamble, but if I succeed, I'll have one more meridian. If I fail, Meng Hao's heart thumped, but his eyes quickly gleamed with obsession. Who cares if I fail? His hair and clothing whipped about as his energy began to rise up. The starry sky trembled and rumbling sounds echoed out. Before the world appeared, before the beginning of heaven and earth, before time could even be calculated, perhaps, there were no such things as immortals. Therefore, how did the first immortal come to be? That first immortal definitely walked his own path. He must have tried many things, and must have suffered many defeats before he finally found the correct path. The first person to succeed called himself immortal, and that is how immortals came to be. It must have occurred in that way. Therefore, I can do the same thing. I, Meng Hao, will become an immortal in my way. The majestic door of immortality, the boundless immortal light, the unobstructed immortal qi, the swirling immortal dragons. These things served as foils to Meng Hao. If this bit of divine flame were much larger, then it wouldn't matter how determined Meng Hao was, he would be incapable of absorbing much of it. However, there wasn't much of the flame present. There was only a tiny bit in that bronze lamp. Rewards come only with risk. In life, there are many times when the only way to acquire something is to make either a sacrifice or a huge gamble. Meng Hao gripped the bronze lamp tightly, staring wildly at the essence of divine flame therein. As of this moment, the entire ninth mountain and sea was all watching the cultivator named Meng Hao, and everyone could see the bronze lamp he held in his hand. Everyone could also see the flame that flickered inside of it. However, even the Tao realm experts were unable to see the bizarre properties of the bronze lamp. But they could sense that the flame inside of it contained the power of essence. Essence. That flame in his hand is rippling with essence. Unfortunately, it's minuscule. If there were more of the essence, then we might be able to gain enlightenment from it. In any case, whatever destiny that kid ran into before allowed him to get that essence-containing object. Situations like this are extremely rare. Perhaps we might find some clues as to the origins of that flame essence on his person. The almighty Tao realm experts from the various sects and clans looked at the flame with brightly shining eyes. However, it was at this point that the Tao realm patriarch of the Kunlun society suddenly spoke, his voice ringing out in the ears of all his contemporaries in the Tao realm. Ladies and gentlemen, this kid comes from planet South Heaven. When everyone heard that one sentence, their eyes widened, and many of them quashed whatever plans they had been making just now, and their expressions quickly turned into looks of regret. For people in the Tao realm, planet South Heaven was actually completely taboo. However, when the four old men from the immortal ancient Taoist rite saw the bronze lamp, their expressions flickered with astonishment. They gasped, then exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with absolute disbelief. I can't believe it. That thing actually exists. I always thought it was just a legend. But there it is. There can't be any mistake. The patterns on that bronze lamp mean that there can be no doubt. Somebody was actually able to touch it. This. The four old men felt their minds spinning, and great waves of astonishment battered their hearts. As of that moment, all cultivators were staring at Meng Hao. Everyone watched as Meng Hao, without any further hesitation, held the bronze lamp aloft. His expression was one of determination as he gritted his teeth for a moment, then opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. In that instant, the flame in the bronze lamp flickered, then flew out of the bronze lamp. In the blink of an eye, it was sucked into Meng Hao's mouth. He consumed the divine flame. When Meng Hao sucked in the essence of divine flame, his mind filled with a roaring sound. At the same time, indescribable heat exploded within his throat. Intense flames almost immediately scorched Meng Hao's blood dry. Before he could even blink, his body was being burned into ash. No longer was it merely blue veins popping out on his face. Instead, numerous fissures spread out across his body. The fissures were red, and when they opened, it seemed almost as if lava were about to explode out from inside of him. He let out a protracted howl and he shook violently. His eyes filled with madness. It was as if swallowing the divine flame was the same as swallowing an entire volcano. Or perhaps, he was actually becoming a volcano. His 122 immortal meridians rotated at full power, and boundless immortal power surged through him. However, all it could do was keep Meng Hao alive, and couldn't assimilate the divine flame. Indescribable pain filled him as the flames roared, and he was rapidly reaching the point where he couldn't take it anymore. Popping sounds echoed out, and more fissures tore through Meng Hao's body. They spread out across his face and neck, and soon afterwards his entire body was covered. Within those fissures was crimson light that seemed to indicate his body was about to explode. Nobody could help him, not even the Tao realm experts. This was his tribulation, his meridians, and his choice. The only person who could help him was himself. And only by weathering this trial, only by successfully fusing with the essence of divine flame, could he save himself. I absolutely must succeed. The glow of fire seeped out of Meng Hao's eyes, and he could clearly sense the wild and intense power flowing through him that was the divine flame. If he didn't already possess 122 immortal meridians, then he would already have been completely transformed into ash. However, regardless of how unprecedented his previous gains were, he was still approaching the point of collapse. Right now, all of the Dao realm patriarchs were watching closely. The Fong clan Earth patriarch looked nervous, and his eyes were wide with anger. Bastard! Moron! Why, you seem so smart, kid. How could you do something as rash as this? Damn it! 122 meridians is amazing. Why did you have to be so stubborn and try to open more? After cursing up a storm, the Earth Patriarch finally sighed and soon looked over at Meng Hao, his eyes glowing with praise. From the perspective of the Fong clan, he didn't want Meng Hao to be facing any serious peril. However, from the perspective of a cultivator, he had to admit that he approved of Meng Hao's wildness. When practicing cultivation, only by having an obsession with power that bordered on madness could one truly become powerful. He wasn't the only person thinking such thoughts. The Dao realm patriarchs from the various sects and clans were all watching Meng Hao, and suddenly, they looked at him differently than before. They could sense his madness and his obsession with becoming powerful. To make such a wild bet, to risk everything in the way he was, left them moved. The experts from the three great Taoist societies felt the same way. Feng Wei hovered in midair, mind shaking as he watched what was happening. As for his father Feng Shoshan, he was starting to look extremely excited, even joyful. He's just looking to die, he thought. Well, the little son of a bitch is going to kill himself. Ha ha ha. I hope he blows up. The true immortal chosen of the ninth mountain and sea saw Meng Hao's manifestation of obsession, and various expressions could be seen on their faces. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the fissures spread out to cover Meng Hao completely, causing him to seem like he was cobbled together from a patchwork of pieces. There were even some places on his face where the fissures merged together, causing pieces of his skin to begin to flake off and transform into dust. Fingernail-sized wounds could be seen, within which were not flesh and blood, but rather a sea of flames. As more and more of his skin began to fall off, Meng Hao's 122 immortal meridians transformed into 122 immortal dragons, and yet, even their 122 streams of power was not enough to stop what was happening. Everyone watching began to pant, and their minds trembled. Meng Hao roared, and his body shook. His vision was growing dim, and yet, the obsession in his eyes was growing more intense. I'm not going to fail. 122 immortal meridians, and their more than 100 streams of power seems incredible. However, since they're separated, it's naturally not enough. However, if those 122 immortal meridians could all become eternal immortal meridians, then my eternal stratum would be 122 times more powerful. And then, I could definitely succeed. Even as his mind spun, he considered his current predicament, and quickly came up with a solution. He suddenly trembled as all of his immortal meridians began to change, transforming into eternal dragons. 122 eternal dragons exploded out, and the eternal stratums they formed instantly shook everything. Ryua Yuam Blel. Meng Hao threw his head back and howled. The fissures covering his body began to shrink, and the flames inside of him rapidly began to condense, gradually forming a divine flame immortal meridian. At the same time, the door of immortality erupted with billowing immortal chi, which fused into his body, solidifying the divine flame immortal meridian. Simultaneously, the terrifying injuries he had just sustained began to heal. After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, his body was completely restored. When that happened, his eyes shone with an intense light of confidence. Furthermore, there was an energy inside him that rose up, making him even more powerful. Open the divine flame immortal meridian, he murmured, waving his hand as another immortal meridian opened up inside his body. 123 meridians. This was Meng Hao's final meridian. Another immortal dragon began to fly around the door of immortality. The 123rd dragon, the final dragon, the great circle. In that moment, heaven and earth filled with rumbling. The sky changed colors, and the entire ninth mountain and sea was shaken. Meng Hao had accomplished what no other person had ever accomplished, and perhaps never would. He had opened 123 meridians, and had reached the great circle of the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, the number of immortal meridians someone possessed would determine how weak or powerful they were in battle. That was something everyone knew. However, virtually nobody knew what sort of destiny or transformations would appear when someone corroborated the Tao on their own. That was because in the 9 mountains and seas, only Kitagarbha had ever succeeded. However, now that Meng Hao had opened 123 meridians, the Tao realm patriarchs, as well as the true immortal chosen and ancient realm experts, were all completely shaken, and were beginning to realize that something else might happen. Immortals who corroborate their Tao on their own can actually transform their immortal meridians. This was not an ordinary transformation, but something which allowed the meridians to be merged in the form of a divine ability. In a brief moment, 120 times the level of normal power could be unleashed, a terrifying and shocking development that would strike awe into the hearts of any and all cultivators. Immortals who corroborate their Tao on their own do not need any sort of secret magic to be able to increase the power of their immortal meridians when fighting. That is because such immortals' bodies are a secret magic unto themselves. Such a thing is fearful and shocking. No wonder Kitagarbha came to be the lord of the 4th mountain and sea. This kid has unimaginable potential. The 9th mountain and sea was in a commotion, as all eyes remained glued to Meng Hao. What Meng Hao had done would surely turn into a legend, a myth. 123 meridians did not just place him in the number 1 position in the immortal realm in the 9th mountain and sea. Such a number was the most that had been opened by anyone in all the 9 mountains and seas. A true saint fleshly body, and a true immortal cultivation base. As of this moment he was a paragon, an immortal realm paragon. He was surrounded by 123 astonishing, roaring immortal dragons. The last of those dragons was composed entirely of flame, and emanated a powerful essence aura. "It's over," Meng Hao murmured. He could sense the boundless immortal power within him, making his cultivation base completely different than before. By way of comparison, it could be said that before Meng Hao had been a tree, and now he was a forest. The sense of power that flowed through his body causes his eyes to shine with bright light as he looked up. He could sense his blood boiling, and could clearly detect the immortal chi within him. After a long moment passed, he stretched out both hands. "Return!" As the single word echoed out, the 123 immortal dragons outside the door of immortality roared, and then shot directly toward Meng Hao. Rumbling could be heard as they merged into him, causing his energy to surge. Finally, the door of immortality began to fade away. The immortal light faded until it was gone, and the immortal chi dried up. Meng Hao's true immortal tribulation had been thoroughly transcended. He was now an immortal. His long hair flew about, and he emanated the aura of an immortal. His entire person had moved beyond the mortal form, and he was now completely different. Before, he had been handsome, but now he exuded an otherworldly air, as if his mere presence was enough to attract the attention of all onlookers. In the same moment that the door of immortality faded away completely, it was suddenly possible to see a projected image around him. Countless celestial soldiers wearing golden armor appeared. They stretched out in all directions, too many to count, and they gazed at Meng Hao briefly before dropping to their knees to kowtow. At the same time, the numerous immortal palaces appeared anew, filling the area. An enormous pedestal appeared beneath Meng Hao's feet, which lifted him up to overlook everyone. Immortal light appeared again, spreading out boundlessly, and swirling clouds filled the area. Innumerable golden dragons swirled about up above, letting out subservient roars. From a distance, it was possible to see the celestial soldiers kowtowing, the golden dragons capitulating, and then countless blurry figures emerging from the immortal palaces, who then clasped hands and bowed deeply to Meng Hao. The sky went dim, and the starry sky trembled. All of the cultivators of the 9th mountain and sea who were watching Meng Hao went completely silent when they saw what was happening. This was a sign. When Fan Donger became immortal, dragons and phoenixes danced. When Feng Wei reached immortality, 10,000 soldiers bowed. In fact, signs had appeared when all of the other chosen had reached immortal ascension. Now a sign appeared for Meng Hao as well. However, compared to those of the others, this sign was far more majestic and shocking. In fact, many people assumed that the sign was the end when, all of a sudden, something else appeared in Meng Hao's vicinity. 9 mountains. These were 9 mountains that caused heaven and earth to tremble, mountains that were like imperial lords. Between each mountain was a sea, which meant that there were also 9 seas. 9 mountains, 9 seas, a sun, a moon, and heavenly bodies all orbiting around them. Everyone who could see this was shaken mentally. To people who lived in the realm of the 9 mountains and seas, there was nothing more stunning than this image, nor would anything be able to match its splendor. 9 mountains and 9 seas. I can't believe he caused a sign like that to appear. So corroborating your own Tao is actually this powerful. Could it be that this represents the approval of the 9 mountains and seas themselves? Above paragons are imperial lords. Does he have the aura of an imperial lord on him? From today on, the 9th mountain and sea has a new blazing sun that will surely cause all of the mountains and seas to tremble. Everyone was in an uproar as they looked at Meng Hao. They simply couldn't remain calm. From the moment he had begun to transcend his tribulation, he was completely different than anyone else, and that wouldn't stop. Even though he had already finished transcending tribulation, and the door of immortality had vanished, he was still shocking everyone. Meng Hao glanced around at the signs around him, and then looked emotionally in the direction of planet South Heaven. "Dad, Mom," he murmured. "I've risen to prominence in the Fang clan. Master, can you see me from where you are in the Kunlun society? Foster father, can your spirit in heaven see me, sir? Qing'er, can you see me?" This was a moment in which he should be extremely happy and excited. However, in reality, there was no one standing next to him with whom to share his smile. His father and mother were on planet South Heaven. His master was in the Kunlun society. His foster father had long since returned to the dust. His wife Su Qing was now in some unknown place undergoing reincarnation. Meng Hao sighed, then looked up and did his best to put his emotions in order. Once again, his eyes began to shine with a bright light. "My immortal meridians are opened. Next, it's time to form my immortal souls. Everyone has 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. Therefore, 100 open meridians can form 10 souls. Based on my understanding, after 100 meridians, each additional meridian should be able to produce another soul. Immortal souls form," he said calmly. In the moment that the words left his mouth, his immortal meridians emitted intense rumbling sounds. Shockingly, a huge Dharma idol appeared behind him. As of now, it was most accurate to say that the Dharma idol was the soul of a true immortal. 36,900 meters. Rumbling could be heard as a second soul formed, then a third and a fourth. 10 true immortal souls all appeared, each one of which exuded shocking power that emanated out in all directions. Then an 11th, a 12th, a 13th, all appeared. Each soul which appeared caused anyone who looked at it to shake and tremble. Ripples emanated out into the starry sky, and Meng Hao's energy rose up higher and higher. Ryua Yuam Blel. 21 souls. 22 souls. 23 souls. Soon, 29 souls had appeared, and then 30. An entire collection of immortal souls appeared behind Meng Hao. In addition to the original 10, more immortal souls appeared due to his various aggregations of destiny and divine abilities. 31 souls. 32 souls. In the end, there were 33 souls. These 33 true immortal souls caused 33 types of incredible pressure to spread out. It was as if 33 heavens had appeared. How many heavens exist? The 33 heavens are ultimate. In the legends of the 9 mountains and seas, above the 9 mountains were 33 heavens. If someone could break through those 33 heavens, they could leave the 9 mountains and seas. That was referred to as the path of the mountain and sea tribulation. Meng Hao's cultivation base roared, but he did not turn to look back behind him. He could sense the power of the 33 true immortal souls behind him, and yet wasn't sure exactly how powerful he was. However, he was sure that if he went back to the ancestral land now and faced those ancient realm experts with one extinguished soul lamp, then he wouldn't even need the assistance of the terracotta soldier to slaughter them. Heaven and earth rumbled as Meng Hao hovered there in the starry sky. Beneath his feet was a pedestal, and he was surrounded by innumerable kowtowing celestial soldiers. 9 mountains and 9 seas could be seen, including a sun and a moon. Further off, figures emerged from the immortal palaces to clasp hands and bow. Behind him were 33 true immortal souls, which transformed into 33 heavens. Anyone who could see what was happening was thoroughly shocked. 33 heavens. No wonder he opened 123 meridians. That is the limit of the immortal realm in the 9 mountains and seas. That is the true Great Circle. The Tao realm patriarchs of the various sects and clans all understood this point. They looked at Meng Hao, and what they saw was a blazing sun of the 9th mountain and sea, someone who would soon move on to even more glory. At the same time, the true immortal chosen of the various sects and clans all looked on silently. From their expressions, it was possible to tell that they wished to fight Meng Hao more than anything. All of the chosen, regardless of whether they had ever had dealings with Meng Hao, were filled with an intense desire to do battle. I have to fight. If I don't, I'll be eternally plagued by this inner devil. The only way to walk my own path is to dare to battle him and defeat him. Then I can struggle for glory in this era. He has the secret magic that allowed him to become an immortal who corroborated the Tao on his own. However, we have our own secret magics, legacies passed down in our sects, which enable us to dramatically multiply the power of our own immortal meridians. Therefore, fighting him is not an impossibility. Taiyangzi was obsessed. Song Luodan had both fists clenched. Wang Mu's expression flickered with killing intent. Zhao Yifan had drawn his sword. Fan Donger's eyes glittered brightly. Li Linger, Sun Hai, and even Wang Tingfei, as well as others who Meng Hao had never even seen before, all of the chosen who had broken through to true immortality, all had the intense desire to fight. Naturally, Feng Wei was no exception. He hovered in midair, looking up at Meng Hao in the starry sky, and in his eyes gleamed with all of the desire to fight that he could muster. I'm Feng Wei, and in this era, Feng Hao, you can't be allowed to be the only one who shines with glory. Feng Wei took a deep breath and then calmed himself. Personally witnessing Meng Hao transcending his tribulation was a life-changing experience, almost like a baptism. 33 immortal souls were completely shocking. Countless celestial soldiers kowtowed, causing the starry sky to tremble. Meng Hao stood in the void atop a pedestal, looking around as the signs gradually faded away. After they were completely gone, he was officially in the true immortal realm, and had reached the peak of the realm, making him an immortal realm paragon. In that moment, the 9th mountain and sea was completely silent. All observing cultivators stopped breathing as the image of Meng Hao turned into a mark which was branded onto their hearts. It was an indelible mark that would never fade away. It didn't take long, though, for a hubbub to break out, especially on planet East Victory. Everyone, including members of the Fang clan and other clans, exploded into a huge commotion. Cries rang out in all directions. Feng Hao! Feng Hao! Feng Hao! Meng Hao's name was being shouted out by innumerable mouths, echoing out in all the heavens, rocking the lands. As of this moment, he was the blazing sun of the Fang clan, their pride and joy. Fang Xiushan stood in the crowd, his face a mass of ferocity. His fists were clenched tightly at his sides, and he was panting. Venomous ideas sprouted inside his mind and swirled violently. His taciturn father bowed his head so that no one would be able to see the sinister glint in his eyes. The Grand Elder stood not too far off, silent. He sighed inwardly. The rest of the members of the Fang clan were crying out with joy. Up in midair, Feng Wei hovered calmly and silently, the desire to do battle that shone in his eyes growing more and more intense. All of the various sects and clans of the 9th mountain and sea were boiling with excitement. Far up in the starry sky, Meng Hao turned to face planet South Heaven, dropped down onto one knee, and bowed deeply. The eyes of all the cultivators in the ninth mountain and sea were upon him as he bowed toward planet South Heaven. What he was bowing to was not heaven and earth, and was not the planet itself. No, he was bowing to his father and mother. In that moment, Fang Shufeng and Meng Li stood in the Tower of Tang on planet South Heaven, watching Meng Hao. His mother was extremely excited, and tears of joy filled her eyes, as well as intense pride. That was her son. Fang Shufeng couldn't keep his expression calm. A wide smile broke out on his face, the smile that comes from seeing one's own son become like a dragon. He took a deep breath and then started to laugh. Naturally, he was well aware who Meng Hao was bowing to. As of this moment, the rancor that had been building up in him after leaving the Fang clan was finally released, thanks to his son Meng Hao. Not only had his son returned home to the clan, he had risen up to become a blazing sun. Outside of planet East Victory, Meng Hao rose to his feet again. The signs had faded away, and now the 33 immortal souls also vanished. It was then that the true immortal chosen of the ninth mountain and sea felt their desire to fight raging, and their faces flickering with obsession. Fight! What did it matter if they were defeated? They would fight anyway. If they did not fight, then the inner devil that Meng Hao had become would plague them for the rest of their lives, and that devilish image would make it almost impossible to walk their own paths. Therefore, they had to fight. They needed to go all out, to hold nothing back and fight. Their only option was to confront him directly. That was the only way to ensure that they would have the chance for further breakthroughs in the future. That was the only way to guarantee that they could pursue their own Tao. Xianxia was the first true immortal chosen to step into a teleportation portal. He was the Tao child from Mount Sun, one of the 5 great holy lands. He was one of only 2 members of Mount Sun who had stepped into true immortality in this generation. He had his pride, and he had his goals and obsessions, and he would fight. Rumbling sounds filled the air as he set foot into the teleportation portal and vanished. When he reappeared, shockingly, he was right outside of planet East Victory. He immediately turned toward Meng Hao and began to fly toward him. Meng Hao! He did not shout the name Meng Hao used in the Fang clan, Fang Hao, nor did he shout the name he had used in the 3 great Taoist societies' trial by fire. He shouted his true name, the name he had used on planet South Heaven. His cry turned into something like a sound wave that surged out through the starry sky. Xianxia then transformed into a sun that radiated boundless, scintillating light, shocking to the extreme as he barreled toward Meng Hao. Let's fight! Xianxia's eyes were bright red, and he fairly burst with power. He had opened up more than 90 immortal meridians, and all of them surged with power. The energy of a true immortal erupted out. As his energy skyrocketed, sun-form Xianxia instantly caught the attention of all cultivators, who were completely surprised. They're going to fight. They have to fight this battle. If I were a chosen, I would attack too. I wouldn't be afraid of losing or of dying. What I would fear would be not daring to fight, not daring to draw my sword. This Xianxia is the first person to attack. He will definitely be an extraordinary individual in the future. Innumerable spectators were now waiting for the fight to begin. In this era of true immortals, whoever manages to defeat Meng Hao will be able to rise to the top. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he looked at Xianxia shooting toward him. Back when he was making his breakthrough, he had assumed people would come to fight him. However, he never imagined that the first person to do so would be Xianxia, and not Fang Wei. Well, Meng Hao said indifferently, you owe me some money, you know? His expression was very calm, as if his words were completely and utterly proper, without the slightest bit of impropriety. His words instantly caused Xianxia's aggressiveness to falter. All of the cultivators in the ninth mountain and sea who were watching the event stared in shock. But, continued Meng Hao, if you want to fight, then let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, brilliant light burst out of his eyes, and he took a step forward toward Xianxia. As he stepped out, Xianxia roared angrily, and his aggressive energy soared up again. Innumerable magical symbols appeared on the surface of his sun form, which transformed into shocking ripples that shot toward Meng Hao. Taiyangzi roared, then extended his right foot and began to spin in circles in an attack on Meng Hao. All of the power of his cultivation base burst out, just for this battle. Behind him, an enormous Dharma idol appeared. Shockingly, it was an image of a sun, which merged with his divine ability to make his sun form incredibly realistic. He looked exactly like a real heavenly body, as if he had poured all of his life force into this attack. Meng Hao's right hand balled up into a fist, and as Taiyangzi's leg descended toward him, he casually struck out, almost as if he weren't even trying. In the blink of an eye, the fist and the leg slammed into each other. A huge boom rose up, shaking the starry sky. The heavens dimmed, and the wind changed direction. An intensely powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. All of the cultivators of the Ninth Mountain and Sea watched as Taiyangzi's sun form completely collapsed under the force of Meng Hao's blow. It shattered and dissipated instantly. It was as if Meng Hao had detonated a sun. Blood sprayed out of Taiyangzi's mouth, and he flopped backward like a kite with its string cut. Meng Hao hovered in the starry sky. His hair was not flying about, and his clothing was completely smooth and unmoving. His fist remained outstretched in that pose for a moment, and then, face calm, he slowly pulled his arm back. One punch. Meng Hao had crushed the divine ability of a true immortal chosen with more than 90 meridians as easily as stepping onto dry weeds. The Ninth Mountain and Sea was completely silent. Although everyone had assumed that Meng Hao would win spectacularly, to witness what they had just witnessed left them shocked. That was especially true, because although they weren't capable of assessing the full extent of Meng Hao's power, they could now make some speculations. That was only one punch. He didn't even use his Dharma idol. This Meng Hao? Just how powerful is he? Even as everyone gave voice to their shock, Taiyangzi managed to force himself to a stop. His face was pale, and he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. He looked up, his face twisted with rage, and his desire to do battle even stronger than before. Meng Hao, our battle isn't over yet. Secret magic, sacred sun scripture. Taiyangzi performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then hit various pressure points on his body 49 times. Apparently, he wanted to continue, but had reached his limit. His face turned bright red, after which he threw his head back and roared as his energy surged up. Moments ago, he had been filled with the power of more than 90 immortal meridians. Now, though, ripples spread out that contained at 20% more than that level of power. He now had the energy of more than 110 immortal meridians. Secret magic. Every sect and clan had immortal realms secret magics, powerful magics that could be cultivated at a heavy price, and were bestowed only upon members who qualified to study them. In fact, Meng Hao had never been able to learn any of the Fang clan's immortal meridian secret magics. As Taiyangzi's energy rose up, his Dharma idol disappeared, and in its place, shockingly, were 9 immortal souls. Each of those immortal souls took the shape of a sun, making it so that Taiyangzi was backed by 9 suns. The suns linked together, transforming into a majestic image that emanated shocking energy. Booms echoed out in the heavens, spreading out through the starry sky. Taiyangzi's eyes were bright red as he looked at Meng Hao. He suddenly pointed out, causing the 9 suns to shoot toward Meng Hao. At the same time, Taiyangzi performed an incantation gesture, causing the power of more than 110 immortal meridians to form an image of a bow in his left hand. He gripped the bowstring with his right hand, pulled it back, and then released it. Sacred Sun Scripture, Immortal Arrow 9 Suns Destruction. All eyes were glued on the scene playing out. Countless individuals felt their hearts pounding as a streak of golden light shot through the starry sky like a sharp arrow. Meng Hao's expression was as calm as ever. It didn't matter that Taiyangzi had unleashed a secret magic like this. Meng Hao simply sighed. "You owe me a lot of money, which has made my life very difficult," he said. Shaking his head, he took a step forward. As his foot descended, the 9 suns bore down on him, inundating him completely. "Detonate!" roared Xianxia. The 9 suns exploded, creating a deafening roar that sent ripples out in all directions. At the same time, the golden arrow stabbed in through the ripples. Xianxia's face was ashen, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was now much weaker. Utilizing the secret magic was far too much of a drain on him. It was at this point that his eyes suddenly went wide with disbelief and astonishment. As the ripples faded away from the starry sky, Meng Hao became visible, hovering in the exact same position he had been before. He wasn't injured in the slightest, and in fact, his expression hadn't even changed. Held in between his thumb and index finger was a trembling golden beam of light. "Your debt is now doubled," he said coolly. With that he pushed down, and a cracking sound could be heard as the golden light shattered. Xianxia coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering backward in shock. He had been prepared for the possibility that Meng Hao could defend against his divine ability, but he could never have predicted that even after draining himself to unleash a secret magic, Meng Hao would actually defeat it with only 2 fingers. The 9th mountain and sea was completely silent. All of the cultivators who had just watched the fight between Meng Hao and Xianxia were completely astonished. Even members of the ancient realm were a bit frightened by Meng Hao. At the moment, none of them were truly clear regarding exactly how powerful he was. That was because, as far as anyone could remember, there had never been a person like Meng Hao in the 9th mountain and sea. He had corroborated the Tao on his own, and had opened 123 meridians, then formed 33 immortal souls. He didn't even use his immortal meridians, or his immortal souls. He fought Xianxia using only the power of his fleshly body. "I think I get it. He has a true immortal fleshly body. And because he has immortal meridians and is bolstered by immortal chi, his fleshly body is already at the peak of the immortal realm." After a moment of silence, voices began to ring out. Everyone was completely mystified by Meng Hao's unfathomable secrets. Xianxia's face was pale as he looked bitterly at Meng Hao. He took a few steps back, and was just about to simply leave, when suddenly, the starry sky filled with the glow of multiple teleportation portals. This time, there were 2 that opened up at almost exactly the same time. The bright light of teleportation shone out, and soon, more people arrived. 2 figures emerged from the teleportation portals. One was Song Luodan, Tao child of the Song clan, true immortal chosen of his people. The other person was a true immortal from the Immortal mausoleum. He was young, and had a dark red bundle strapped to his back. The vertical bundle was narrow and somewhat tall, and from the look of it, contained a corpse. This was someone Meng Hao had never seen before. Meng Hao! Song Luodan's energy surged violently as soon as he appeared, and he immediately unleashed a Song clan's secret magic, which caused his immortal meridians to explode with far more power than normal, sending ripples out in all directions. In much the same way as Xianxia, he was using a secret magic to cause his immortal meridians to increase in power by about 20%. It was as if he had more than 110 meridians. Furthermore, 9 immortal souls appeared behind him. However, just when everyone assumed Song Luodan was finished powering up, he threw his head back and roared. Instantly, a 10th immortal soul appeared behind him, and then another one. With a total of 11 immortal souls, Song Luodan's power erupted. He raised his right hand, within which appeared a long spear. The spear was green, and emanated a profound ancientness. As soon as it appeared, the starry sky trembled. Meng Hao, come and fight me! Song Luodan hurled the spear out with a burst of energy. At the same time, the young man from the Immortal mausoleum stood there grim-faced and silent. He suddenly raised his right hand, causing the bundle to fly out from behind him. It rapidly unwrapped, revealing a shriveled corpse. The corpse was completely withered and emanated an archaic air. This was none other than a corpse from ancient times. The young man from the Immortal mausoleum bit down on the tip of his tongue, then spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he dropped down to sit cross-legged and closed his eyes. He pushed down onto his forehead, from within which shot a beam of light. After fusing with his blood, it turned into a blood-red beam that entered into the corpse. A tremor ran through the corpse as its flesh and blood seemed to revive. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a middle-aged man, whose eyes snapped open. His body rumbled, and the aura of immortal meridians instantly surged out. This was also a secret magic, manifest via the use of an ancient corpse. Although no immortal souls appeared, it emanated a shocking pressure that exuded ripples equivalent to 120 immortal meridians. At the same time, immortal dragons appeared and began to swirl through the air. Everyone was now paying rapt attention to what was happening. Wow, look at Song Luodan. He's even stronger than Taiyang Zi. He's also cultivated the second level of his secret magic. As for the first level, although he hasn't made too much progress and can only increase his immortal meridians by 20%, that's still extremely powerful. I heard that all the sects and clans in the Ninth Mountain and Sea have secret magics. They're all virtually the same in that they have 3 levels. The first level can essentially add illusory immortal meridians, even doubling the real ones in some cases. The second level expands the number of immortal souls, and the last level takes the illusory and makes it corporeal. Yu Xinglong from the Palea Immortal Mausoleum is also extraordinary. Their magical techniques are sinister and bizarre, and even though he hasn't cultivated the second level, his advancement in the first level still increases his power by more than 20%. A power similar to about 120 meridians. One even as the Ninth Mountain and Sea cultivators commented on the scene playing out. Meng Hao's voice echoed out through the starry sky. "Danny," he said, belittling Song Luodan by calling him a pet name. "You also owe me some money." He looked over at Song Luodan and frowned. His demeanor and his wording were exactly like someone from the senior generation reprimanding a naughty member of the junior generation. As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Luodan's face went purple. The matter of being in debt to Meng Hao was something he considered to be the biggest humiliation of his entire life. He let out a roar and charged directly toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao then looked over at the young man from the Palea Immortal Mausoleum, and his eyes shone with a strange light. "No one from the Palea Immortal Mausoleum owes me money yet. However, I do happen to know somebody by the name of Xiao Luo." Almost in the same moment that Song Luodan launched his attack, Yu Xinglong from the Palea Immortal Mausoleum sent the corpse forward. Its energy surged as it attacked with Song Luodan, the two of them versus Meng Hao. They moved with incredible speed. Song Luodan's spear ripped through the air, sending ripples out into the starry sky as it stabbed toward Meng Hao. Booms echoed out in all directions. A vicious gleam appeared in Meng Hao's eyes. He took a step forward, and suddenly the starry sky seemed to shrink. In the blink of an eye, he was directly in front of Song Luodan. Once again, he lifted his right hand and punched out. Boom! When the punch landed, the spear shattered, and blood sprayed out Song Luodan's mouth. At the same time, the 11 immortal souls behind him roared, rumbling down toward Meng Hao like 11 giant mountains. Once again, Meng Hao's fist lashed out. Boom! The fist slammed into the 11 mountains, causing them to tremble and then collapse into pieces amidst massive rumbling sounds. Meng Hao's one punch destroyed them all as if they were dried grass. Then it slammed into Song Luodan's chest. Song Luodan let out a muffled grunt. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he tumbled backward. Simultaneously, Meng Hao spun, eyes blazing as he faced the incoming ancient corpse. His gaze was like lightning, instantly stifling the ancient corpse's surging energy. Then, he let out another punch. A huge boom could be heard. Meng Hao had held back a bit with Song Luodan. However, the young man from the Palea Immortal Mausoleum didn't owe him any money. So when he punched, he backed it with the full power of his fleshly body. The ancient corpse had a mortal power similar to 120 meridians, but that didn't matter. It instantly shook and then simply exploded, shattering into countless pieces as it was completely destroyed. In the moment that the corpse exploded, Yu Xinglong spat up a mouthful of blood. His eyes snapped open, and they were filled with astonishment. Too powerful. At the same time, 3 teleportation portals suddenly flashed into being in the area around them. Boundless light rose up, and ripples emanated out into the starry sky. 3 figures flew out from the teleportation portals at top speed, not stopping for even a moment as they headed toward Meng Hao. One of them was Wang Mu. As a chosen of the Wang clan, this was not the first time he and Meng Hao had fought. He was the youngest of these chosen, but his ambitions exceeded that of most the others. "Meng Hao," he roared. As he flew out, a strange aura surged. His immortal meridians emanated the ripples of a secret magic as his energy rose up. All of his power then focused onto his index finger as he pointed toward Meng Hao. The second person to fly out was Xianxia from the Burning Incense Stick Society. During the 3 great Taoist societies' trial by fire, Xianxia's power attracted quite a bit of attention. He was a chosen who had made it into the top 4. As soon as he appeared near Meng Hao, mists swirled out around him, forming an area that was like his own kingdom. "Fang Mu!" Xianxia's eyes flickered with the desire to do battle, and his immortal meridians erupted with the full bolstering power of a secret magic. The final person to appear was Chun Hao from the Bones of the Flame Devil, one of the 5 great holy lands. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation portal, a sea of flames erupted around him. It quickly transformed into more than 100 flame dragons, which roared as they swirled around him. Behind him, 12 immortal souls appeared that looked like enormous flame giants. The 3 people all emerged at the same time and attacked Meng Hao simultaneously. At the same time, Song Luodan gritted his teeth, ignored the pain of his wounds, and attacked again. Next to him was Taiyang Zi, whose eyes gleamed with determination. Although these people were all chosen, Meng Hao was so powerful that they had no choice but to join forces to fight him. "I just have to beat him one time. Only once," roared Taiyang Zi as he charged forward. Then there was Yu Xinglong, whose face flickered with various emotions. Although his ancient corpse had been destroyed, he could still fight on his own. He joined in as well, his body emanating a death aura, and his immortal meridians erupting with power as he shot toward Meng Hao. 6 cultivators joined forces to attack, the starry sky filled with radiant light. All of the cultivators in the audience held their breath as they watched. It wasn't that powerful people had never appeared before throughout the history of the true immortal realm of the 9th mountain and sea, but never in any generation had there been one blazing sun who had outstripped the other chosen so far that it required several of them working together to put up a fight. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed in concentration. As of this moment, even he had to take things a bit more seriously. His 6 opponents all had more than 90 meridians and were utilizing secret magics. These people were the result of countless years of preparations on the part of their respective sects and clans, and were the hope for their future. All of them were Dao children in their sects and clans, and if Meng Hao hadn't appeared on the scene, would be in a position of glory. "Interesting," said Meng Hao. His eyes gleamed with the desire to do battle, and to see exactly how powerful he was. "The power of immortal meridians," he thought. His body emanated booms, 123 of them, each one of which represented the activation of one of his immortal meridians. "I also want to see if I, by myself, can fight back against all of these true immortal chosen of the 9th mountain and sea." His body rumbled as it emanated a powerful, domineering aura. He didn't wait for his 6 opponents to close in. His body flickered as he charged them. It was time to fight. However, in the moment that Meng Hao stepped forward, the energy of his 6 opponents surged higher. They transformed into 6 beams of light that shot directly toward him. As for Wang Mu, his eyes suddenly gleamed with a bizarre light, and he seemed to go crazy, causing ripples to spread out through the starry sky. He suddenly raised his right hand, and a murky, flickering light appeared that began to suck in all of his soul and life force. It transformed into an attack, a profound Taoist magic of the Wang clan that was incredibly difficult to master. "Immobilize!" Wang Mu roared. His fingertips seemed to tear open the starry sky, causing all the ripples to stop in place. A terrifying power appeared which instantly wrapped around Meng Hao, forming invisible bonds that instantly immobilized him. Although he couldn't move, it was different than his bodily hexing. It was as if time had been stopped in place, as if Meng Hao's body was now suspended in eternity. The scene which was playing out left everyone completely amazed. However, before anyone could even react, the 6 attackers, including Wang Mu, transformed into something like 6 sharp swords. Their eyes flickered with battle lust, and their energy erupted as they attacked Meng Hao with virtually all of the life force they could muster. Wang Mu's aura might have been greatly weakened, but even still he attacked explosively. He lifted his right hand and an illusory finger materialized. Wang Patriarch Finger Attack. Rumbling echoed out as the gigantic, illusory finger seemed to replace the starry sky and descend upon Meng Hao. Brilliant energy surged, causing everything to seem to be on the verge of transforming into ash. Xianxia's burning incense aura seethed, transforming into his own personal kingdom and world. Using the power of his immortal meridians, he fueled his burning incense world, causing the energy from the aura to form his personal kingdom. It transformed into countless images which then crushed down towards Meng Hao. Chen Hao roared in rage. Flames surged around him as his immortal meridians erupted with power. His flame dragons merged together, transforming into a gigantic dragon head, which opened its mouth as if to consume all living things. Taiyangzi went all out with everything he had. He spit out mouthfuls of blood, causing 9 suns to appear in front of him, superimpose, and then transform into one huge sun that shot forward with deadly force. Song Luodan's energy rocketed up. Gradually, a blade appeared above his head, the blade of the Song clan, which was also a Dao. A heavenly blade slashed down, like the arrival of a heavenly Dao. Last of all was Yu Xinglong. His body was completely stiff, as he spared no expense to transform himself into an ancient corpse. The aura of reincarnation emanated out, forming an incredible power that manifested in the form of a corpse needle. The needle stabbed through the air directly toward Meng Hao's forehead. The 9th mountain and sea was completely shaken. Everyone looked on with reeling minds as the scene played out. Earlier, they had been shocked to see Meng Hao's one punch completely defeat various chosen, and couldn't help but look down on the true immortal chosen a bit because of that. But now they were shocked to find that any one of these chosen could single-handedly be blazing suns that could rock everything. Now, the 6 of them joined forces in an earth-shaking, heaven-rocking attack. Meng Hao is going to lose. In the blink of an eye, they engulfed Meng Hao. However, it was at this point that intense booming sounds echoed out from within Meng Hao. They were like thunder and lightning, exploding and rumbling ceaselessly. Boom, 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 boom. Shockingly, exactly 100 such sounds echoed out. The 100 booming sounds represented the power of 100 immortal meridians unleashing all their power. Instantly, the Wang clan's bizarre immobilization technique fell apart. As it collapsed, Wang Mu coughed up a mouthful of blood. It was as if his entire body had been scraped clean from the inside out. His expression was one of shock. He had never before experienced such an intense backlash from someone of the same generation as himself. As for Meng Hao, all eyes were on him as booming sounds echoed out constantly. The power of one immortal meridian after another erupted, causing Meng Hao's energy to skyrocket. "Now it's my turn," he said, his eyes flickering with a cold light. Moments ago, the Wang clan's magical technique had left him shaken. Now, his eyes brimmed with coldness as his body flickered, suddenly reappearing directly in front of Xianxia. As usual, he clenched his right hand and began to punch. The first punch caused blood to spray out of Xianxia's mouth. His burning incense world, his kingdom, collapsed into pieces, and he was sent tumbling backward. The second punch landed in front of Chen Hao. The flames which surrounded him suddenly encountered a fierce wind and were extinguished. The shocking flame dragon head exploded, causing Chen Hao to let out a roar of defiance. However, he couldn't stop the blood from spraying out of his mouth. The third punch descended towards Wang Mu. Meng Hao actually had fairly complex feelings regarding the Wang clan. However, he also feared their divine ability. When his punch made contact with the finger attack, a huge boom rang out. The finger attack collapsed, and Wang Mu spit up a mouthful of blood and passed directly into unconsciousness. For punches, 5 punches, 6 punches. Song Luodan's body was covered in a haze of blood. Taiyang Zi's chest caved in, and he appeared to be on the verge of death. Yu Xinglong from the Palea Immortal Mausoleum saw his needle collapse into nothing more than bits of ash. His face was pale as Meng Hao's punch very nearly caused him to explode. In the end, he passed out. Meng Hao didn't kill any of them. He had no enmity with them, and knew that as true immortal chosen, they were fighting this battle with him because of their own daos. 6 punches. 6 enemies completely swept aside. Meng Hao hovered there in the starry sky, hair whipping about. More booms could be heard coming from inside of him, until a total of 123 rang out, indicating that Meng Hao had unleashed the full power of his immortal meridians. Too powerful! Immortal realm paragon! Cries of astonishment could be heard throughout the 9th mountain and sea. Meng Hao's current battle prowess left everyone completely shaken. Countless spectators were watching this battle in the starry sky closely. It was a battle of chosen, a battle of true immortals that would determine the future standing of the various sects and clans. At some point during the action, a strangely ordinary ship appeared in the boundless starry sky, completely undetectable even to the G clan. An older man sat on the ship, next to whom was a young man, who was frowning as he looked out at an illusory screen which depicted Meng Hao battling the various chosen. "Why are they fighting him?" the young man asked. "They have to know that they're not his match. What's the point? Don't these so-called chosen of the 9th mountain and sea completely overestimate their ability? If it were me, I would definitely prepare secretly to rise to prominence later. Looks like these people from the 9th mountain and sea amount virtually nothing. They're all idiots. Fools. That's because they are chosen," replied the older man softly. "They can accept defeat, and they can accept that they do not measure up to others. However, if they lack even the courage to fight, the determination to draw their swords, then they will forever be unable to lift a finger against this boy named Feng Hao. They are in the immortal realm now, and despite the huge gap, if they refuse to fight now, then in the future, that gap will only widen. Then, they would forever lack the courage to fight." He lifted his glass of alcohol and took a sip. "They'll even team up to fight him?" the young man said with a cold laugh. "Whatever would it prove if they won that way? It would prove that he could be beaten by peers from the same generation," was the calm reply. "Linner, that is the difference between you and them. You cannot underestimate these people from the 9 mountains and seas." The young man laughed coldly. "Ah, who cares? When it comes to them, we already—" He was about to continue when the older man glared at him sternly. The young man's heart thumped, and he swallowed his words. No one detected the existence of the ship, as if they actually existed in a different time and space. They floated slowly through the starry sky, drifting off into the distance. The battle was being watched by countless spectators, which was especially true considering that what should have been a battle to showcase everyone's glory ended up being a whole group of people joining forces to attack Meng Hao, which made things even more interesting to the onlookers. Of course, not all chosen teamed up to attack Meng Hao. Feng Wei hovered motionless in midair, his eyes closed as he completely ignored what was happening in the starry sky. However, he was slowly building his energy, and his aura continued to grow more intense thanks to the amalgamation of his various Feng clan's secret magics. Furthermore, he had 2 nirvana fruits inside of him, which began to pulse as if they were beating hearts. He was waiting for his energy to reach its peak, whereupon he would battle it out with Meng Hao. In addition to him, Fan Donger was also building up her energy. Then there was Zhao Yifan, Li Linger, as well as 2 other people. One was from the G clan, someone nobody else noticed because of the fact that the G clan had kept the door of immortality concealed when it came to this person. The only thing that people knew was that she had entered true immortality. No one had any idea of how many immortal meridians she had. It was Ji-in. She was not the Dao child of the G clan. However, She was the number one figure underneath the Tao Child. In addition to Ji'in, there was Fandonger of the Ninth Sea God world, who had by this point been forgotten by the majority of people. Also from the three great Taoist societies were Zhao Yifan and Zhou Xian from the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. Of course, there was also the immortal ancient Taoist rite. There was no one who knew of what blazing sun might emerge from the rite, nor had anyone even heard any whispers of who it might be. Almost in the same moment that Taiyang Zi and the other 5 chosen were defeated, rumbling sounds filled the starry sky as more teleportation portals glimmered into existence. Numerous true immortal chosen appeared from the 3 churches and 6 sects, and also from the Holy Lands. Some of them were people Meng Hao recognized, others were strangers. There were 11 or 12 of them, and they instantly caused explosive ripples to spread out. Each one of these people were blazing suns from their respective sects, and it was without hesitation that they joined forces to attack. They knew that they couldn't possibly defeat Meng Hao by relying on their own strength. However, they needed this battle to result in a victory. Therefore, they teamed up. If they could win, that would be enough to purge the devils in their hearts, and would prove to them that Meng Hao could be defeated in battle. Ryua Yuam Blel. Massive roaring echoed out as the dozen cultivators' immortal meridians erupted. This was the era of true immortals, so anyone who had risen to true immortality, who had opened at least 90 immortal meridians, and who had secret arts, unleashed their immortal souls and powered up. They transformed into a dozen beams of prismatic light that shot directly toward Meng Hao. All of them unleashed different divine abilities as they attacked Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes shone with the desire to do battle. He looked around at his 13 opponents, and his mouth twisted into a smile. A very cold smile. His 123 immortal meridians were in full rotation. As his enemies closed in, Meng Hao charged forward like an explosive dragon. Massive rumbling echoed out as a completely domineering aura emanated out from him. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched. He slashed through everything like a sharp knife through bamboo. Everywhere he went, divine abilities collapsed, secret magics were destroyed, blood sprayed about, and everything shook. Boundless ripples spread out through the starry sky like waves over water. Roars of defiance echoed out as Meng Hao simultaneously fought all of these true immortal chosen. Ryua Yuam Blel. The starry sky trembled and the heavens dimmed. One punch, another punch, another. Numerous enemies were sent tumbling away, blood spraying from their mouths. Bright beams of light were shattered. Divine abilities were completely destroyed. Among the audience, jaws dropped and eyes widened. Meng Hao was like a celestial warrior, and the image of him fighting was branded indefinitely into the minds of everyone in the current generation. In the end, when all of the opponents were left ashen-faced, and when the final chosen was sent flying backward in defeat, Meng Hao raised his hand and waved it toward the heavens. A writ of karma. Numerous karma threads suddenly emerged from his body, as well as from the bodies of all of the chosen, including the 6 he had fought earlier. In total, 18 streams of karma could be seen coming from the true immortal chosen. Because of Meng Hao's domineering cultivation base and Taoist magic, he was able to force the formation of karma. It transformed into numerous promissory notes, which materialized in thin air and then floated down onto Meng Hao's palm. There was no need to write anything, nor any need for anyone to agree to the matter. That was because they now owed him money. His karmic Taoist magic forced ties of destiny. The instant that a writ of karma appeared, his 18 opponents coughed up blood, and their eyes went bright red. The feeling of having destined ties and promissory notes forced upon them, and the sense that their karma would be disturbed if they failed to pay back that debt, caused all of the chosen to look over at Meng Hao, eyes bloodshot and seething with rage. Meng Hao, how dare you? Damn it, you're too shameless. The true immortal chosen all roared with fury. Shameless, huh? He replied, his expression the same as ever, although slightly bashful. He cleared this throat, continued on with an air of self-righteousness. Well, you people wanted to fight me to solidify your Tao hearts. You were even willing to gang up on me. If you defeated me, your Tao hearts would be freed of their obstruction. In that case, I think I need to collect some interest from you. If you think about it that way, I'm sure you'll agree. It was just as he had said to Fang Xiufeng, that his dream was to get all of the chosen in the 9th mountain and see to owe him money. That dream was already becoming a reality. All of a sudden, Meng Hao realized that he had actually set his ambitions a bit too low. I should have said that I want all of the chosen in the 9 mountains and cease to owe me money. As this grand ambition rose up in his heart, he looked up, and his long hair drifted in the wind. His energy pulsed, and it was as if his desire caused all of the starry sky to tremble. Countless ripples emanated out in all directions. As of this moment, the 9th mountain and sea had fallen silent. Everyone was speechless as they gazed at Meng Hao. The true immortal chosen were in a rage, and yet couldn't think of a single thing to say in response. Fang Xiufeng wore a strange expression as he stood there on planet South Heaven, looking at Meng Hao's a writ of karma. He also noticed Meng Hao's expression and couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Off to the side, Meng Li was chuckling. When she saw the look on Fang Xiufeng's face, she knew exactly what he was thinking. This kid was a charmer from the moment he was born, she said, laughing. Charmer? Said Fang Xiufeng, gaping. He hesitated for a moment. He's your son. Right before he left, he did say that he wanted all of the chosen in the 9th mountain and see to owe him money. When Howard was born, I always knew that he would set different aspirations than everyone else. As for me, I was hoping that his grand ambition would be to get all of the pretty girls in the 9th mountain and see to become his beloved concubines. Meng Li smiled, and from her expression it could be seen how much she loved spoiling Meng Hao. Fang Xiufeng stood there silently, shaking his head and smiling wryly. Only he knew that deep within his heart, there was something he felt somewhat indignant about, and that was the foster father Meng Hao had mentioned when Cajusi gave him the immortal meridian. As Meng Hao's real father, the feelings that had been on display at that moment had caused a sour feeling to rise up in his heart. He couldn't quite accept the situation. You still haven't told me why you sent Howard to planet East Victory. I know it's not just for those 2 nirvana fruits. I've asked you many times, and you never tell me. But this time, I want an answer. Meng Li turned and gave Fang Xiufeng a serious look. Fang Xiufeng looked quietly at his wife for a moment before finally saying, You'll know soon enough. Currently, the 9th mountain and sea was completely silent, and everyone was staring at Meng Hao. Meng Hao, who had single-handedly defeated all of these chosen of the various sects and clans of the 9th mountain and sea. Some had even joined forces and yet had still been defeated. Many of the observers were left completely shaken. As Meng Hao hovered there in the starry sky, he looked around at the more than 10 true immortal chosen, who were staring at him wrathfully. Unfortunately for them, there was nothing they could do. It was at this point that another teleportation portal suddenly blazed into existence in front of Meng Hao. Zhao Yifan suddenly walked out of the teleportation portal, accompanied by a massive pillar of sword qi which billowed up from him. The stars trembled as mighty rumbling echoed out in all directions. The true immortal chosen in the area instantly stared over at him. The cultivators of the 9th mountain and sea were all watching as Zhao Yifan made his appearance. Meng Hao, he said, or should I say, Fang Mu. Long time no see. As ever, he wore a long cyan robe, which rippled as he walked, and had a sword strapped to his back. At the moment, the energy that emanated off of him far, far exceeded that which he had displayed at the 3 great Taoist societies' trial by fire. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Zhao Yifan of the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. Meng Hao had fought him twice before. The first time was on planet South Heaven, when the two had been separated by quite a distance, and had exchanged a single sword attack in midair. The second time was during the 3 great Taoist societies' trial by fire. They had vied for first place, a battle in which Meng Hao had been forced to draw on all his battle prowess, and had even allowed a hidden devilish will to send his heart and mind into chaos, all to be able to only injure Zhao Yifan. Now, the two of them stared at each other, scenes from the past playing out in their minds' eyes. Zhao Yifan, Meng Hao said slowly. Suddenly, the desire to fight rose up in his eyes. No further words needed to be spoken. There was no enmity between them, only the need to do battle for the sake of their own Daos in this new era. The surrounding true immortal chosen quickly grew silent and backed up. They had all been defeated and would not attack again. Furthermore, they knew how powerful Zhao Yifan was, so their eyes flickered as they prepared for the battle which was about to take place. The observing cultivators out in the Ninth Mountain and Sea were recalling the things which had happened in the past between Meng Hao and Zhao Yifan. A battle between those two deserves to be the center of attention. Back in the trial by fire, Zhao Yifan suffered a huge defeat, but now he's become a true immortal. Now that he's making another appearance, I wonder if he'll get defeated again. Going up against someone as inhuman as Meng Hao, Zhao Yifan will definitely suffer defeat. As everyone discussed the matter, Meng Hao and Zhao Yifan faced off with proverbial swords drawn. Just when they were about to explode into action, a second teleportation portal suddenly appeared. Then, immediately afterward, a third. Bright light filled the starry sky as Fan Donger walked out, the female corpse behind her, hair draped over its body. The incredible aura of a powerful expert instantly erupted out of Fan Donger. "Meng Hao," she said calmly, her alluring voice so icy that everything turned as cold as winter. The corpse behind her had long black hair and emanated the aura of death, causing anyone who looked at it to tremble. Hello, Inky. I've missed you," Meng Hao said, eyes shining brightly. After a moment, he continued, a bit embarrassedly. "And as for you, little sis Donger, it's time you paid my money back." His words caused Fan Donger's face to immediately darken. She didn't know why, but the instant she saw Meng Hao face to face, and heard his voice, and especially upon seeing the expression on his face, her Dao heart filled with an almost uncontrollable urge to give him several vicious kicks. Even as she gritted her teeth, the third teleportation portal opened up behind her, and Li Linger slowly stepped out. She wore a long red gown, and her eyes blazed like lightning as she stared at Meng Hao. Her expression actually seemed a bit torn. Meng Hao blinked, then smiled and said, "Heya, Linger, wifey, you're here too? Did you want to get married or something?" When the observers in the Ninth Mountain and Sea heard his words, their eyes went wide. It was as if their ears had been struck by lightning. What did he just call Li Linger? Damn it! He dared to call Li Linger wifey? Now that I think about it, this Fong Hao. Years ago, the Fong clan and the Li clan were supposed to have made a marriage alliance. As the audience in the Ninth Mountain and Sea went into an uproar, Li Linger stared at Meng Hao and then suddenly smiled. In that moment, the complex look in her eye faded away. She was inherently beautiful, and when she smiled, she instantly radiated a bewitching charm. "Husband," she said, smiling a beautiful smile, "you've gotten yourself involved with far too many beauties. Once you sever ties with them, then we can get married." Meng Hao's eyes went wide. He had never imagined that Li Linger would accept his statement. When he saw the grin on her face, it made him feel that there was something suspicious about the whole situation. He laughed it off awkwardly, then his gaze turned cold as he turned to look at Zhao Yifan. As soon as his gaze fell upon Zhao Yifan's sword chi erupted, and he took a step forward, reaching his hand out, within which appeared an illusory, azure-colored sword. As his fingers closed around the hilt of the sword, he did not speak. Instead, his body bent like a drawn bow, and then he suddenly slashed the sword out toward Meng Hao. The sword caused everything to vibrate. The heavens dimmed, and more than 90 sword dragons appeared within the sword light. They rapidly merged together to form a gigantic azure dragon, which roared as it slashed at the void with its claws. Its long whiskers floated in the air as it charged Meng Hao. Everywhere it went, the void shattered and was rent asunder, as if this azure dragon could destroy any and all obstacles that got in its way. As the azure dragon closed in on Meng Hao, he raised his right hand and pointed out. Instantly, massive rumbling sounds could be heard as the azure dragon roared to a halt, and was incapable of moving forward even a centimeter. "Shatter," Meng Hao said coolly. A boom could be heard as the azure dragon collapsed, transforming into countless glittering sparks that rapidly dissipated. The scene that was playing out instantly caused quite a few people to recall what had happened in the three great Taoist societies' trial by fire. What was happening now was somewhat similar, except that back then, Meng Hao had used a palm, and now he was using the casual wave of a single finger. Zhao Yifun's eyes glittered brightly as he reached out with his right hand, causing what appeared to be an ordinary sword to appear. It was none other than his cloud-sealing sword. He took 5 quick steps forward, and with each step, his energy soared higher and grew stronger. First sword, felling the mortal. Second sword, shocking the spirit. Third sword, severing the immortal. Fourth sword, shattering the ancient. Fifth sword, trampling the heavens. With every step, his energy surged, and he would slash out with his sword. 5 steps, 5 heaven-shaking sword attacks. The starry sky seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Cracking sounds could be heard as a huge fissure appeared, from within which appeared a gigantic claw that lashed out toward Meng Hao. The claw looked like the 5-taloned claw of a sword dragon, formed from 5 swords. As soon as it appeared, the heavens trembled, and the expression of all onlookers instantly flickered. The audience in the 9th mountain and sea gasped. The desire to do battle gleamed even brighter in Meng Hao's eyes. His expression was cold as his own energy surged, and the power of 123 immortal meridians erupted. He had seen these same sword forms the last time he had fought Zhao Yifun, but this time, they were far, far more powerful. Furthermore, at the moment, Meng Hao wanted nothing more than to see exactly how strong he was. He took a step forward and raised his hand. He didn't use any sort of divine ability, just one punch, which rocketed toward the incoming 5-taloned claw. 123 immortal meridians erupted, combining with the power of his fleshly body to form an astonishing aura that instantly slammed into the 5-taloned claws. Massive roaring filled the air, and everything shook. The claw shook for a moment and then shattered into countless pieces. Meng Hao continued to advance, his hair whipping about, his aura surging. Zhao Yifun, it's time to use your most powerful secret magic. Otherwise, you're just no match for me. Meng Hao's voice echoed out, and the domineering tone rose with each step he took. Zhao Yifun suddenly felt an intense pressure and urgency weighing down on him. Fan Donger's face flickered, and Li Linger's pupils constricted. Zhao Yifun threw his head back and roared, then performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. 5 cleaving swords, rising sword form. He waved his right hand, causing his immortal meridians to rotate at full power. His more than 90 immortal meridians now erupted with the battle prowess of more than 110 meridians. First cleaving, swords cleave the heavens. Instantly, tens of thousands of flying swords filled the starry sky above Zhao Yifun. Under the shadow of all those swords, Zhao Yifun looked like a paragon among swords, shocking to the extreme. Now, the power of more than 120 immortal meridians exploded out within him. Second cleaving, immortal. Why sever the mundane world? Zhao Yifun's aura exploded up. In their previous battle, he had been forced to destroy his Dharma idol in order to fuel the second cleaving. This time, he unleashed the form without the slightest hitch. Furthermore, using this power caused his energy to surge to something similar to more than 130 immortal meridians. This was a true display of the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto's 5 cleaving swords. It was also the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto's secret magic for the immortal realm. It was actually powerful enough to create a number of illusory meridians which could surpass the normal limit of 123 meridians. However, the immortal souls that could be formed from those meridians were still limited to 1 soul per 10 meridians. Furthermore, because of the constraint of 33 heavens, the maximum number of meridians possible, including those granted by secret magics, was 330, which was considered the Great Circle. Throughout countless years, no one had ever been able to achieve that. Meng Hao raised his head, and his eyes shone with brilliant light, like a cold, sharp sword. Third cleaving. Who is most honored in heaven? Zhao Yifun cried out. His immortal meridians once again sent out incredible pressure, and soon, The power he radiated was equal to more than 140 immortal meridians. As soon as this power manifested, the heavens dimmed, and a wild wind sprang up. All of the stars in the sky trembled, and, at the same time, Zhao Yifan began to shake. Having added to his immortal realm power by more than 50%, he had reached his limit, and was in a state that he could only maintain for a short time. Meng Hao, prepare to receive my most powerful attack. He threw his head back and roared, causing the tens of thousands of swords around him to merge together into 14 immortal souls. These souls, formed by the illusory immortal meridians of the secret magic, could not measure up to the souls created, one soul per meridian, after corroborating one's Tao and becoming immortal. To the true immortal chosen of the ninth mountain and sea, an inhuman cultivator like Meng Hao was someone they simply couldn't measure up to. Zhao Yifan's aura surged, and his sword descended. Behind him were 14 immortal souls, who caused the descending sword blow to become a beam of light that illuminated the entire starry sky. Everyone was dazzled by the blinding, scintillating light. Zhao Yifan's most powerful sword attack. Rumbling echoed out as the sword shot straight toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao's desire to fight seethed as he caused all of his 123 immortal meridians to rotate at full power. Immortal souls appeared behind him, which was the first time he had used such a power when battling the true immortal chosen. He advanced, clenching his hand into a fist to deliver, as usual, one punch. It was as if, whatever enemies he faced, he would only use his most simple and direct method of attack. One punch. Ryuayuam Blel. Massive rumbling filled the area in the starry sky where Meng Hao and Zhao Yifan met in battle. A massive hole tore open in the void. Blood sprayed out of Zhao Yifan's mouth. The light caused by his most powerful attack flickered and then shattered into fragments that spread out and transformed into a tempest. Within that tempest, Zhao Yifan could be seen, smiling bitterly, coughing up consecutive mouthfuls of blood. He had lost, but his heart was not defeated. He now knew that he possessed the strength to bear his sword at Meng Hao. Meng Hao emerged from within the tempest and then looked back at Zhao Yifan. It was in that moment that Fandonger surged into action. As did Li Linger, they attacked virtually at the same time. As for Fandonger, the ninth sea materialized around her. A pulsing magical symbol appeared on her forehead. With each pulse, her immortal meridians were increased by 10% of their original power. After it pulsed 4 times, she had added 40% to her power, and her immortal souls had appeared around her. She waved her hand, causing the ninth sea to shoot forward, filled with countless sea dragons. It transformed into something that looked like a huge head, with a solitary horn sticking out of the forehead. It was a sea giant that instantly attempted to headbutt Meng Hao. This bright energy surged in all directions. In another direction, Li Linger performed an incantation gesture, causing numerous trees to appear around her. Cracking sounds could be heard as the starry sky around her was transformed into a land mass. In the blink of an eye, more than 90 trees had appeared around her. She continued to perform incantation gestures, then tapped on various areas of her body. More rumbling sounds could be heard as the number of trees increased to more than 130 in total. Either of these young women alone could not exceed Zhao Yifan. However, their combined battle prowess was such that even Zhao Yifan's face would turn pale if he faced them in a fight. They did not speak to Meng Hao, they simply attacked, in the exact moment in which the fight between Meng Hao and Zhao Yifan concluded. Meng Hao turned his head, and his eyes shone with a brilliant light. He snorted coldly and caused the power of 123 immortal meridians to explode out. All 33 immortal souls appeared behind him, transforming into 33 heavens, which emanated astonishing pressure. The domineering sensation of the immortal realm paragon suddenly radiated out. Think you can beat me? I'll just have to put you in your place. He took a step forward and raised his right hand, not in a fist, but in a palm. He viciously thrust his palm forward, causing the 33 heavens behind him to shake the starry sky as they transformed into a gigantic hand, which slammed into the ninth sea. Huge rumbling sounds filled the air as the seawater exploded. The sea dragons let out shrill cries, and the giant with its horned head shattered into pieces. As its head exploded, Fan Donger's face fell, and she began to retreat. At the same time, Meng Hao advanced, causing the huge hand to rumble directly toward her. Fan Donger's eyes shone with a bright red light as she performed an incantation gesture. Instantly, the corpse behind her looked up and began to emanate an explosive, murderous aura. It appeared to be on the brink of attacking Meng Hao. In the same instant that the murderous aura radiated out from the corpse, Meng Hao called out in a towering, dignified voice, "Inky, stand down." The female corpse immediately bowed its head. The murderous aura vanished, and it even retreated by several dozen meters. Fan Donger stared in shock, and her scalp went numb. In that moment, Meng Hao's attack closed in, just when it was about to slam into her. Though, he heard someone cough dryly in his ear. That cough sounded ancient, and it obviously came from the throat of a very old woman. Meng Hao frowned, causing the hand to flip over. Instead of slamming directly into her like had just been about to, it slapped Fan Donger's rear end. "Meng Hao, how dare you!" As the slapping sound rang out, Fan Donger let out a shriek, and her face fell. Her buttocks were now uneven, and intense pain filled her trembling body. In fact, it was the most intense pain she had ever experienced in her life. Trembling, Fan Donger was now on the verge of collapsing unconscious. Blood sprayed from her mouth, and she staggered backward, her hatred for Meng Hao rising to near madness. When Li Linger saw this, her expression flickered, and she suddenly stopped in place. Her face was ashen, as if she were suddenly thinking about something very frightening that had happened in the past. Glaring at Meng Hao, she backed up. "Not quite as good as my wifey," said Meng Hao, turning to look at Li Linger. Li Linger gnashed her teeth and performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, the 130 trees surrounding her exploded, transforming into a terrifying whirlwind which shot toward Meng Hao. At the same time as the trees exploded, Li Linger spit out a mouthful of blood and retreated at high speed. Simultaneously, a cold harumph could be heard coming from within the explosion. "Get back here, wifey!" Simultaneously, an intense gravitational force latched onto Li Linger. Her face flickered as she was involuntarily sucked backward towards the whirlwind. Within the whirlwind, 33 immortal souls swirled around Meng Hao. They instantly transformed into 33 heavens, which bore the brunt of the whirlwind and the exploding trees. He advanced, energy surging, backed by the powerful windstorm. In the blink of an eye, Li Linger was swept up and was being pulled close to Meng Hao. She gritted her teeth and spun to face him. At the same time, she performed a double-handed incantation gesture, after which the shocking image of a tree leaf appeared on her forehead. The tree leaf was emerald green, and as soon as it appeared, a strong life force appeared in Li Linger. A magic bottle materialized in front of her, which she grabbed and threw toward Meng Hao. "I knew you would use that move," he said coolly, waving his sleeve. The 33 immortal souls behind him emanated shocking power, and the magic bottle instantly shattered. Blood sprayed from Li Linger's mouth as she tumbled backward. In that same instant, Meng Hao advanced forward, spanning the distance between the two of them to appear right next to Li Linger. Then he raised his hand high into the air, and, as Li Linger's pupils shrank with fury blazing in her eyes, smacked his palm down onto her rear end. This was the third time. Li Linger let out a miserable shriek as pain exploded throughout her body. Her face went deathly white, and she was sent spinning, her body shaking. She looked back at Meng Hao with intense killing intent. "Meng Hao! Ah, what a familiar feeling," he said with a cool smile. With that, he paid no further attention to Li Linger. He had not even used his full power when fighting Zhao Yifan. Rather, he was taking his time to get accustomed to the various degrees of battle prowess that he could display. You could say that the true immortal chosen had come to fight him successively. However, this was the optimal situation for Meng Hao. He needed continuous fights like this in order to adapt to his newfound battle prowess in the quickest possible manner. Now, he had mostly finished adapting, and his eyes glittered brightly as he looked out into the starry sky. At this point, all of the spectators out in the ninth mountain and sea were looking at Meng Hao and his power. This overt display of might caused everyone in the immortal realm to be filled with fear, and even caused members of the ancient realm to stare in shock. He's the #1 figure in the immortal realm. He's just fighting the true immortal chosen to hone himself. It's like when a mighty sword is forged from divine metal that still need to be sharpened after it comes out of the fire. It's possible that the only person who could be his match is not someone from his generation, but someone from the elder generation. Discussions raged in all corners of the ninth mountain and sea. Meng Hao hovered there in the starry sky, looking around calmly as he said, "Chosen, are there any of you left who dare to fight me? If not, then I have some personal matters to handle." He looked down at planet East Victory, and his eyes flickered coldly. If you followed his line of sight, you would see that he was looking at Feng Wei, who hovered in midair above planet East Victory. Feng Wei opened his eyes slowly and calmly. In the instant that they looked at each other, the rumbling sound of teleportation portals could be heard, as 3 more portals appeared. Meng Hao frowned, and originally planned to ignore them and head directly toward planet East Victory. However, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned toward one of the teleportation portals. His eyes suddenly widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. "You're not dead." A young man walked out of the teleportation portal. He was tall and slender, and although he did not look physically imposing, anyone who looked at him would be able to tell that his fleshly body was terrifyingly powerful. "No, I'm still alive," he said. Something that looked like a star rotated slowly on his forehead. However, if you examined it closely, you would see that there were several other stars in the same position that seemed to have been sealed, causing them to flicker somewhere between illusory and corporeal. It was Wang Tingfei. Almost in the same moment that Wang Tingfei appeared, a figure emerged from the second teleportation portal. She floated out, surrounded by a boundless mist of karma. Within the mist, her cold and emotionless eyes pierced out toward Meng Hao, intense to the extreme. She was Jiyin. The last teleportation portal opened, and another young man appeared. He looked like a scholar, and even carried a bamboo scroll in his hand. He looked over at Meng Hao and smiled in a way that seemed sincere, but actually contained boundless coldness. There even seemed to be a hint of jealousy buried deep inside. "Elder brother Meng, I am Zhou Shui, from the immortal ancient Taoist rite. My master commanded me to come here. Please give me some face by fighting with me for a bit." "Taking turns to fight me?" replied Meng Hao. "When will this end? Do you really think that I won't dare to kill people with all of your sex looking on?" His eyes gleamed with intense coldness, but his words were even colder. Meng Hao glanced over the 3. Although he was a little taken aback by the appearance of Wang Tingfei, he still chose to speak in this manner. The faces of these 3 newcomers didn't flicker in the slightest in response to his words. As for Jiyin, her face wasn't even visible. "Elder brother Meng, my master is from the immortal ancient Taoist rite," said Zhou Shui. He was smiling on the surface, but his heart was as cold as ice. Before he could finish speaking, Meng Hao looked directly at him, his expression frigid. He said nothing further, but instead advanced. 33 immortal souls exploded with power, and his 123 meridians rotated, surging with shocking power. Instantly, he was in front of Zhou Shui, launching a punch. Zhou Shui's eyes flickered with coldness as he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. His energy rose up, causing ripples to spread out as power equivalent to 140 meridians exploded out. His immortal souls appeared, and at the same time, a spark of flame appeared directly above his head, from within which emanated the sounds of scriptures being chanted. Instantly, Zhou Shui's aura exceeded that of Zhao Yifan. He quickly finished his incantation gesture and then formed his hand into a palm, which he thrust out to meet Meng Hao's blow. A boom could be heard, and Zhou Shui's face fell as his entire arm vibrated. At the same time, he unleashed the full power of his cultivation base, after which a ripping sound could be heard, and the chanting of the scriptures grew louder. 9 cycles Taoist magic. As soon as Zhou Shui's voice rang out, the chanting of scriptures surged, transforming into strange ripples that reduced the power of Meng Hao's attack 9 times in a row. After the 9th reduction, the attack was easily countered by Zhou Shui's palm. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he looked over at Zhou Shui. Fellow Taoist Meng, is this the full power of the Immortal Realm Paragon's attack? He asked coolly. However, deep inside he was shocked. Seeing what he had just seen, and feeling it personally, left him greatly shaken. If that's all you have, then it's time to see how you like one of my attacks. With that, rumbling emanated out of his body as 99 immortal dragons suddenly appeared around him. The immortal dragons roared, causing strange colors to flash in the air, and the heavens to tremble. This scene caused widespread shock among the cultivators of the 9th mountain and sea. 99 meridians. The immortal ancient Taoist rite has profound resources hidden away. I can't believe they have a disciple with 99 meridians. That's only 1 short of 100. It looks like Zhou Shui isn't too happy to be fighting Meng Hao. If the immortal ancient Taoist rite had given him that meridian, he would have 100 right now. Zhou Shui's eyes flickered as the 99 dragons roared, and his immortal souls appeared. Even as the ripples of the 9 cycles Taoist magic spread out, he took a deep breath, and what he absorbed was the qi of heaven and earth from the starry sky. After taking 1 breath, his immortal meridians thrummed. Immediately, the number of dragons exceeded 99. Soon there were 100, 108, 115, 127, 136, until there were a total of 148. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Zhou Shui's aura roared into the sky, and within his eyes appeared a cold light as he looked toward Meng Hao and barked, 1 breath, slay 3 corpses. Zhou Shui's eyes flickered with killing intent. He knew that he had no hope of actually defeating Meng Hao, but he still hoped to be able to fight him to a draw, and prove that he was the true chosen of the 9th mountain and sea. As he spoke, his aura surged out, and his immortal meridians caused strands of immortal qi to form a huge stream of white smoke that shot toward Meng Hao. It was only 1 stream, but it emanated a terrifying aura that seemed capable of slaughtering anyone in the immortal realm. Everyone in the 9th mountain and sea was astonished. The only person whose expression was the same as ever was Meng Hao. His mouth twisted into a cold smile as his 123 immortal meridians caused 123 portions of immortal power to merge together into his fist. This could be counted as a secret magic that resulted from corroborating the Tao on his own to reach true immortality. Yet again, 1 punch rocketed through the air. When Meng Hao fought earlier, it might have seemed like he was using all of the power that his immortal meridians could provide. However, he had actually employed no skill whatsoever in his attacks, and had relied only on brute force to crush everyone. Now was the first time that he was using a true immortal secret magic, unifying the power of his immortal meridians into 1 force, to deliver a true immortal realm attack. The 1 punch generated a massive wind that caused the stars to flicker. Shockingly, numerous soul lamps appeared around Meng Hao, causing Zhou Shui to gape in shock. His eyes went wide, and even as the astonishment washed through him, Meng Hao's fist slammed into the stream of smoke. A huge boom rang out as the smoke instantly collapsed. Blood sprayed from Zhou Shui's mouth, and his body very nearly exploded. Shouting loudly, he utilized the 9 cycles Taoist magic, but even after reducing the power 9 times, he was still sent flying backward like a kite with its string cut. Blood spurted out all over his body until he was soaked. His aura was vastly weakened, and the flame of his life force flickered on the verge of being extinguished. "You," he said. His face was pale, his scalp numb. Vibrations surged through his body to the point where all his immortal meridians were about to collapse. In the midst of his astonishment, a look of terror appeared on his face, and without hesitation, he produced a jade slip which he crushed, teleporting him away immediately. The 9th mountain and sea went deathly quiet as everyone mentally replayed the image of Meng Hao's attack just now. That's the power of the immortal realm paragon? Strong. So strong. That strike was comparable to the ancient realm. That attack, even someone in the ancient realm with one extinguished soul lamp, might have a hard time fighting back against it. The ninth mountain and sea was shaken as Meng Hao turned his head to face Wang Tingfei and Ji Yin. Ji Yin's face was grim, and she backed up toward the teleportation portal. Apparently, she had decided not to attack Meng Hao. It was as if she had realized that Meng Hao, as of this moment, was someone others in the immortal realm couldn't beat. Fan Donger's eyes were wide, and Li Linger's face was ashen. Zhao Yifan was smiling bitterly, and as for Taiyang Zi and the rest of the group of 10 or so from earlier, all of them were sighing. They now knew that earlier, Meng Hao was only fighting to get used to his cultivation base. Therefore, he let them attack him. Now, he had no need for such a thing, and if they tried to attack him again, the result would be very different. Meng Hao was someone not to be provoked. Wang Tingfei looked up, and the stars on his forehead flickered as he advanced by a pace. Meng Hao, I won't waste your time. One punch. Just one punch. His eyes flickered with obsession. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and in fact, there was no one except the two of them who truly knew all the details of their past. Meng Hao looked at Wang Tingfei. He was still a bit shocked to find out that Wang Tingfei was alive, especially considering that he had personally seen him die at the hands of the 10th Wang clan patriarch. Well aware of what Meng Hao was wondering, Wang Tingfei offered an explanation, his voice soft. The 10th patriarch helped me. Meng Hao looked back at Wang Tingfei silently, and his heart filled with complicated thoughts as he recalled how they had first met all those years ago. It was very likely that Wang Tingfei had seen the flying rain dragon that had become one of his immortal meridians. Very well, he said, nodding. Wang Tingfei's eyes gleamed with the desire to fight. As he looked at Meng Hao, his energy began to rise up. He possessed no secret magic, and the number of immortal meridians that he had opened could not be considered especially outstanding in the current age. However, he did have access to some of the deep resources built up by the 10th Wang clan patriarch. He also had Meng Hao's perfect foundation, as well as the bloodline power he had acquired in the moment of becoming a true immortal. That bloodline power was something shocking even in the Wang clan because it was so rare. It was the power of gods. In the Wang clan, this bloodline power of Wang Tingfei was the power of a god. What he walked was not the path of immortal ascension. What he walked was the path of godly ascension. This battle was a fight between gods and immortals. Wang Tingfei threw his head back and roared. Cracking sounds emanated out from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he grew until he was 30 meters tall, 300 meters tall, 3,000 meters. He looked completely and utterly shocking to anyone who saw him, and the area around him instantly filled with rifts and fissures. He continued to grow larger with maddening speed, and within a few breaths of time, he was directly in front of Meng Hao, a giant fully 6,000 meters tall. The sudden appearance of this giant filled Meng Hao's mind with shock, and caused him to think back to the vision he had experienced in the immortal ancient Taoist Right Temple, in which he saw a giant. That giant actually looked very similar to Wang Tingfei. Both had thick, tough skin covered with magical symbols, and both had stars on their foreheads. The main difference was that the giant in his vision had more stars than Wang Tingfei. All cultivators who saw what was happening were shocked. Wang Tingfei roared, causing a chaotic, primeval sensation to fill the hearts of anyone who heard it. His right hand clenched into a fist and he punched out toward Meng Hao. That fist flew like a gigantic meteor, heading toward Meng Hao with shocking speed. Meng Hao's expression was one of concentration. He was aware that there was something special about the Wang clan. He had been able to tell that from the strange divine ability used by Wang Mu earlier. In fact, he had even experienced other strange Wang clan divine abilities on planet South Heaven. However, he had never imagined that the Wang clan blood contained the power of gods. Just exactly how powerful was the first patriarch of the Wang clan? He thought. He had no idea what era that Wang clan patriarch lived in, but he was now intensely curious about him. However, now was not the time to ponder such matters. He clenched his right hand tightly into a fist, causing popping sounds to ring out. Then, he unleashed his secret magic, causing his 123 immortal meridians to fuse with the power of his true immortal fleshly body. It was as if his fleshly body was now 123 times more powerful, and as he punched out, the starry sky around him was shattered. The power contained in his fist caused the hearts of all observing cultivators to quiver. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao flew up to make contact with Wang Tingfei's fist. When the two slammed into each other, a huge boom echoed out. Stars collapsed and the heavens went dark. A massive, ring-like shockwave spread out in all directions. Blood sprayed out of Wang Tingfei's mouth as he was sent staggering backward. His enormous body rapidly shrank in size, and after falling back more than 10 paces, he was back to normal, his face ashen. He coughed up a few more mouthfuls of blood, and his right arm appeared to be completely shattered. He looked up at Meng Hao. "I'm definitely going to defeat you one day," he said, sounding incredibly determined. With that, he turned, coughed up another mouthful of blood, and then transformed into a beam of light which shot off into the distance. Meng Hao stood there silently. He slowly lowered his fist to find that his arm was trembling. Wang Tingfei's staggering power contained a domineering force that could destroy everything. Meng Hao looked down at the back of his hand, and the wound that had been left behind there. This was actually the first time he had been injured while fighting these chosen. Godly power, he thought, eyes flickering with anticipation. Now, it's time to take care of that personal matter. He looked down toward Planet East Victory, and Feng Wei, who hovered there in midair. Once again, their gazes locked. "Feng Wei," he said softly, shooting toward Planet East Victory under the shocked gazes of everyone present. "Feng Hao." Feng Wei's eyes gleamed with obsession as he began to fly up to meet Meng Hao. Down on the ground below, Feng Xiushan's eyes flickered with a venomous, murderous intent. Feng Wei's grandfather narrowed his eyes. Within his hand was a jade slip that he was prepared to crush at a moment's notice. However, he seemed to be hesitating. Once he crushed that jade slip, there would be no turning back. Meng Hao had been waiting for this battle for a very long time. However, to him, it was not some destined battle of fate, but rather merely something that would happen in the course of getting his possessions back. In contrast, it was a destined battle of fate for Feng Wei. To him, a defeat in this fight would be unacceptable. To lose would mean to lose everything, and he could not allow something like that to happen. He could not allow someone to trample upon his position as chosen within the clan. What most people saw was only the glory that he had achieved. They did not see how hard he had worked, earnestly and obsessively, after Meng Hao had left the clan. When Meng Hao left, it was as if a giant mountain had been removed, giving him the qualifications to rise to prominence. He had assumed that from then on, his entire life would be like that. He had devoted himself to rising to prominence, sparing no cost to reach his goal, which was to lead his clan to greater glory. He would propagate the name of the Feng clan, and eventually, years later, would become a clan patriarch. However, all of that changed as soon as Meng Hao returned. "Why did you have to come back?" The killing intent in Feng Wei's eyes surged, and he roared. He then soared up like a shooting star, performing a double-handed incantation gesture. The aura of reincarnation roiled out from him, as did the will of the yellow springs. He bit the tip of his tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood mist, then began to mumble a bizarre incantation. This was a secret magic, a Feng clan's secret magic. As the chant echoed out, intense loud popping sounds rang out from Feng Wei as his 98 immortal meridians soared out and transformed into 98 immortal dragons, which then shot toward the incoming Meng Hao. Also, thanks to the unleashing of his secret magic, over 40 additional illusory dragons joined them. Added together, there were a total of 143. Heaven and earth shook violently. When being used by Feng Wei, the Feng clan's secret magic increased his immortal meridians by roughly 50%. Behind him, immortal souls appeared, a total of 14, causing Feng Wei's energy to soar madly. Everything that was happening shook the hearts of the cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea. They watched Feng Wei and sighed inwardly. The members of the Feng clan looked on silently. First there was Feng Hao and now there's Feng Wei. On the one hand, for a clan to produce two chosen like this is a sign of future prosperity. On the other hand, if things aren't handled with care, it will inevitably lead to one of those glorious figures being extinguished. Prince Wei of the Feng clan was their number one chosen in the past. He opened 98 meridians and shook all of the ninth mountain and sea. Ah, what a pity! He had one less meridian than Zhou Shuai. The difference between them wasn't much. If Meng Hao hadn't come along, then those two, along with Zhao Yifan, would be the only three qualified to compete over the status of being the most powerful blazing sun among the chosen. As the cultivators of the ninth mountain and seaside, Feng Wei's cultivation base exploded with power, and he shot toward Meng Hao through the air above Planet East Victory. By this point, they were only about 300 meters apart. The two of them looked like meteors, one streaking down from the sky, the other shooting up from the ground. Everyone in the ninth mountain and sea, including the cultivators of Planet East Victory, and the members of the Feng clan, watched with trembling hearts. Feng Wei and Meng Hao were moving so fast that sonic booms turned into massive, circular ripples that spread out in all directions. Then, they slammed into each other. A huge boom shook everything, sending innumerable ripples out in all directions, causing even the heavens to tremble. A massive wind sprang up, causing heaven and earth to dim, and the heavenly bodies to shake. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he launched a single punch backed with the explosive power of 123 immortal meridians. A huge boom could be heard, and blood sprayed out of Feng Wei's mouth as he was sent rocketing back down toward the ground. It seemed as if victory had been determined in the first exchange. Meng Hao was now an immortal realm paragon, someone who wasn't even fazed by the combined might of 10 true immortal chosen. They had ended up having destiny forcibly attached to them with a writ of karma. Furthermore, he had forced even Fan Donger and Li Linger into retreat, had outshined Zhao Yifan, and had forced Zhou Shuai from the immortal ancient Taoist rite with his 99 meridians to flee in fear. Feng Wei was also a chosen. But the things Meng Hao was able to do, he simply could not. To the audience in the ninth mountain and sea, there was just too much of a disparity. In fact, it would be most accurate to say that this battle was really a formality to officially replace a chosen of the Feng clan. All of the members of the Feng clan realized this, and therefore no one interfered. They all just watched silently. As Feng Wei fell down to the ground, many people sighed inwardly. Meng Hao looked down at Feng Wei and slowly said, "Feng Wei, you're no match for me. Now take out what belongs to me and return it. Everything is over now. If you don't comply, then I won't hold back any further." Feng Wei's body was soaked in blood. His hair was in disarray, and his expression was one of completely viciousness. After falling down about 3,000 meters, he suddenly came to a stop and looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Glaring at Meng Hao, he began to laugh uproariously. "Feng Hao, did you really think our battle would end so quickly? Do you really think you can win so easily?" Shrill laughter rang out as Feng Wei suddenly flew back up into the air, his eyes filled with madness and veins of blood. "If you want to take back what belongs to you, then you should show some skill and take them away. Unfortunately, I'm not going to give you that chance." Feng Wei's laughter was filled with insanity as it echoed out. His right hand shot up, and he slapped his palm down onto his forehead. When that happened, a bizarre aura suddenly exploded out of him, causing his energy to skyrocket. His face twisted viciously, and blue veins popped out as he let out a piercing shriek. Meng Hao's eyes widened as he realized that this aura coming off of Feng Wei was actually very familiar, causing him to look at Feng Wei with a complex expression. "My nirvana fruits, huh?" he murmured. All of the cultivators in the ninth mountain and sea, especially the chosen, were gradually shifting their focus to Feng Wei, and they looked shocked. The members of the Feng clan looked on blankly. They could clearly see the newly added illusory dragons around Feng Wei, which increased the total number of immortal dragons to a total of 143. However, that wasn't what shocked them. They gasped as they saw Feng Wei's energy increasing rapidly. He roared, as, shockingly, more immortal meridians appeared. One by one, illusory immortal meridians popped out. 153, 163, 173. In conjunction with the appearance of these new immortal meridians, Feng Wei's energy soared, drawing excited discussion from all the onlookers. Zhao Yifan and all the other chosen were dumbstruck. What secret magic is Feng Wei using? I can't believe he's so strong. Inconceivable. His immortal meridians were already increased by nearly 50% thanks to some secret magic. That I can understand. But I never could have imagined that he would have another method to add even more immortal meridians. They might be illusory, but they're still immortal meridians. Could it be that he used some forbidden magic? But I've never heard of any forbidden magic that could unleash such unbelievable power. The ninth mountain and sea was in a complete uproar. As for the Dao realm patriarchs from the other sects, they were filled with complete shock. The Feng clan Earth patriarch's face flickered with complex emotions. He understood exactly what was happening and sighed silently. Underneath the ancestral mansion, the 6 other patriarchs looked on silently. Only the 7th patriarch frowned and glanced over at the 6th patriarch with a dark look. On the surface of planet East Victory, Feng Xiushan looked very excited at what was happening. All of a sudden, hope flickered in his heart. Perhaps Wei can actually win. Even Feng Wei's grandfather looked on with glittering eyes. He loosened his grip on the jade slip he had been about to crush. That was his last resort, and he didn't want to enact the plan too early. After all, complete preparations hadn't been made. Meng Hao didn't say anything as the aura of his own nirvana fruits grew stronger and stronger on Feng Wei. Although the onlookers didn't understand exactly what was happening, he understood. Feng Hao. Feng Wei let out a mighty roar, and booming sounds could be heard as his clothes were shredded. His body began to expand, and in the blink of an eye he was much taller. His chi and blood surged like that of an immortal divinity. The immortal dragons around him increased rapidly. Rumbling sounds could be heard as, shockingly, more immortal meridians appeared. 183 was not the limit. Suddenly, there were 192. That was an increase of 49 meridians. Everyone was now paying rapt attention to what was happening. He had 98 of his own meridians, used a secret magic to add 45, and then unleashed a Taoist magic similar to a forbidden magic that actually added more immortal meridians, equivalent to half of his original maximum. 192 meridians. This Feng Wei is completely heaven-defying. I thought this battle was going to be a simple formality. I never imagined that Feng Wei would perform so shockingly. Just, how is he doing this? The ninth mountain and sea was astir, and the chosen up in the starry sky watched with wide eyes and gaping mouths. First there was Meng Hao becoming their complete and utter superior. Then something happened that they never could have imagined. Feng Wei performed similarly shocking feats. I can't believe that all the destiny of the ninth mountain and sea has ended up in the hands of the Feng clan. 2 blazing suns, both from a single clan. It's too bad these two don't get along. As of this moment, the Dao realm patriarchs of the various sects and clans looked on with glittering eyes. Meng Hao's appearance on the scene left them moved. Feng Wei's dazzling performance caused them to suddenly have a new understanding of the nature of the Feng clan. The Feng clan is incredible. Either Feng Hao or Feng Wei could become the blazing sun of this generation. This battle between these 2 members of the junior generation is turning out to be quite interesting. The ninth mountain and sea was in a stir as Feng Wei slowly looked up at Meng Hao. He was now much stronger than before and fully 9 meters tall. His energy surged. He was surrounded by 192 roaring immortal dragons and was backed by 19 immortal souls. Like I said, Feng Hao, our battle won't end so easily. He looked at Meng Hao, and his eyes brimmed with both madness and the desire to fight. Killing intent swirled as he began to advance. Heaven and earth trembled. The wind screamed, and the heavenly bodies went dim. One thought reincarnation incantation. Feng Wei extended both hands and then waved them out, causing an enormous, shocking vortex to appear in front of him. The vortex was both black and white, and as it spun, it emanated a shocking aura of reincarnation. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed coldly, and his gaze fell onto Feng Wei like a sharp sword. "You're using what belongs to me, and yet, you're still too weak." When Feng Wei heard Meng Hao's calm voice, he threw his head back and laughed. The laughter became shrill as he performed an incantation gesture, causing the black and white vortex to rotate rapidly as it began to move toward Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, the vortex was nearly 300 meters wide. It was spinning so fast that the black and white now merged together into a gray color, like that of death. However, within that death there was also life. That was reincarnation. Feng Wei exploded with all of the power his immortal meridians could muster. 192 meridians became 192 immortal dragons, which roared as they soared around the vortex, adding to its power and making it spin even faster. Feng Wei's 19 immortal souls stepped forward and seemed to hurl the vortex toward Meng Hao. The vortex grew even larger until it was 3,000 meters wide. Rumbling filled the air, causing all observing cultivators in the 9th mountain and sea to shake with astonishment. The members of the Feng clan were completely shocked. As of this moment, Feng Wei was far more powerful than anyone could have imagined. So much so that many people were starting to question their assessment of him. Immortal realm paragon Meng Hao might lose? Meng Hao hovered in midair, looking at the incoming reincarnation vortex. His eyes shone with a cold light. The fact that Feng Wei could unleash 192 immortal meridians wasn't too surprising to him. What surprised him was that the nirvana fruit inside his own bag of holding could increase his own immortal meridians by double, whereas the nirvana fruits Feng Wei had could only increase his by half. Are my nirvana fruits just not as good as the first-generation patriarchs? He thought. Or is it just that they aren't perfectly suitable for Feng Wei? Not quite willing to accept that his fruits were inferior, Meng Hao snorted coldly and then slowly raised his hand. Inside of him, 123 immortal meridians began to thrum as he unleashed his own secret magic, fusing them all together into the Blood Demon Grand Magic. A blood-colored head suddenly ripped apart the air to appear in front of Meng Hao's palm. Its expression was vicious, and it emanated a bright red glow in all directions. It did not roar or snarl, but it let out an indescribable pressure that rippled out in all directions. This immortal meridian blood demon head was incredibly powerful. Right now, the power of 123 immortal meridians exploded out, causing the blood demon head to rapidly grow. In the blink of an eye, it was 3,000 meters tall. Its growth was incredibly shocking, and in fact, the blood demon head rapidly reached a critical point where it transformed from illusory into corporeal. Its expression was vicious. It had a single long horn and blood-colored skin. Furthermore, anyone who looked at it suddenly experienced a pressure that made their own blood feel like it was suddenly going out of control. This feeling spread through all of planet East Victory. This blood demon head was so powerful that not even Blood Demon himself, when he was in the same realm in years past, would have been able to create such a powerful instance of this magical art. The fact that Meng Hao was an immortal realm paragon meant that any of his magical techniques and divine abilities could be bolstered to 123 times their original power by his secret magic. That made them the most powerful immortal abilities in the entire realm. Behind him were 33 shocking immortal souls. 33 heavens descended, spreading out in all directions, causing colorful winds to swirl around him. As all of this happened, time seemed to slow down. The cultivators on planet East Victory stopped breathing, and the observers in the 9th mountain and sea stared unblinking. Feng Wei screamed as he went all out, sending his reincarnation vortex closer and closer to Meng Hao. Meng Hao pushed out with his hand, causing the blood demon head to suddenly roar, a sound which transformed into the only sound that existed in all heaven and earth. Ruarar. The deafening sound was accompanied by surging red light as the blood demon head shot toward the reincarnation vortex. 3,000 meters. 1,500 meters. 900 meters. In the blink of an eye, the reincarnation vortex and the blood demon head slammed into each other. When they did, the land below seemed to roll like waves. Booms echoed out as mountain peaks crumbled and rivers exploded. Even the seas on the planet began to boil. It was the same everywhere. Lands quaked, mountains shook. Even the heavens seemed to be on the verge of being torn asunder. A huge rift appeared up above that rapidly spread out. If you looked closely, that rift was actually a roiling shockwave which spread out with astonishing speed. The reincarnation vortex was instantly shattered into countless fragments that exploded out in all directions. The blood demon head's smashing attack caused the 192 immortal dragons to let out miserable roars and begin to shatter into pieces. In addition, the 19 immortal souls also crumbled, one by one. When the vortex exploded, a blast of reincarnation aura spread out, transforming into something like a mouth that began to swallow up the blood demon head. In that moment, Meng Hao's eyes went wide and he waved a finger through the air. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the blood demon fell apart, transforming into 123 blood dragons, which roared and shredded the enormous mouth to pieces. As they flew out, they looked dimmer than before, but not a single one was destroyed. They then began to swirl around Meng Hao, causing him to look like both a blood demon and a blood immortal. It was a simple, direct, single attack. Meng Hao's strength as an immortal realm paragon caused everyone in the ninth mountain and sea to be shaken, and the images they were watching were firmly planted in their memories. The wind screamed, and rumbling sounds filled the air as Meng Hao hovered there, looking down at Feng Wei. He sighed inwardly. Meng Hao could see that Feng Wei was actually not a fundamentally evil person. He was simply too proud and could not accept defeat. "Hand them over," said Meng Hao calmly as he descended toward Feng Wei, causing heaven and earth to rumble. Instead, Feng Wei threw his head back and laughed. Blood spurted out of him, and he trembled as he staggered backward. His skin was in shreds, and he almost looked like nothing more than a mass of blood. Even as he laughed shrilly, a gleam of obsession could be seen in his eyes. "I haven't lost yet," he cried. "I'm Feng Wei. How could I ever lose?" He stood there shaking, a ferocious expression on his face as he laughed shrilly. People saw his glory, but they didn't see the endless days and nights he had spent maniacally focused on cultivation. While other people had been feasting and chatting with family, he had been out fighting and killing. When other people had been falling in love, he had remained in his secluded meditation. He had endured all the loneliness and the relentless passage of time. He only had one goal, and that was to surpass everyone else. He wanted to be the number one chosen of the ninth mountain and sea. He didn't care about what his father did to others in the sect, nor what plans his grandfather had. The only thing he cared about was becoming the future patriarch of the Fang clan. Because of that, when his grandfather had offered him the 2 nirvana fruits, he hadn't hesitated for a second. He had immediately chosen to absorb them. Because of that, when he kneeled, trembling, in front of the 6th patriarch, Feng Wei had chosen to agree to his demands. He knew that his father had sent people to kill Meng Hao on his way back to the sect, but he didn't care. To him, Meng Hao was nothing more than a brief memory. This was true even though the nirvana fruits he was using belonged to Meng Hao. He simply didn't care. After all, he had always viewed himself as the true number one chosen in the clan. Everything already belonged to him. "Feng Hao, if I lose, then of course you can have what belongs to you. But as of this moment, I haven't lost yet." As he looked up at Meng Hao, the blood that covered his face made him look even more vicious than before. He threw his back and laughed, and suddenly, the aura of reincarnation vanished, to be replaced by a towering will of death. This was the One Thought Yellow Springs Dao. It was the second most powerful signature Taoist magic of the Fang clan. Only the One Thought Stellar Transformation was more powerful. To cultivate this magic, one must first die. Then, in death, they had found a sliver of life. That sliver of life would prevent the soul from dying, and cause the body to merge into the gap between life and death, then form an actual Tao of life and death. As the aura exploded out, Meng Hao's eyes flickered. Down below, Fang Xiushan's expression was cruel as he glared at Meng Hao. Fang Wei's current condition filled him with pain, but his desire to see Meng Hao dead was even stronger. In fact, if he had the chance, he would directly kill him. Killing him will bring a conclusion to everything. Even if I descend into the underworld because of it, I'm willing. Fang Xiushan gnashed his teeth as he continued to conceal the killing intent deep within his eyes. Fang Wei's energy was soaring higher and higher. He let out a cry of intense pain, but the more painful it got, the more his eyes shone with obsession, and the more his aura rose explosively. 192 immortal dragons soared around him, slashing at the air. It was at this point that dumbfounded expressions began to appear on the faces of the cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea. That was because, shockingly, more immortal dragons began to appear around Fang Wei. 199, 207, 213. One immortal dragon after another appeared, shredding the air, causing the stars to tremble. Numerous rifts were torn into the sky around Fang Wei. 221, 234. His immortal meridians were exploding out. It kept going until he reached 241 meridians. By this time, the cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea were mind-blown. They were speechless, and the members of the Fang clan were in a complete uproar. In the ancestral mansion, the Grand Elder looked blankly up into the sky at Fang Wei and Meng Hao, and he let out a long sigh. He actually added 49 more meridians. If there was no Meng Hao, Fang Wei would definitely be the immortal realm paragon of the ninth mountain and sea. Fang Wei is equally as inhuman as Meng Hao. Just what method is he using to do that? 241 meridians. There isn't anybody who's done that in any generation of immortals in the ninth mountain and sea. According to the legends, the actual complete limit is 330 meridians. But that's nothing more than a legend. The chosen out in the starry sky felt their minds spinning. They were filled with bitterness that the Fang clan could have Meng Hao and Fang Wei. Never would any of the cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea be able to forget the Fang clan. The Fang clan Earth Patriarch hovered silently out in the starry sky. He wanted to step in and intervene, but hesitated. He knew that if he did do something to stop what was happening, he might lose both of them. Howard, did you come back to the clan for the sole purpose of immortal ascension? To prove yourself? The Earth Patriarch's eyes gleamed with a profound light. If so, then will those people who have been lurking hidden within the clan finally reveal themselves? Fang Wei's voice echoed out across the lands of planet East Victory. He had 241 immortal meridians, and 241 immortal dragons swirled through the air around him, emitting roars which caused winds to surge and the land to quake. Fang Hao! Fang Wei looked up, his expression fierce and filled with madness. His body continued to grow, making him taller and more muscular. Shockingly, 24 immortal souls towered up behind him, transforming into 24 heavens, emitting a pressure that caused anyone who felt it to pant. Gradually, they began to resist Meng Hao's 33 heavens. This was something that had never occurred before, and was something no other chosen could possibly accomplish. Only Fang Wei could succeed in contending against Meng Hao's 33 heavens. 33 heavens was the limit for immortals, and marked one as paragon of the realm. However, as of this moment, an intensely powerful energy rose up from Fang Wei. Meng Hao's eyes widened as the aura of the nirvana fruits Fang Wei possessed grew even stronger. In fact, when he closed his eyes, he could clearly sense the two nirvana fruits in operation in Fang Wei's forehead. At the same time, far beneath the Fang clan's ancestral mansion, the seventh patriarch, along with the other 6 patriarchs, saw Fang Wei exploding with 241 meridians. The seventh patriarch was clearly shocked, and deep within the sixth patriarch's eyes, impossible for anyone to detect, was a glint of joy and excitement. "He's grown up," murmured the sixth patriarch, who then closed his eyes. Up above, Fang Wei's energy surged, and 241 immortal dragons spun through the air with him as their nucleus. Behind him, 24 heavens caused everything to shake. Feng Wei's aura roared up. From the look of it, he was in no way ready to back down in front of Meng Hao. After all, Meng Hao only had 123 immortal dragons, and although each one was enormous, they were outnumbered by almost double. However, when you looked at Meng Hao's 33 immortal souls and his 33 heavens, he was just as glorious as before. Feng Hao, this is my most powerful state. If I'm defeated now, then I'll return what belongs to you. As payment for using them, I'll give you my life as well. Feng Wei's eyes shone with madness as he stared at Meng Hao, and yet, within that madness was a glint of obsession. Meng Hao's expression grew grave as he looked back at Feng Wei and nodded. As of this moment, Meng Hao couldn't make himself hate Feng Wei anymore. The current situation was just the result of the outworkings of chance. Let's fight! Feng Wei roared, throwing his head back and laughing. He stepped forward, performing an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing a river to appear in front of him. The river was yellow, and within it floated innumerable dead souls that let out vicious howls. In the blink of an eye, the river became matchlessly large. It was the Yellow Springs. This was the quintessence of the one-thought Yellow Springs Tao, a manifestation of the Yellow Springs, as if it represented the underworld and its power. A mysterious ripple spread out from the Yellow Springs, shaking all the heavens and rocking the minds of the cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea. Even more shocking was that there wasn't just a single manifestation of the Yellow Springs. Instead, there were 241. They materialized in front of Feng Wei, causing everything to shake and tremble. Even the sky above was tinged yellow in color. Trembling, veins popping out on his face, Feng Wei waved his hands, then pointed toward Meng Hao and roared. Rumbling filled the air as the 241 Yellow Springs shot toward Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, they filled the entire area and seemed to be on the verge of completely overwhelming him. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and waved. His immortal meridians rumbled, causing his 123 immortal meridians to manifest outside of him, not as immortal dragons, but instead as chains of mountains. Chains of immortal mountains. 123 chains of mountains descended, each one of which caused heaven and earth to tremble. Meng Hao seemed to be surrounded by boundless mountains, all of which emanated immortal might as they spread out in all directions. Meng Hao stood in the very center of all the mountains, as if he was their lord. He faced the Yellow Springs, extending his right hand and pointing. Rumbling could be heard as all of the mountains began to rotate in the air and then shoot toward the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs might be mysterious, but the mountains could suppress them. Chains of mountains crushed down onto the Yellow Springs. The cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea felt their chests tightening as they watched. Rumbling rose up as the mountain chains crushed down. The Yellow Springs rose up, and the two forces slammed into each other. Each and every one of the Yellow Springs were destroyed, and all of the mountains collapsed. The scene playing out in the sky right now was like a painting. A massive, destructive explosion caused everything to shake, and even caused cracks to appear in the sky. This was no longer the power of immortals. Not even cultivators of the ancient realm who had extinguished one soul lamp could unleash divine abilities with this level of power. The cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea were completely shaken. Blood sprayed from Feng Wei's mouth, and his expression was vicious as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then raised his arms above him, towards the sky. Eyes filled with madness, he roared, "Yellow Springs Tao!" As his words rang out, the shattered Yellow Springs all began to swirl back towards him. Vast amounts of yellow waters transformed into a rain which flowed towards him from all directions. Then, in the blink of an eye, the water began to reform, turned into a majestic, authentic Yellow Springs that caused heaven and earth to grow dim. This was not the Yellow Springs of the fourth mountain. This was a manifestation of Feng Wei's immortal meridians, merged together to form his own Yellow Springs. The aura of Reincarnation appeared, causing all the lands to quake. and the heavens to grow dark. As of now, the only thing that seemed to exist was his matchlessly majestic yellow springs, fully 30,000 meters long. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal, but shockingly, 24 immortal souls also appeared within the yellow springs. They might be Feng Wei's immortal souls, but as of this moment, they were underworld judges of the yellow springs. 24 underworld judges, each one of which had a peak immortal realm cultivation base. The yellow springs was their weapon, and as for Feng Wei, he was like their Yama king of hell. With the Tao of the yellow springs, I will eradicate the soul of the immortal realm paragon. Feng Wei cried madly, waving his hand out to point at Meng Hao. As of this moment, all of the cultivators of the Ninth Mountain and Sea gasped. The crowds on planet East Victory were astonished, and the faces of the members of the Feng clan flickered. Feng Wei is so incredibly powerful. So that is the one-thought Yellow Springs Tao? No wonder it's referred to as a signature Taoist magic. It materializes the Yellow Springs, establishes underworld judges, and manifests a Yama king. Does that mean that the Feng clan's first-generation patriarch actually had some connection to the Fourth Mountain? This is a true battle of pinnacles, which I didn't think I would be able to see because Meng Hao was just too powerful. I never thought that I would be able to bear witness to something like this. The Ninth Mountain and Sea was shaken. Back on planet South Heaven, Fang Shufeng and Meng Li were getting nervous. All of Meng Hao's friends were also starting to feel anxious. Meanwhile, out in the starry sky was the boat that no one could see. The egotistical young man from earlier was also watching the scene with wide eyes. For the first time, a sense of deadly crisis welled up inside of Meng Hao. He looked at Feng Wei and had to admit that he truly was a chosen. The yellow springs rumbled toward Meng Hao, and the 24 immortal soul underworld judges inside of it all launched attacks. Meng Hao took a deep breath. The gleam in his eyes that was the desire to do battle grew stronger, stronger than it had ever been when he had faced against the previous true immortal chosen. Within his right eye, a starstone appeared, which transformed into starlight that floated out above Meng Hao's palm. In the blink of an eye, starlight had covered his entire body. One thought, stellar transformation, Meng Hao said. If you discounted his demon-sealing hexing magics and the Paragon Bridge, one thought stellar transformation was the most powerful divine ability that he could unleash. Boundless starlight covered Meng Hao, making it look like he wasn't a cultivator anymore. As the boundless light spread out, as the starstone surrounded him, he transformed into a planet. This was no ordinary planetary Taoist magic. This was formed from Meng Hao's true immortal secret magic, the unleashing of 123 times the power of one thought stellar transformation. This planet was 3,000 meters wide, and when it appeared, all cultivators who were watching thought back to how they had seen the same magic before. When Meng Hao used it to batter open the door of immortality. One thought stellar transformation. The members of the Feng clan were all dumbfounded. At the same time, Meng Hao in planet form shot toward the yellow springs. All eyes were on him as he made the decisive final move in the fight. The planet rumbled as it moved at top speed. Feng Wei was going all out with all of the battle prowess his cultivation base could muster, not holding back the tiniest scrap. Die! Feng Wei roared as yellow springs and Meng Hao in planet form slammed into each other. A huge boom exploded out over all of planet East Victory. The sky shattered and the ground boomed. Feng Wei let out a howl of defiance as his yellow springs were shattered. His immortal souls exploded, incapable of standing up to the enormous planet. Even still, the planet began to shrink rapidly, growing weaker. In the end, though, it still completely ripped the yellow springs into shreds and crushed all 24 of the immortal souls. By the time the planet reached Feng Wei, it had shrunk down to only about 3 meters wide. It smashed into him, whereupon the cracking sound of shattering bones could be heard. Blood sprayed from Feng Wei's mouth, and he began to laugh bitterly as he rocketed down toward the ground. He slammed into a mountain peak, which immediately collapsed into rubble. Feng Wei's bitter laughter continued to ring through the air as blood oozed out of his mouth. His chest had been crushed to a pulp, His internal organs were shattered, and his soul was crushed. His life was nearing its end. "Come on, take back what belongs to you," said Feng Wei, using his last breath to cause his words to echo out into the air. The planet faded away, and Meng Hao appeared. As he looked down silently at Feng Wei, everyone from the 9th mountain and sea also quieted down. "It's over," Meng Hao said, sighing. He continued to move forward, surrounded by silence. Just when he was about to reach Feng Wei, Feng Xiaoshan looked up, and killing intent boiled in his eyes. Suddenly, he performed a minor teleportation. His ancient realm cultivation base exploded out with the terrifying power of 2 extinguished soul lamps. "Feng Hao, it's time to die." Feng Xiaoshan's hand shot out and everything shook. However, even as he closed in, Meng Hao's 19th uncle flickered to appear between the two of them. Instantly, the two of them began to fight. "Beat it!" roared Feng Xiaoshan, unleashing his most powerful divine ability. At the same time, Feng Wei's grandfather was about to make a move, when the Grand Elder took a step forward and looked at him. "Don't do anything stupid," said the Grand Elder. He sighed. "As for Weier, I will." Feng Wei's grandfather didn't speak. Before the Grand Elder could even finish speaking, he grinned. A look of determination appeared in his eyes as he suddenly lifted the jade slip and crushed it. "That person was right. The Feng clan needs to change a bit," he said. "I'm only one part of the plan, responsible for the clan elders. However, if I make a move, then everyone else will have no choice but to act, whether they want to or not." Feng Wei's grandfather suddenly cocked his head, and his cultivation base exploded with power. The Grand Elder gaped in surprise, and his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. That was because in the moment that Feng Wei's grandfather crushed the jade slip, vicious expressions instantly appeared on the faces of roughly 40% of the Feng clan's elders. Shockingly, they instantly began to attack their fellow clan members. The Feng clan was facing a huge upheaval. The Feng clan was in complete chaos. The observing cultivators of the 9th mountain and sea gaped in shock at the scene. There had been absolutely no indications that anything like this was going to happen. All of a sudden, the entire Feng clan was thrown into disarray. At the same time, a glowing shield suddenly appeared outside of planet East Victory, completely covering the whole planet, sealing it off. The entire area was now isolated, allowing no one to either enter or leave without express authorization. Sealed inside was not only everyone from planet East Victory, but also the chosen from the various sects and clans. They were stuck in the starry sky, looking on in shock as the turmoil played out down on the planet below. Miserable screams rang out from the Feng clan, along with roars of rage and exclamations of shock. "You, Feng Zhui! You, Feng Haitao, what are you doing? You're my clan uncle. This is rebellion. Are you really betraying the clan?" Shocking booms echoed out as roughly 40% of the elders in the Feng clan's ancestral mansion went from watching the fight between Meng Hao and Feng Wei to suddenly attacking their fellow clan elders. They immediately unleashed their most vicious divine abilities. Some elders were punched from behind. They tumbled forward, blood spurting out all over, after which they spun around with roars of rage. Others were attacked by multiple opponents, and before they could even react, were shredded into bits. Heads flew, and their eyes filled with looks of disbelief as they were killed in body and soul. There were some who managed to evade the deadly attacks. Their cultivation bases surged with power as they turned, trembling with rage and disbelief to face the traitors. Ryua Yuam Blel. In the blink of an eye, serious injuries were inflicted on more than half of the 60% of the elders who were still loyal to the clan. There were many who, because they didn't have a chance to defend themselves, were immediately slaughtered. Blood flowed throughout the ancestral mansion. That was the situation with the elders. However, the chaos was not limited to them. Almost all of the members of Feng Wei's bloodline spun, vicious expressions on their faces as they attacked their fellow clan members. Divine abilities exploded out as formerly neutral clan bloodlines also turned traitor. They instantly spun, employing vicious attacks on other clan members. Miserable shrieks could be heard as the entire clan was shaken, and countless individuals died. Blood oozed out of the corners of Fang Xiangshan's mouth. She fell back in retreat as one of her clan sisters pursued her with killing intent. Then there was Fang Yuni. He was not among the traitors, so he looked around blankly as his entire world changed. Fang Shi coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was injured by one of the other direct bloodline clan members. Fang Shi's expression was one of rage and indignation. Fang Shuiyu, the young man who had injured him, looked on silently for a moment before attacking again, and the two began to fight bitterly. Scenes of chaos and fighting immediately broke out in numerous locations throughout the Fang clan. The ground quaked, and buildings toppled. As the chaos spread, the ground ran red with blood. In the blink of an eye, countless individuals died. Up in the sky, 19th Uncle and Fang Xiushan were fighting. Originally, 19th Uncle had only been attempting to block Fang Xiushan's way, but now his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared with rage as he unleashed numerous deadly attacks. Fang Xiushan threw his head back and laughed harshly, his expression one of insanity. Everything was happening too quickly. It was in almost the exact same moment that Fang Xiushan's way was blocked by 19th Uncle that Fang Wei's grandfather had crushed the Jade Slip, and that 40% group of elders attacked. Up in midair, Meng Hao closed in on Fang Wei, reached out, and was about to touch his forehead. However, it was in that same moment that, all of a sudden, an unprecedented sense of danger exploded within his heart. That sense of danger wasn't coming from Fang Xiushan, nor from Fang Wei's grandfather, nor from the upheavals taking place in the clan. Instead, it was coming from Fang Wei himself. In that instant, a look of struggle suddenly appeared in Fang Wei's eyes, and suddenly, 4 pupils appeared, 2 in each eye. Then those pupils merged together. No one could see it happening except for Meng Hao. As soon as he sensed what was going on, he shot backward. In almost the same moment, rumbling sounds could be heard as the area where had just been standing collapsed. The incredible power of 10 extinguished soul lamps of the ancient realm suddenly erupted out. If Meng Hao had hesitated for even one breath of time, he would definitely be dead already. At the same time, a hand suddenly emerged from the shattered sky, which then tapped down on Fang Wei's forehead. "Awaken, my doppelganger," said an ancient voice. At the same time, Fang Wei's body trembled, and he let out a piercing shriek. Up in midair, Meng Hao's scalp went numb, and his expression was one of surprise. It was at this point that he turned his head and saw all of the chaos that was raging in the Fang clan. He saw countless people dying. He saw clan members attacking each other. The sight caused his mind to spin. He was completely unprepared for something like this to happen, and his heart was suddenly trembling violently. Everywhere he looked, corpses were piling up. Up in the sky, Fang clan elders were fighting deadly battles. Down below, all of the members of the clan were going mad. The smell of blood filled the air, so concentrated that there was no way of dispersing it in the slightest. Meng Hao almost couldn't believe the sudden and violent scene he was witnessing. Planet East Victory was completely shaken, including the Medicine Immortal sect. Even Patriarch Reliance was stunned. If the powers on Planet East Victory were surprised, there was no need to even mention the reaction of the various sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. When they saw what was unfolding, their minds reeled, and their eyes went wide with shock. This is impossible. This is the Fang clan, one of the 4 great clans. How could they be suddenly struck with upheaval like this? The Fang clan is descending into civil war. There was a clan conspiracy. It looks like almost half of the entire clan is rebelling. Something like this is going to rock the entire Ninth Mountain and Sea. People were gasping in shock throughout all of the various sects and clans. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, that there were rivers of blood flowing through the Fang clan. "Fang Hashan, what are you doing?" the Grand Elder roared at Fang Wei's grandfather. "You know that the patriarchs are in the ancestral mansion in secluded meditation. An uproar like this will definitely wake them up. If even one of them comes out, he will condemn you to eternal damnation." The Grand Elder's hair was in disarray. He was trembling, and his eyes were bloodshot as if overcome with madness. His heart was filled with pain. This was the ancestral mansion of the Fang clan, a place where the Fang clan had built up resources for countless years. And yet, all of a sudden, it was thrown into revolt. Throughout the long history of the Fang clan, there had never been a large-scale rebellion like this. The entire matter set the Grand Elder's blood boiling with rage as he shot toward Fang Heshan. Fang Wei's grandfather Fang Heshan hovered in midair, his face grim as he looked around at the chaos. He saw everything happening in the clan, and saw the countless clan members dying. He could smell the odor of freshly spilt blood. "What am I doing?" he asked. "This wasn't my decision." It was as that certain person said, "The Fang clan truly needs to change." "And as for those patriarchs you just mentioned?" Fang Heshan suddenly began to laugh in a very strange fashion, and didn't say anything further. Instead, he advanced forward and began to fight with the Grand Elder. When the Grand Elder saw the expression on Fang Heshan's face, his heart began to pound. Massive booms filled the air, causing everything to tremble. Buildings in numerous locations around the Fang clan ancestral mansion collapsed. Craters appeared in the ground as fierce slaughtering was carried out on a grand scale. At the same time that the massive upheavals struck the Fang clan, deep in the recesses of the ancestral mansion, in the stony cavern, the seventh patriarch shot to his feet, his expression one of both fury and disbelief. His entire body was trembling, and he was just about to stamp his foot and fly out of the cavern to put a stop to everything. It wasn't just him. In that same moment, other patriarchs also rose to their feet. However, in that same moment, all of a sudden, the sixth patriarch extended his hand and pushed forward, causing a powerful ripple to explode out. It instantly turned into a shield that prevented anyone from leaving. "Ladies and gentlemen, I really don't want to attack you," he said slowly. "Please wait here a moment until matters are settled up above. Then I'll let you leave peacefully." "Old Sixth!" cried the seventh patriarch, spinning in place, his eyes blazing with killing intent. In this critical moment of chaos, they needed to act without hesitation, to resolve the matter instantly. Even the slightest slowness in their actions would lead to even more serious losses on the part of the clan. Even as he spoke, he rushed toward the sixth patriarch. "Do you really think that you can block all of us by yourself? Are you really going to rely only on Fang Heshan out there to lead the rebellion to success?" The seventh patriarch's rage boiled into the heavens, and killing intent exploded out of him. However, even as he began to move forward, a snide smile appeared on the sixth patriarch's face. "Fang Heshan of the junior generation is just one pawn in the entire plan. As for here, do you really think I'm acting alone, old seventh?" Even as the words left the sixth patriarch's mouth, the seventh patriarch's face twisted in shock as the fourth patriarch suddenly turned, eyes glittering with killing intent, and then attacked the fifth patriarch. "Fourth brother, what are you doing?" Shocking booms could be heard. Everything happened too quickly. The fifth patriarch had a profound cultivation base, so despite being attacked unexpectedly, he was still able to rise to his feet. At the same time, the second patriarch began to laugh coldly. Even as he stepped forward, the third patriarch's face turned pale. The second patriarch was actually the second only to the Fang clan's Earth patriarch in terms of power. He stepped forward, his aura murderous, causing the other patriarchs' hearts to tremble. Of the 6 people present, 3 had turned traitor. Shocking booms could be heard as decisive attacks were unleashed in the stony cavern. Everything trembled, and blood sprayed out of 7th Patriarch's mouth. His expression was one of pain as he cried, "Why?" These 6 had sat in secluded meditation together for many years, and although they weren't blood brothers, in terms of their relationship with each other, it was almost as if they were. They even called each other brother. The person to answer the 7th Patriarch was the most powerful among the people present, the 2nd Patriarch. "Old 7th, I really don't want to lie to you. All of this is for the sake of the legacy of Lord Li." A drastic upheaval was shaking the Fang clan. Booms filled the air, and all of Planet East Victory was shaking. The Dao realm experts of the various sects and clans looked on with expressions of shock. Meanwhile, the Earth Patriarch was in the starry sky outside of planet East Victory. When he saw what was happening, a very strange look appeared in his eyes, although no one would be able to detect it. He saw the clan members dying down on the planet below, and knew that regardless of who won or lost, the clan would suffer huge losses in terms of their overall power. Even still, his eye continued to flicker almost as if he were sneering at the betraying clan members. His body flickered as he prepared to charge back down to planet East Victory. Considering the level of his cultivation base, anyone could tell that once he got there, it didn't matter how many rebels there were, they would be completely powerless beneath him. However, in the moment that he seemed about to make his move, a cold smile appeared on the face of a certain person. This person had come to fight Meng Hao, but after watching his succession of victories against the other chosen, had held back. Now, that person suddenly flickered into place directly in front of the Fang clan Earth Patriarch. She was the only person among all of the other chosen who hadn't fought Meng Hao. She was none other than the person who everyone knew to be Ji Yin. However, she actually wasn't Ji Yin. Everyone was watching as Ji Yin emerged. Ripples of the Dao realm suddenly began to spread out from her body. That was essence aura, meaning that the ripples emanating out from her were the most powerful possible in the starry sky. The instant the ripples surged out, Fan Donger and the other chosen felt their faces fill with shock. Regardless of who it was, none of them could ever have imagined that Ji Yin was not actually the real Ji Yin. This was something that neither the Fang clan Earth Patriarch nor Meng Hao had been able to pick up clues about. It was with complete stealth and silence that a Dao realm expert suddenly appeared outside of planet East Victory. It was something that caused all members of all the sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea to be filled with shock. The Dao realm patriarchs were all murmuring to themselves. The only person who could pull this off without us noticing is one of the Ji clan's 5 almighty Dao realm experts, Ji Xiufang. 1. The Ji clan is incredible. The Earth Patriarch's face went cold as he stared at Ji Yin and, one word at a time, said, Ji Xiufang. Ji Yin began to laugh softly as the boundless karma, which surrounded her, began to dissipate to reveal the face of a middle-aged woman. Fang Shoudao. Long time no see. With me here, you won't be going anywhere. This woman was exactly who the Fang clan's Earth Patriarch had just mentioned, Ji Xiufang. The Earth Patriarch looked at her silently, his eyes flickering with killing intent. Without any further ado, he shot forward, and the two of them began to fight. Booms filled the air, and the starry sky shattered as the Dao realm battle shook mountains and seas. In almost the same moment as the two of them attacked each other, 3 people suddenly appeared outside the layered ceiling shield that covered planet East Victory. Each one of these people emanated ripples of the Dao realm, and as they sat down cross-legged, rumbling sounds emanated out from them. Their cultivation bases exploded out as they reinforced the shield, causing it to become even stronger. Now, planet East Victory was completely and thoroughly sealed inside. The cultivators of the other sects and clans saw what was happening, and great waves of shock battered their hearts. This made it absolutely clear that the upheavals in the Fang clan had something to do with the Ji clan. Furthermore, the Ji clan had already made it obvious that they were determined to come out victorious. The Ninth Mountain and Sea was in shock. The Dao realm patriarchs of the various sects and clans felt coldness rising up within their hearts. That coldness was caused by the mass chaos in the Fang clan, from the sudden appearance of Ji Xiufang, and from the 3 almighty Dao realm experts outside of the shield. Up until moments ago, nobody had noticed anything unusual about Ji Yin, and had overlooked the fact that she was the only one among the various chosen who hadn't fought Meng Hao. Now that they thought about what had happened, they realized that the plan had been carried out without a hitch. If Ji Xiufang weren't there, Fang Shoudao would have quickly resolved the chaos in the Fang clan. When the Dao realm patriarchs realized this, the chill in their hearts grew even stronger. The Ji clan is on the attack. They've sent 4 Dao realm experts to deal with the Fang clan. If you ignore Lord Ji, who is as old as the heavens, and doesn't even count as a cultivator anymore, the Ji clan has a total of 5 Dao realm experts. The Ji clan's Dao focuses on karma. They haven't made a move for a long time. According to the legends, when they do, they always make sure they're one step ahead of everyone else. One step ahead. For example, the 6 ancient realm experts of the Fang clan. The Ji clan already made arrangements for infighting among them, making it impossible for them to participate in the larger chaos. Then there's Fang Shoudao, who they arranged Ji Shufang to take care of. In that case, what are those 3 almighty Dao realm experts doing with that shield? As the Dao realm patriarchs considered the matter quickly, their faces flickered, and they looked in the direction of the 3 great Taoist societies. All of a sudden, powerful ripples spread out from that direction, and rumbling sounds could be heard as figures emerged, as if the sects were mobilizing. The 3 great Taoist societies were going to jump into the fray. Obviously, they would not be helping the Ji clan. They would prevent the Ji clan from exterminating the Fang clan. At this point, everyone realized the purpose of the sealing shield around Planet East Victory. It was obviously there to prevent the 3 great Taoist societies or anyone else from easily interfering. That meant that the presence of Ji Shufang was even more important than ever. Even as the energy of the 3 great Taoist societies built up and the figures shot out, that energy suddenly began to fade. At the same time, the figures who had emerged suddenly returned to their respective sects. The only people who were aware of this development were the Dao realm patriarchs, whose faces flickered as they observed. Very quickly, their eyes went wide, and their minds began to spin. In the 9th Sea God world, just as various figures had been preparing to go to Planet East Victory to aid the Fang clan, roughly 10% of the disciples in their sect suddenly turned traitor. There were even clan elders who participated, ensuring that the 9th Sea God world was thrown into instant chaos. A similar scene played out in the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto, as well as the Immortal Ancient Taoist Rite. This change was incredibly sudden, and was apparently the result of years of planning that had been kept secret, all for the purpose of exploding out in this moment. Booms echoed out from the 3 great Taoist societies. They were only small waves of internal disorder that wouldn't last for very long. No major changes would occur, but their primary goal was to buy time. The whole point was to delay the 3 great Taoist societies so that they couldn't provide help for Planet East Victory. When you added in the sealing shield, that delay could prove to be fatal. In addition, there was an unspoken warning contained within this sudden turn of events. The coldness in the hearts of the Dao realm patriarchs grew even stronger than before. The Fang clan is going to be eradicated. I just still find it hard to believe that a clan like that could be overthrown just like this. The Ji clan doesn't attack lightly, and when they do attack, they strike like lightning. This is a catastrophe for the Fang clan. Unfortunately, I'm worried that the Ji clan's machinations still haven't been fully revealed. The fact that the Ji clan was even willing to activate their sleeper cells in the 3 great Taoist societies shows how much they want to overthrow the Fang clan. But in the end, what is the real purpose? The Dao realm patriarchs remained silent, but their eyes flickered with growing rage. Fury that the Ji clan had even included the chosen of all the other clans in their machinations. After all, the entire group of chosen was now trapped just outside of Planet East Victory. However, it didn't matter how angry the Dao realm patriarchs got. They had existed for many years and weren't stupid. They knew that no matter how strong the Ji clan was, they didn't want to make enemies of all of the sects and clans of the 9th Mountain and Sea. Unless the chosen did something on their own to seek death, they would be safe. As long as they didn't interfere, then once the battle was over, they would be free to leave. Miserable screams rang out in the Fang clan ancestral mansion. The bitter fighting between clan members caused the entire area to be soaked with blood. As every moment passed, more members of the Fang clan died. The internal chaos caused the areas on Planet East Victory outside of the Fang clan to become deathly silent. Buildings collapsed. Structures toppled. The ground quaked. Meng Hao hovered in midair, looking out at what was happening, and his eyes were shot with blood. Although he didn't feel very much loyalty to the Fang clan, to see all the clan members being slaughtered, to see Fang Shi in such danger, caused a murderous aura to explode out from within him. He slapped his bag of holding to produce the lightning cauldron. Lightning danced as Meng Hao suddenly vanished, switching places with a clan member near Fang Shi. That moment of transposition was the exact moment in which Fang Shi was facing imminent danger from one of the other direct bloodline clan members. Even as the man reached his finger out toward Fang Shi's forehead, Meng Hao advanced without hesitation and waved his sleeve. A boom could be heard as the power of 123 immortal meridians exploded out. A terrifying force smashed into the clan member who was attacking Fang Shi. Blood sprayed from his mouth for a moment before he exploded into chunks of gore. Fang Shi laughed bitterly as he looked around, a sense of profound powerlessness filling him. Meng Hao looked silently at Fang Shi for a moment. Then his eyes filled with determination as he began to summon the terracotta soldier. By now, even he had come to the conclusion that the clan rebellion must have been influenced by outside powers. Otherwise, the patriarch-level experts in the clan would have appeared by now. He had no idea about the fighting going on deep beneath the ancestral mansion, nor about the Dao realm battle occurring out in the starry sky. But Meng Hao didn't need to know about those things to understand that something very bad was happening in the clan. However, in the moment that he called to the terracotta soldier, he also felt a powerful obstructing force spreading out to cover all of Planet East Victory. It greatly slowed the opening of the ancestral land, making it impossible for the terracotta soldier to come to him immediately. His eyes flickered with killing intent. Continuing to call to the terracotta soldier, he turned and began to slaughter his way into the crowd. He was not at the level of an ancient realm expert, so he only attacked opponents of the immortal realm, and he did so like lightning. 33 heavens descended, and the explosive power of the immortal realm exploded out. Any and all traitorous clan members of the immortal realm who met him let out blood-curdling screams as they were destroyed in body and soul. He was like an immortal of death. Rumbling sounds could be heard as he waved his right finger, causing the forehead of a stage 7 immortal clan member to explode. Then he spun, and his cold gaze flickered toward 2 clan members who were speeding toward him in attack, whose hearts suddenly seized in terror. Before they could even react, Meng Hao shot past them, and their heads flew into the air. A complicated expression appeared on Fang Yunyi's face as Meng Hao slaughtered the clan member who had been fighting him, then sped past. Meng Hao had just saved his life, and now all he could do was smile bitterly. Explosions rang out as savage fighting was carried out. Meng Hao was very adept at killing. On planet South Heaven, he had killed many people. Furthermore, he was extremely familiar with chaotic battlegrounds. The lightning cauldron flickered, and he vanished amidst rumbling sounds. In that moment, a nearby traitorous clan member appeared in the spot he had just occupied, which was then blasted by a combined attack of 5 ancient realm experts who had been trying to kill Meng Hao. With the lightning cauldron, it was very difficult for anybody to pin him down in the melee. In a very short period of time, dozens of traitorous clan members died by his hand. This was the first time he had shown such brutal savagery in the clan, and as a result, the surrounding clan members looked at Meng Hao with astonishment. That was not even to mention the cultivators in the other sects and clans out in the 9th Mountain and Sea. Despite the sealing shield, everyone could still use various methods to see what was happening in the Fang clan. That was something the Ji clan didn't prevent from happening. They wanted the bitter tragedy playing out in the Fang clan to be visible to all, as a threat. However, it was at this point that massive rumbling sounds could be heard from the area in which Fang Wei had slammed into the mountain. Terrifying ripples began to spread out as Fang Wei's pupils returned to normal. The terrifying ripples then vanished. He slowly rose up from amidst the rubble, then threw his head back and laughed. This doppelganger is excellent. Wonderful. It feels great to be so young. Although it's weak and cannot wield the power of the ancient realm, this body has incredible potential. After completely fusing in the future, and turning this into my true self, the peak of the ancient realm will no longer be my limit. Fang Wei, as a descendant of mine in the clan, since you're giving me your body, I'll help you fulfill one of your aspirations. As of this moment, strange ripples began to undulate out from Fang Wei. He flew into the air, spotted Meng Hao fighting in the crowds in the ancestral mansion, and began to fly toward him. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he closed in. In that moment, Meng Hao sensed a prick of danger in his mind. He looked up, and his gaze locked with Fang Wei's. Or perhaps it would be more correct to say that his gaze locked with the sixth patriarch. Fang Shufeng and Meng Li stood in the Tower of Tang on planet South Heaven, watching the upheaval in the Fang clan on planet East Victory. Meng Li's eyes were wide, and she trembled as she clutched Fang Shufeng's arm. "You knew this was going to happen, didn't you?" she said. Her eyes filled with anxiety at the sight of Meng Hao being in such danger. What she was worried about wasn't the destruction of the Fang clan. She was worried about her son's safety. Fang Shufeng looked at the images and slowly nodded. "You have to trust me, and you have to trust Hauer. Everything will be over shortly," Fang Shufeng said softly. His fatherly love was not the type that showed on the outside like Kuyunhai's. His love was kept buried deep in his heart. He was Meng Hao's father, and would rather sustain injuries himself than allow his son to be hurt in the least. However, everything that was happening had to happen. On planet East Victory, Fang Wei's and Meng Hao's gazes locked, and an intangible rumbling sound filled Meng Hao's mind. It was as if everything in the world vanished, and the only things left behind were the two of them. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. There was no way he could have predicted that events would turn out this way. He could do nothing about the dramatic events playing out in the Fang clan, and in fact, deep in his heart he was somewhat at a loss. A sinister grin could be seen on Fang Wei's face as he flew through the air like a shooting star, heading directly toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao took a deep breath, crushing the dazed feeling he felt in his heart. His battle with Fang Wei was not over. His nirvana fruits had not been returned. In that case, it was time to continue the battle. Eyes flashing with killing intent, he flew into the air. The two of them pierced through the crowds like meteors, rapidly closing in on each other. Their speed was incredible, causing everything to shake. Even though all the other members of the Fang clan were locked in battle, they all turned to look at Meng Hao and Fang Wei. The cultivators of the Ninth Mountain and Sea also stared at the two figures as they closed in on each other. When they slammed into each other in midair, a shocking boom echoed out in all directions, causing the air to shatter and wild colors to flash in the sky. Meng Hao attacked with the full explosive force of his 123 meridians. 33 heavens rumbled, and numerous mountain chains appeared. One blood demon head after another roared, causing heaven and earth to shake, and wild winds to scream. Fang Wei performed an incantation gesture, causing a divine ability to materialize. Statues appeared, formed of reincarnation, the yellow springs, and some other magical technique that Meng Hao was unfamiliar with. The statues circled around Meng Hao, unleashing ceaseless attacks. Meng Hao frowned. The terrifying ancient realm ripples that had been emanating out of Fang Wei had vanished. However, Meng Hao could sense that Fang Wei was much more powerful than he had been earlier. Gradually, Meng Hao began to sense ripples inside of Fang Wei that filled him with a sense of danger. "He's not Fang Wei," he thought, his eyes flickering with a cold light. Fang Wei was bursting with an energy far more powerful than before. The one-thought Yellow Springs Tao was unleashed once again, but it was different this time. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the Yellow Springs swept out, directly attacking Meng Hao in midair. A huge boom rattled out as over 100 moves were exchanged in a very short time. "That's all you can do?" asked Fang Wei, his voice coldly sinister. "This is the Immortal Realm Paragon?" He performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing the Yellow Springs to turn into something like a dragon that lunged toward Meng Hao with gaping maw. Meng Hao's expression darkened, but he said nothing. His hand extended as a divine ability was unleashed. At the same time, Fang Wei's 241 immortal meridians appeared. However, apparently, he wasn't finished. Suddenly, more immortal meridians appeared. 251, 261, 271. Massive rumbling filled the air as Fang Wei's aura exploded up, to the astonishment of the observing cultivators of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Fang Wei, his immortal meridians, they're still increasing. Unbelievable. What's going on? The cultivators were dumbstruck, but the Dao realm patriarchs merely frowned. They were starting to piece together pictures of what was happening. He's possessed. After he became immortal, he was possessed, although not perfectly. It couldn't be. After all, people who can reach the absolute pinnacle of immortal meridians are not commonplace in the 9 mountains and seas. The only possibility is that someone placed a Dao seed in Feng Wei, as a sort of a gamble. That person would be betting that as Feng Wei grew up, he would have a chance at success. That's of secondary importance. The main requirement would be that they were of the same bloodline. Furthermore, they would both have to have cultivated the same technique. Even more important than that is that they would both have to have a drop of blood from the legendary underworld clan. The Dao realm patriarchs maintained their silence as they looked at Feng Wei with looks of curiosity and shock. Back on planet East Victory, Feng Wei's immortal meridians continued to erupt. 281. 291. 300. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out. Meng Hao's eyes widened as Feng Wei's immortal meridians just continued to increase. Although he was shocked, it didn't cause him to hesitate at all. He waved his hand, transforming into a golden rock. At the same time, numerous mountain chains crushed down toward Feng Wei, whose laughter rang out as his energy continued to soar. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. A domineering air surged out, and his immortal realm paragon cultivation base exploded with power. The starstone vanished from his left eye, transforming into starlight in his palm. It covered his body as the one-thought stellar transformation manifested, transforming him into an enormous planet that shot toward Feng Wei. Piercing whistling sounds could be heard as the planet emitted shocking pressure over everything. Rocks shattered and then rose up into the air, and the nearby battling cultivators were pushed away by a powerful force. The 3,000-meter planetary asteroid shot through the air, filled with incredible power. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Feng Wei. However, in that instant, Feng Wei's eyes glittered with arrogance. Extending both of his hands, he roared. Suddenly, his immortal meridians burst with power as even more were added. 310 meridians. 320 meridians. The entire 9th mountain and sea rumbled. All of the members of the Feng clan were shocked. All attention was focused on Feng Wei. 330 meridians. Shockingly, 330 immortal meridians had appeared in Feng Wei, which was the complete pinnacle for an immortal who had not corroborated the Tao on his own. When the 330 immortal meridians appeared, 33 immortal souls also descended behind Feng Wei. It was just the same as Meng Hao. 33 heavens. Die! He roared, extending both hands toward the incoming planet. As he pushed out, his 330 immortal meridians transformed into 330 yellow springs, which then combined into one. In addition, his 33 immortal souls were no longer underworld judges, but rather Yama kings. An indescribable pressure that was the ultimate pinnacle of the immortal realm radiated out from him. Massive rumbling shook all of planet East Victory as two peak immortals began to fight. When they slammed into each other, a huge boom rattled out. Cracking sounds could be heard as the planet began to fall to pieces, and the yellow springs disintegrated. Within a few breaths of time, an ear-splitting crash rattled out as the planet exploded. Meng Hao appeared, face pale, expression extremely cold, like a sword. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as he staggered backward across the land, as if he were being shoved by some mighty force. And yet, he did not lose a bit of that sharp and blade-like quality. The pinnacle of the immortal realm, 33 heavens. HM? He wiped the blood from his mouth, and the coldness in his eyes ignited into a massive desire to fight. Up ahead, the yellow springs shattered, and the 33 Yama kings collapsed. Feng Wei also coughed up blood. Furthermore, although his right eye seemed filled with madness, signs of struggle could be seen in his left eye. That was Feng Wei's soul, fighting back. Suddenly, Feng Wei's true voice rang out, filled with the truth of his own desires. I am a member of the Feng clan, and my dream is to lead the Feng clan to glory. Father, grandfather, patriarch, if your desire is to overthrow the clan, then I disagree. However, almost as soon as Feng Wei's true voice could be heard, the sixth patriarch cried, "Get back down!" and rapidly suppressed him. The left eye returned to its normal state, and Feng Wei coughed up another mouthful of blood, then looked at Meng Hao. "Feng Hao." Feng Wei wiped the blood from his mouth and took a step forward. 33 heavens appeared once again, and boundless immortal power exploded out. "What I want is this feeling. I've finally done it. Finally, I have this perfect body. This is my doppelganger. In the future, it will be my true self. Feng Wei, you are my descendant, which means that this is an honor for you." Feng Wei's right hand lifted up, and 33 heavens shot murderously toward Meng Hao. "I'm going to help you kill this person, to achieve your desire." Meng Hao's eyes flickered with intense killing intent. He looked coldly at Feng Wei for a moment, then began to advance. He raised his right hand, and his own 33 heavens appeared. "Paragon Bridge," he said softly. As soon as the words left his mouth, rumbling sounds filled heaven and earth. Shockingly, Meng Hao's 33 heavens transformed into the image of the Paragon Bridge. 123 meridians manifested behind the bridge as it sped toward Feng Wei. "Who gives a crap about that thing? Hell world." Feng Wei waved his right hand, instantly causing the yellow springs to appear. In addition, an illusory slice of the underworld manifested, rapidly turning corporeal. As the two attacked each other, Feng Xiaoshan ignored any potential injuries he might receive and broke away from his fight with Meng Hao's 19th uncle. He then performed a minor teleportation, heading directly toward Meng Hao, eyes filled with killing intent. He waved his hand, causing his ancient realm cultivation base to explode with the destructive power of 2 extinguished soul lamps. A gigantic hand appeared which slashed toward Meng Hao. "Die!" Shockingly, he joined forces with Feng Wei to attempt to kill Meng Hao, to slaughter him in spirit and body. At this critical moment, Meng Hao waved his right hand, and the Paragon Bridge descended to block both Feng Wei and Feng Xiaoshan. Booms could be heard as the Paragon Bridge began to collapse. Meng Hao shot backward, and his expression lacked any sort of alarm. Instead, it was filled with seething killing intent. He extended his right hand, and there in his palm was a small fruit that was currently not visible to anyone but him. It was the first-generation patriarch's Nirvana fruit. With the Nirvana fruit in hand, his towering killing intent influenced the entire area, making everything grow cold. Feng Wei and Feng Xiaoshan looked at Meng Hao's eyes, and for some unknown reason, they began to tremble. Meng Hao's 123 immortal meridians exploded with power, condensing the power of 33 heavens into the majestic Paragon Bridge to block Feng Wei and Feng Xiaoshan. Even as he retreated at full speed, his eyes flickered with a freezing light. He was looking at Feng Wei and Feng Xiaoshan almost as if they were dead. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and heaven and earth shook violently. The Nirvana fruit in Meng Hao's hand radiated scintillating light. This was the first-generation patriarch's Nirvana fruit. It emanated an ancient aura that seemed to indicate that it had existed for countless years, and as soon as it appeared, the sensation of time inside the fruit seemed to influence everything in the area, making the region around Meng Hao look as if it were in a different era. Feng Xiaoshan's gaze met Meng Hao's, and his heart trembled. He looked at the Nirvana fruit for a moment, whereupon a sinister look appeared in his eyes, and his lips twisted into a cruel smile. "That's... absorb that, and I won't even need to attack. You'll be dead without a doubt." Feng Wei's energy soared, but when he looked at Meng Hao, his heart began to pound. His gaze shifted to the Nirvana fruit, and all of a sudden, an intense feeling of crisis exploded up in his heart. He wasn't actually Feng Wei. He was the doppelganger of the sixth patriarch. Due to this, he recognized that fruit, and as soon as he saw it, he realized that it was completely different from the Nirvana fruit that he remembered. As soon as Meng Hao pulled it out, the Grand Elder, who was battling with Feng Hashan, looked over. When he saw what was happening, his face fell. "Howard, you can't absorb that thing," he cried out urgently. Even as his voice echoed out, He felt deep regret in his heart for the decisions he had made. In the same moment that the Grand Elder called out, Feng Wei's eyes widened, and the sense of crisis within him exploded to a peak. His heart was pounding in a way that suggested that if Meng Hao absorbed that nirvana fruit, a momentous and shocking event would occur. He suddenly roared, "Stop him!" Feng Wei took a step forward and waved his hand. 33 heavens and 330 immortal meridians transformed into the power of the Yellow Springs, exploding out to shake the Paragon Bridge. At the same time, Feng Xiushan, despite his sudden, momentary hesitation, still went on the attack, exploding out with the power of an ancient realm cultivation base with 2 extinguished soul lamps. A shocking attack materialized, which consisted of an enormous illusory hand that slashed toward the Paragon Bridge. The Paragon Bridge shook, and then began to collapse layer by layer. It was a Taoist magic that was as powerful as a paragon. But, with Meng Hao's cultivation base, he could only force it to materialize. Considering the fact that Feng Wei and Feng Xiushan had combined forces, it only took a moment before the bridge couldn't hold out any longer, and began to collapse completely. Once it was gone, there would be nothing to stand in the way of Feng Wei and Feng Xiushan, who would then instantly level deadly attacks against Meng Hao. Meng Hao sped backward at top speed, his eyes cold. Even as Feng Wei and Feng Xiushan bashed against the Paragon Bridge, Meng Hao lifted the nirvana fruit and pushed it up against his forehead. The fruit melted and sank down into his forehead, causing warmth to flow through him. His body shook and his mind trembled. He felt like was about to be torn into pieces, and blue veins popped out on his face. Blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. As Feng Wei and Feng Xiushan blasted the Paragon Bridge, Feng Wei's heart was pounding violently. He went all out with his most powerful divine abilities, roaring as he finally destroyed the bridge completely, the fragments of which scattered out in all directions. Instantly, Feng Wei shot toward Meng Hao like a shooting star. Die! Feng Wei was getting a very bad feeling about what was happening with Meng Hao, so he pushed faster, his killing intent raging. Feng Xiushan's killing intent also surged, and his desire to kill Meng Hao was stronger than ever. His cultivation base exploded with power, causing the enormous hand to smash toward Meng Hao, to crush him and obliterate him, to wipe away the hatred in his heart. As Feng Wei and Feng Xiushan closed in, Meng Hao was trembling, and his eyes were bright red. A wild and domineering aura suddenly erupted out from within him. The aura caused Feng Wei to stare in shock, and Feng Xiushan's face to fall. Next, Meng Hao let out a shocking roar. His body suddenly began to grow larger, and at the same time his immortal meridians suddenly increased rapidly. He no longer had 123 meridians. The number of meridians increased with rapid speed, as did the immortal dragons around him. They roared as 139, 152, 171, 196 dragons appeared. Wild colors flashed in the sky. The wind screamed, and the heavenly bodies trembled. In the blink of an eye, he had 200 meridians. Meng Hao's aura also climbed wildly, almost as if he would exceed the immortal realm. Ryua Yuam Blel. 200 meridians was not the limit. The growth continued. 213, 235, all the way to 246 meridians. That was fully double his previous limit. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. However, in the moment that his immortal meridians doubled, Meng Hao's 33 heavens exceeded that which was immortal. They surpassed the Great Circle, erupting in such a way that all onlookers were dumbfounded to look up what appeared to be 66 heavens. If you looked closely, though, you would see that they weren't in fact 66 heavens. There were 2 extremes. One was the 33 heavens up above, the other was the 33 earths down below. In the middle of the 2 was Meng Hao. His energy soared, and a terrifying aura exploded out. Feng Wei and Feng Xiushan's faces fell completely. Even Feng Xiushan suddenly felt a sensation of deadly crisis. It was a type of crisis that would lead to his complete and utter death. Feng Xiushan's mind spun as he hoarsely said, "Impossible! Even if his power increases, he's still just an immortal. I'm in the ancient realm. How could I possibly be experiencing such fear? Feng Wei's face was ashen, and his eyes widened as he gasped. There's a kind of immortal that can kill someone in the ancient realm. In fact, according to legend, true immortality is not the limit of the immortal realm. In ancient times, before the other heavens and earths in the starry sky collapsed, it was an age unlike the current age of 9 mountains. Above true immortality was another level. That was the level of the immortal emperor. If they look up and wave a hand, 33 heavens are destroyed. If they look down and point, 33 earths are crushed. An immortal emperor. Feng Wei's scalp went numb and his mind filled with roaring. If he were here as his true self, then even if Meng Hao became an emperor among immortals, the ancient realm was still superior to 33 heavens and 33 earths. It would be as easy to slay Meng Hao as lifting his hand. But now, this was just a doppelganger, and was merely a fleshly body that was limited by the constraints of immortal power. He was simply no match for Meng Hao. His mind spun, and without any hesitation, Feng Wei turned to flee. Feng Xiaoshan didn't understand things as well as the possessed Feng Wei, who was actually the 6th patriarch. He hesitated and thus took a bit longer to begin to fall back. It was exactly within those few breaths of time that Meng Hao made a move. He looked up, and rumbling sounds filled the air. The sensation of being ripped apart caused his eyes to be completely red, filled with veins of blood. His body grew larger and, at the moment, he seemed to be in possession of a vast, intense power. He wasn't sure whether it was just a hallucination, but that power all of a sudden caused him to be filled with a certain sensation. It was as if he had reached a state in which he was the ultimate representation of every possible meaning of the word immortal. In that moment, the 9 mountains and seas trembled slightly, and ripples appeared that no cultivator could sense. These ripples massed outside of the 9 mountains and seas, encircling them, causing the sun and moon to pause in their eternal orbit. If the 9 mountains and seas had a will, then as of this moment it was as if that will was looking at Meng Hao and causing these ripples to emanate out, and the sun and moon to stop moving for a breath of time as if to welcome something that was appearing for the first time since the formation of the 9 mountains and seas. The Immortal Emperor. In the Immortal's cave in the ruins of immortality in 9th mountain and sea, the white-robed woman rose to her feet. She looked toward planet East Victory, and her perpetually unchanging expression suddenly flickered. With destiny like this, with good fortune like this, he is worthy of being in the league of demon sealers of the 9 mountains and seas, she murmured. When she spoke the words demon sealers, her eyes flickered with pain and reminiscence. Immortal Ancient, 9 seals, are you 2 still around? The only one left. The only one? She sounded pained, and in fact, a tear rolled down her cheek. Finally, she waved her hand. The sun and moon once again began to rotate, and the 9 mountains and seas went back to normal. At the same time, the teardrop flew off into the distance, to some unknown land. Perhaps it became part of a violet sea, or perhaps a tear among a rainstorm. If it had a spirit, perhaps the teardrop would awaken, and would possess a yearning and a determination to transform into a sea. Meanwhile, on planet East Victory, on the back of Patriarch Reliance, was a young woman. She suddenly looked up, and a blank look could be seen in her eyes, as if she had just thought of something. Meng Hao was unaware of the things happening in the 9 mountains and seas. At the moment, he was just barely able to endure the tearing pain caused by the terrifying power that filled him. He knew that he could only remain in this state for a short period of time, so he quickly raised his hand and pointed toward Feng Xiaoshan. In that instant, his divine flame Immortal Meridian erupted, causing a sea of flames to appear. It covered everything, wreathing the 33 heavens and 33 earths with endless flames of extermination. A massive world of flames instantly shot toward Feng Xiaoshan. Feng Xiaoshan's face fell, and the sense of crisis within him reached a pinnacle, causing his mind to thrum. He fell back at top speed, performing a double-handed incantation gesture. Innumerable divine abilities appeared, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. His soul lamps appeared, spinning around him, as did countless magical items, all of which fought back against Meng Hao. In the instant that his divine abilities and magical items shot out, the sea of flames transformed into a huge hand which, in the blink of an eye, had completely inundated Fang Xiushan. All of his divine abilities collapsed, and all of his magical items melted. Even his soul lamps burst into flames. When the extinguished soul lamps were suddenly ignited, Fang Xiushan let out a miserable shriek, and his eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. His soul lamps melted, and Fang Xiushan let out a howl as he was completely covered in fire. Moments later, the only thing that remained of him was drifting ash. He was killed in body and soul. A brutal attack. Xiushan. When Fang Xiushan saw what happened, his face filled with grief. He threw his head back and howled. Were it not for the Grand Elder going all out to block his way, he would have instantly charged towards Meng Hao. As of this moment, all of the cultivators of the various sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea were staring in complete shock at what was happening. They already knew that Meng Hao was incredibly powerful, but when they saw him kill Fang Xiushan, they were completely shaken on a deep and profound level. They looked at Meng Hao, eyes wide with jealousy. He's a powerful expert who has surpassed everyone in his generation, and can even fight with people in the ancient realm. It's too bad that he's going to perish because of the upheaval in the Fang clan. If he doesn't die in this battle, then his future will be unimaginable. Gasps could be heard throughout the Ninth Mountain and Sea as Fang Xiushan died. The disbelief on his face in the moments before death was clear. He was in the ancient realm with 2 extinguished soul lamps, and yet he died at the hands of an immortal realm cultivator. He had come to exact vengeance for his wayer, and in the end, had himself been annihilated. From the moment he had learned that Meng Hao was returning to the clan, he had wanted to kill him. From the ambush out in the starry sky, to the way he had targeted Meng Hao in the clan, to the attempt on his life in the ancestral land, all of that proved that he and Meng Hao were as incompatible as fire and water. Even more lamentable was that it wasn't until the moment he died that he realized who his true enemy was. It wasn't Meng Hao. It was the 6th Patriarch. Perhaps Fang Xiushan did know. Perhaps he had known all along what would happen. And yet, in his mind, perhaps, he truly felt that allowing the 6th Patriarch to possess his son would be an honor for Fang Wei. Perhaps his way of thinking was madness, or perhaps not. In any case, it was no longer important. Everything was settled by Meng Hao in his current state. The wave of a hand, the unleashing of a divine ability. Meng Hao suddenly reached a certain enlightenment. Perhaps all machinations and plots can be foiled with the wave of a hand by a powerful expert? Perhaps everything can even be reversed? If so, then will all of the upheaval in the Fang clan be changed by the wave of some powerful expert's hand? Meng Hao looked around at the Fang clan and the unceasing slaughter that was being carried out. None of the recent turns of events did anything to stop the carnage. Blood flowed everywhere, and screams of terror and rage floated about constantly. It was impossible to tell who was winning or losing, but it was clear what would happen in the end. The Fang clan would be thoroughly destroyed. Meng Hao couldn't shake the feeling that the upheavals in the Fang clan were simply too strange. In fact, he still wasn't ready to completely accept everything that was happening. The Fang clan was one of the 4 great clans, and at one time had in fact been the leader among those 4 clans. Therefore, it was hard to believe that, just like that, the clan would play out its final act. Meng Hao looked over at the fleeing Fang Wei, and his eyes gleamed with killing intent. "I can only stay in this state for 7 more breaths of time," he murmured. This was his most powerful state, and he could remain in it for a total of 10 breaths. He took a deep breath, lifted his foot, and stepped forward. That one step caused everything to seem to shrink. Instantly, he was directly behind Fang Wei. That was a speed that exceeded minor teleportation. That was greater teleportation. Fang Wei was astonished to find Meng Hao suddenly right there. Meng Hao lifted his hand with indescribable speed and tapped Fang Wei. "Detonate," he said softly, his eyes glowing with coldness. It was one word, but it echoed out in all directions, causing everything to shake. Divine flame erupted around Feng Wei, prompting a wild howl. At the same time, Feng Wei performed a double-handed incantation gesture and spit out a mouthful of blood. Instantly, a blood-colored shield sprang up around him. Shockingly, as Feng Wei stood inside the shield, the image of an old man appeared in his right eye. As he sat there cross-legged, he opened his eyes, and terrifying ripples of the ancient realms spread out. Feng Wei had been completely pushed into a corner, so the sixth patriarch was forced to use his doppelganger's essence power to fight back. Rumbling filled the air, and Feng Wei coughed up another huge mouthful of blood. His chest sank inward, and the blood-colored shield expanded. Because of the resistance, the essence of divine flame paused for a moment. In that brief moment, Feng Wei transformed into a flickering shadow and fell back instantly, blood spraying from his mouth, seriously injured. His scalp was numb, and the figure in his right eye was dim. This was only a doppelganger of the sixth patriarch, so he had very little essence, which he had just used to escape the deadly crisis he had been in. However, in that moment, the power he was using to suppress Feng Wei's soul also weakened. Suddenly, Feng Wei's soul appeared in his left eye, struggling. According to the plan, Feng Wei would never have fought back. However, the dramatic upheavals in the Feng clan led to an unexpected turn of events. Feng Wei's soul struggled awake and began to fight against the sixth patriarch's possession and over control of his own body. "Feng Hao, kill me!" he cried, trembling. "I told you that if I lost, you could take back what belongs to you." Meng Hao looked on, taciturn, expression complex. He looked at Feng Wei's eyes, then raised his right hand and waved it forward. 33 heavens rumbled into being above Feng Wei's head. Beneath his feet, 33 earths appeared, transforming into a deadly snare. Rumbling echoed out as the 33 heavens crushed down, and the 33 earths exploded with power. A powerful aura rose up in Feng Wei, and he coughed up blood. The old man in his right eye seemed filled with madness and terror. He was about to fight back, when suddenly a brilliant light shone out from Feng Wei's left eye. "I am Feng Wei, chosen of the Feng clan. If your purpose in possessing me is to sow chaos in the Feng clan, then I would rather allow the bad to be destroyed with the good and die together with you." His true soul, which resided in his left eye, suddenly rose up and began fight directly with the sixth patriarch for control of his body. He had always been meticulously proud, had always considered himself to be the only true chosen of the Feng clan. "Damn it!" raged the sixth patriarch. Originally, it wasn't that he didn't want to destroy Feng Wei's soul. Rather, to perform a perfect possession, he couldn't do so, as he needed to slowly absorb the soul. He had never been worried about doing that, and yet, he had never imagined that Feng Wei's devotion to the clan would suddenly supersede everything. In truth, he had forgotten about Feng Wei's incredible pride. Feng Wei was a chosen of the clan. He was willing to die in battle, to be possessed, or to slaughter others. He was willing to advance by hook or by crook. However, he was not willing to betray the clan. His most important purpose was to protect the clan, and to ensure that the other clan members viewed him as a hero. He wanted to be the center of attention, the focus of the whole clan. He wanted prestige, and he wanted to become a powerful expert. He wanted to lead the clan into glory. In reality, he had been unaware of the true plans being laid by his grandfather. Meng Hao's expression was a complicated one as he held his right hand up in the air. "Feng Hao, kill me. If I die, the sixth patriarch will be severely wounded. Perhaps the clan will have some hope then. Kill me." The sixth patriarch was going crazy. Feng Wei's left eye was growing dim, as his soul fought desperately with the sixth patriarch for control of his body. Feng Hashan was still fighting with the Grand Elder, and when he saw the crisis Feng Wei was in, he let out a bellow of rage. Booms rang out from his body, and suddenly a fragment of jade appeared in his hand. He crushed it violently, causing intense ripples to spread out. The Grand Elder's face fell as he sensed the terrifying power in those ripples, and was forced to retreat. As he fell back, Fang Heshan shot toward Fang Wei. "Wei-er!" Fang Heshan cried urgently. Even as he closed in, Fang Wei's left eye began to shine brightly. Again, his left hand rose, trembling, and he pointed toward Fang Heshan. In that instant, the yellow springs appeared, along with his immortal souls, all of which blocked Fang Heshan's path. "Grandpa," he said, his voice quavering. "Sir, when I was born, do you remember why you gave me the character Wei Wei as a name? Sir, you told me that it was because I needed to defend the Fang clan." "Grandpa, stay your hand." When Fang Heshan heard his words, he trembled, and grief appeared in his eyes. "Fang Hao, you have to take my place. To protect the Fang clan. Come on. Take back your nirvana fruits." Fang Wei closed his left eye, and rumbling could be heard inside his body. A popping sound could suddenly be heard from his forehead. A split appeared, from within which two fruits emerged. Meng Hao instantly felt a sense of intense familiarity. He lifted his right hand up toward the two nirvana fruits, which flew directly toward him and landed in his palm. At the same time, Fang Wei coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his energy instantly weakened. The sixth patriarch let out a roar of defiance. Of his own initiative, Fang Wei shot toward Meng Hao's divine ability. No one could prevent him from doing so, and not even Meng Hao could stop the 33 heavens and 33 earths from exploding violently. In that instant, the sixth patriarch in Fang Wei's right eye transformed into a wisp of smoke that shot out. However, before it could escape, Fang Wei's soul latched onto it and dragged it back. "No!" The sixth patriarch's doppelganger soul let out a howl of rage just as it was inundated by the rumbling 33 heavens and 33 earths. Massive booms filled the air, and then the 33 heavens and 33 earths faded away. Fang Wei's body fell down toward the ground. His right eye was completely dark. The sixth patriarch had been exterminated in body and spirit. Fang Wei's left eye was fading. The flame of his life force was snuffed out. Right before he died, he looked at Meng Hao, and his lips moved. He wasn't able to speak the words out loud, but Meng Hao understood exactly what he was saying. He said, "Defend the Fang clan." All of a sudden, Meng Hao thought back to what it was like on planet East Victory hundreds of years ago. He and Fang Wei were children. Fang Wei had always been stubborn, different from the other kids. He wouldn't follow Meng Hao around, but rather spent time alone, in the shadows, working hard, trying to win the approval of others. He seemed gloomy, but in truth he had worked extremely hard over the years. All of that led to the Fang Wei of today. Meng Hao remembered when they were both 6 years old, and it was time for them to begin practicing cultivation. They had stood in front of all the clan elders, and been questioned about why they wanted to be cultivators. Meng Hao's answer had been that, after he grew up, he wanted to protect his dad and mom. As for Fang Wei, the words he had spoken with his tender, young voice seemed to echo now in Meng Hao's ears. "My grandpa picked the name Wei for me. I'm Fang Wei, and when I grow up, I'm going to defend the clan." The words Fang Wei had spoken as a child were words that he had always remembered, even in the moment of his death. Boom! Fang Wei slammed into the ground, and his aura was gone. He was dead. As of this moment, the chosen outside in the starry sky stared in shock. The cultivators of the ninth mountain and sea were also dumbstruck by the scene of Fang Wei's death. For a chosen to perish. Furthermore, his actions before he had died left everyone moved. Everyone suddenly felt unwilling to part ways with Fang Wei. Fang Wei, chosen of the Fang clan. The Fang in his name came from the Fang clan. The Wei came from the word defend. Misery and bleakness covered the Fang clan in their moment of upheaval. The death of a chosen caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Many people couldn't help but wonder, if they were in Fang Wei's position, what would they do? Fang Wei, I will remember this name. Wei actually has that meaning. The chaotic rebellion continued to proceed in the Fang clan. Clan members died at every moment, and the ancestral mansion was soaked with blood. The stench of gore spread out in all directions. Feng Wei's death caused many clan members to suddenly grow very silent and bitter. However, this was not the time to be overwhelmed with grief, so they continued fighting. Up in the starry sky, Fan Donger and the other chosen looked on silently. None of them would do anything impulsive, so they stood by while the fighting went on. The Feng clan's Earth Patriarch fought with one of the Ji clan's 5 Dao realm experts, Ji Shufeng. Their battle was shocking to the extreme. Booms rang out as essence power was unleashed. Both of these two were one essence Dao lords, and their attacks caused the starry sky to tremble and wild colors to flash. The Feng clan is doomed to destruction, Ji Shufeng said softly. Feng Shoudao, you must know this in your heart of hearts. There's no reason to keep fighting back. That kid Feng Wei had backbone, which is laudable. Unfortunately, he was simply born in the wrong clan. Oh really? Replied Feng Shoudao, his voice light. He waved his hand, causing a river of stars to appear. In the blink of an eye, thousands of exchanges occurred between the two of them. The stars vibrated, and even the ceiling shield around them trembled. The 3 great Taoist societies won't be coming, said Ji Shufeng, laughing. The Feng clan might have put on a good show of being powerful, but the Ji clan has long since come to the realization that your clan's pretense of having secret Dao realm experts is not true. You really are the only Dao realm cultivator. What do you have, then, that will allow you to reverse fate? Ji Shufeng's killing intent swirled. Booms echoed out between them. If you're so certain of that, then why are you trying to probe me with words? Feng Shoudao replied indifferently. Ji Shufeng frowned in response. Actually, she wasn't certain. After all, this was the Feng clan. In years past, they were just as glorious as the Ji clan, and were one of the 2 great battle clans that had existed under Lord Li. The Ji clan was certain that the Feng clan was on the decline, that they could only put on a show of glory, and were in fact weak. However, the Ji clan could not underestimate the resources at their disposal. That was especially true when it came to Feng Shoudao, who seemed to be completely unruffled by the rivers of blood flowing in the Feng clan on planet East Victory. The fact that he was remaining calm caused Ji Shufeng to feel a bit uneasy. He definitely has some trump cards to play. But what are they? Meanwhile, Feng Heshan hovered in midair above planet East Victory, trembling as he stared at the dead Feng Wei. Beneath the ancestral mansion, the 6th Patriarch, who was fighting desperately with the 7th Patriarch, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meng Hao maintained his silence as he looked down at Feng Wei's corpse. He felt no excitement at having retrieved his nirvana fruits. Deep in his heart, he sighed. He walked up to Feng Wei's corpse and knelt down next to it. He put his hand on Feng Wei's chest and pushed lightly. Feng Wei's body vanished into Meng Hao's bag of holding. He did not want the body to be desecrated due to the chaos in the clan. Later, he would be buried, and it would be a grand funeral. Meng Hao stood there thinking. At first, I didn't want to come here to planet East Victory. I wanted to go directly to the immortal ancient Taoist rite instead. However, Father sent me here because he wanted me to retrieve my nirvana fruits. He thought back to everything that had happened since he returned, and an idea suddenly sprang up in his mind. In that case, these upheavals in the clan, all of this, could it be that Father actually knew it all was going to happen? Even as Meng Hao stood there thinking, shrill laughter could be heard coming from Feng Heshan. Feng Hao, what are you doing? Give Wei'er back to me immediately. Meng Hao turned to look at Feng Heshan, then quietly said, he's my clan brother. My little bro didn't betray the clan, and therefore, his corpse is not to be defiled after his death. Feng Heshan, turn back from this path. There's no turning back. Shoshan. Wei'er. I can't turn back. Feng Heshan's hair was in disarray, his eyes bloodshot. He seemed to have gone crazy, and as he glared at Meng Hao, his killing intent boiled. You son of a bitch. You killed Shoshan and you killed Wei'er. Why are you still alive? Why the hell are you still alive? Feng Heshan threw his head back and laughed bitterly. His cultivation base erupted. Originally, he had the power of 3 extinguished soul lamps, but as of now, he was under extreme provocation, and all of a sudden, the ripples of death spread out from him. He was going all out, burning his own life force to suddenly extinguish 3 more of his soul lamps. As of this moment, he now raged with the destructive power of 6 extinguished soul lamps, causing heaven and earth to shake. The Grand Elder was just about to interfere, but Fang Heshan flicked his sleeve, shoving him away. "Fang Hao, it's time to die!" Fang Heshan roared, transforming into a beam of light that shot toward Meng Hao with raging killing intent. Behind him suddenly appeared 3 elders from Fang Wei's bloodline, who joined Fang Heshan in a deadly attack on Meng Hao. 19th Uncle wanted to intercept them, as did other members of the direct bloodline, but none of them were able to. "Howler!" 19th Uncle cried urgently. It was at this point that the first-generation patriarch's nirvana fruit emerged from Meng Hao's forehead. His aura and his cultivation base slipped down from his previous level of Immortal Emperor, down to its original realm. His expression was calm, though, because he could sense something that he had been constantly calling out to. The aura of the terracotta soldier. It was coming. After much calling, the ancestral land began to emanate ripples that appeared in Meng Hao's heart. He calmly looked at Fang Heshan, and his eyes suddenly shone with a cold flicker. He didn't move a muscle. He just looked over. Fang Heshan got closer and closer, until he was less than 300 meters away. The power of 6 extinguished soul lamps burst out explosively. It transformed into a gigantic golden lotus that emanated a shocking murderous aura. This was a golden lotus that seemed capable of exterminating any and all immortals. Even ancient realm cultivators with 4 extinguished soul lamps or fewer would be killed by it. Rumbling could be heard as the enormous golden lotus smashed murderously toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao didn't move. He looked forward as coldly as ever. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, cracking sounds could be heard directly in front of him, and everything started to shake. A massive rift opened up in the air right in front of Meng Hao. It was as if someone was slashing an enormous, invisible blade through the air, splitting it apart and creating a gigantic fissure. In the same moment that the rift appeared, it was possible to glimpse the Fang clan ancestral land. Next, an archaic and ancient greatsword noiselessly emerged from within the rift. It slashed down, seemingly capable of rending heaven and earth. Boundless light shone out from the blade. The light flashed past the incoming golden lotus, which was immediately slashed in 2. It fell apart instantly, and then the light moved on toward Fang Heshan. Fang Heshan's 6 extinguished soul lamps trembled violently and began to crack and collapse, as did all of his divine abilities and Taoist magics. The light passed Fang Heshan and then bore down on the 3 ancient realm elders, who began to tremble violently. Their soul lamps shattered, and they seemed to be physically locked in place in midair. Their eyes shone with disbelief and astonishment, even as they forced themselves to look down. Everything was over. The light shot up into the sky, and when it vanished, 3 heads flew high into the air, and 3 headless bodies plummeted down to the ground. The entire battlefield went completely silent. The 3 elders behind Fang Heshan were dead, souls extinguished, slaughtered. 1 sword attack killed 3 ancient realm experts. As for Fang Heshan, there was a long line of blood on his neck. As it turned out, it wasn't 3 ancient realm experts killed. It was 4. Fang Heshan had managed to hold onto his life for a bit longer, and prevent his head from falling off. He looked into the rift with despair and disbelief. What had just happened rocked the heavens, shook the earth, and completely shocked all of the cultivators of the 9th mountain and sea. The members of the Fang clan, both the traitors and the loyalists, all felt an unprecedentedly cold aura that caused them to shiver. They looked over at Meng Hao and the rift which had just appeared, as well as the archaic sword. Slowly, a 3,000-meter figure stepped out from within the rift. Boom! 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 As it stepped out, everyone's hearts started to pound. When the figure became visible, everyone in the entire Fang clan couldn't help but cry out in alarm and disbelief. That's the Tao guardsman of the ancestral land. It's not just a statue? How come it's moving? The Tao guardsman, For years and years it stood there unmoving. According to the legends, it flew here from out in the heavens. It's supposedly waiting for someone. Now it's actually moving. Could it be because of the rebellion in the clan? All of the clan members were shocked. All cultivators' minds spun. They just couldn't believe everything that was happening. Simultaneously, the aura of a quasi-Dao paragon suddenly exploded off of the terracotta soldier. The aura spread out, causing everything to shake. Endless rumbling sounds could be heard, and all Fong clan members felt their hearts trembling. Ripples that seemed capable of sweeping across anyone in the ancient realm swept out. That was the madness of a quasi-Dao paragon. Up in the starry sky, Ji Xiufang, who was still fighting desperately with the Fong clan Earth Patriarch, sensed what was happening, and her eyes widened. "So that's your trump card," she said. "Well, did you really think that a quasi-Dao realm Dao guardsman would be capable of resolving the crisis in the Fong clan?" Even as Ji Xiufang spoke, Fong clan Earth Patriarch Fong Shoudao felt shock rising up in his heart. This development was something he hadn't anticipated at all. "The resources of the Fong clan are far too deep for someone like you to speculate about," he said. "The Dao guardsman is naturally something that I—" Before he could even get halfway through what he wanted to say, he suddenly stopped speaking. His eyes went wide as he looked toward Planet East Victory. Ji Xiufang had the same reaction, and stared in shock. What they saw was the Dao guardsman step all the way out into Planet East Victory. As the aura of a quasi-Dao paragon radiated out, the Dao guardsman suddenly bent down on one knee and lowered its head in greeting to Meng Hao. Everyone was flabbergasted. This, the Dao guardsman is kneeling to Meng Hao? How could karma play out like this? Just what is going on? Even the Dao guardsman is going to protect him? Blood oozed out of Fong Heshan's mouth, and he began to laugh bitterly. Then, blood exploded out of his neck, and his head toppled off of his body, which then tumbled down toward the ground, dead. In the same moment that everyone was flabbergasted by the appearance of the terracotta soldier, it lifted its head and looked at Meng Hao. Apparently sensing Meng Hao's divine will, it hefted its greatsword and began to slaughter its way into the Fong clan ancestral mansion. As of this moment, the traitorous clan members were completely shaken mentally, and could feel fear rising up within them. The terrifying aura of a quasi-Dao paragon could easily slaughter any and all ancient realm experts. Without a way to fight back against the terracotta soldier, the rebellion would be almost instantly crushed. A powerful expert could, based on strength alone, crush any and all plots and schemes. Rumbling filled the air as the terracotta soldier went on the attack. The loyal members of the Fong clan were extremely excited, and the traitors had no choice but to fall back against the onslaught, their scalps numb. As of this moment, the battle had reached a complete turning point. The various sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea were also astonished, and many of them had already come to the conclusion that the terracotta soldier must the Fong clan's trump card. In the moment that the terracotta soldier began slaughtering its way through the ancestral mansion, suddenly Ji Xiufang began to chuckle, and then sighed inwardly. Even though the Fong clan was awash with torrents of blood, they still made her feel uneasy. She had not been able to tell what Fong Shoudao was thinking, and had been ever vigilant regarding their mysterious trump card. However, now that the Fong clan had played that trump card, Ji Xiufang became completely confident. Chuckling, she sent out a type of divine will that instantly caused the faces of 3 of the chosen outside in the starry sky to flicker. Almost in the same moment that their expressions changed, fissures appeared in their foreheads. In the blink of an eye, those fissures had cut down to their jaws, and then past their chests. It was as if a sharp blade had sliced them in half. Blood sprayed out as 3 unfamiliar cultivators suddenly stepped out from inside of their bodies. When they emerged, they were no larger than infants, and yet they rapidly grew bigger. They quickly grew to ordinary size, and soon it was obvious that they were 3 old men. As soon as they appeared, their energy surged, and a strong death aura rose up from them, as if not much of their flame of life remained to burn inside of them. Apparently their longevity had left them poised on the brink of death for years. However, the auras they emitted indicated that they were extremely powerful. The starry sky trembled, and everything went dim, because these men emanated the aura of quasi-Dao paragons. Ryua Yuum Blel. As they stepped out, the other chosen such as Fan Donger and the others stared in shock. Their hearts beat wildly as they witnessed everything that was happening. The three old men smiled coldly, and it was obvious that their eyes were filled with madness. They looked like three immortal divinities, powerful enough to shake the heavens. Endless ripples spread out into the stars, and everything trembled as they shot toward Planet East Victory. Their speed was virtually indescribable, and they seemed deranged, bent on destroying everything, as if they wished to release all of the darkness that they had accumulated throughout their entire lives. It didn't matter what the horrifying consequences of their deaths would be. They wanted to go out in a blaze of glory. All of the sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea looked at the three men with utter shock, and felt incredible coldness rising up in their hearts. So this is how the G clan does things, huh? 3 quasi-Dao paragons. Their descendants are all sects that long since became subservient to the G clan. Wow! Just how many years in advance did the G clan prepare to overthrow the Fang clan? Up in the starry sky, Fang Shoudao also saw what was happening, and a strange expression could be seen on his face that no one could possibly interpret. When Ji Xiufang saw the look, she could suddenly hear her own heart pounding in her chest. "You're not worried?" she asked. "Why would I be worried?" he responded. Fang Shoudao smiled slightly, then waved his hand, unleashing a divine ability as he resumed battling with Ji Xiufang. Could it be that the statue isn't his trump card? She thought, feeling shocked. Where is Fang Shoudao's confidence coming from? Why is he so unperturbed? Killing intent gleamed in Ji Xiufang's phoenix-like eyes. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll worry about it after the Fang clan is destroyed. Booms filled the air as the 3 quasi-Dao paragons descended upon Planet East Victory, filled with the madness of extermination and shocking auras. The sky went dim, the ground quaked, and rivers flowed in reverse. From the ground, the 3 men looked like shooting stars exuding an air of madness. They shot toward the Fang clan ancestral mansion, sending massive pressure out ahead of them. The ground shook and numerous buildings collapsed. The resulting dust didn't dare to rise up into the air, but was crushed back down onto the surface of the ground. All of the members of the Fang clan looked on with flickering faces. Many couldn't take the pressure and coughed up mouthfuls of blood. The 3 old men shot like meteors toward the terracotta soldier and the loyal members of the Fang clan. The traitors immediately went wild with joy, and booms echoed out as slaughter was once again unleashed in the ancestral mansion. The terracotta soldier looked up, then, without the slightest hesitation, flew up and went all out with every scrap of power it had to block the descending 3 old men. Everything went dim, the heavenly bodies shook, and a fierce wind kicked up. Meng Hao's mind trembled as he saw the terracotta soldier flying into battle. He saw the look of madness and violence in the 3 old men. They almost didn't look like cultivators, but rather wild beasts that wanted to exterminate all living things. It was as if they wanted to make an accounting with all of heaven and earth. Why do we have to die so soon when other people can continue to live? Since we're going to die, the more people we can take with us to the grave, the more glorious it will be. Quasi-Dao Paragon, thought Meng Hao, instantly understanding the situation. The reason why Quasi-Dao experts were called paragons was because of fear, because people in that realm were absolutely insane. Because they were on the verge of death, they had no fear. All of the darkness that had built up in their hearts could explode out at any time. Each and every one of them could make all living things weep. The 3 old men laughed coldly, and when they spoke, their hoarse voices were filled with incredible savagery and insanity. Trifling statue. Screw off. Today I will be baptized in blood. Not a single one of you vile Fang clan cultivators will be left alive. You'll all die. From today forth, there will no longer be a Fang clan in the 9th Mountain and Sea. There will be a new clan. Booms could be heard as the terracotta soldier slammed into the 3 old men, who joined forces in attack, unleashing powerful divine abilities. The sun, moon, and the skies above materialized, transforming into 3 beams of destructive light that smashed into the terracotta soldier. Massive booms could be heard as the terracotta soldier swung its greatsword, using all of its power to fight back against the 3 men. The terracotta soldier was forced back over and over again. Cracking sounds emanated out from it, and its body was covered in fissures. However, it vastly diminished the speed with which the 3 old men were advancing. "Terracotta soldier!" cried Meng Hao, his eyes bloodshot. His heart hurt to see even one crack on the gift left behind by his foster father, so the fact that numerous cracks were now visible tore at his insides. Unfortunately, the terracotta soldier was not capable of simultaneously fighting back against 3 opponents relying only on its own power. Furthermore, Meng Hao's cultivation base was simply insufficient to make a difference in this genocidal battle. The members of the Fang clan were in a state of despair. Some let out miserable shrieks and resorted to self-detonation to protect the clan. Others stood there trembling, unsure of what to do. All types of attitudes and characters appeared within the members of the Fang clan at this point in time. It was then that, all of a sudden, a cold harumph could be heard echoing from outside of the ancestral mansion, from the Tao of Alchemy division. Next, an incredible aura exploded out from that same region, along with a dense cloud of insects. They turned into a bright beam of light completely made up of unicorn immortals. In the middle of all the unicorn immortals was a person, who, when Meng Hao saw him, caused him to gape. It was Hill Elder Fang Danyun. His cultivation base exploded with power similar to that of the 6 patriarchs located underneath the Fang clan. It was the rippling power of at least 10 extinguished soul lamps. At first, it didn't seem powerful enough to even cause the Quasi-Dao paragons to tremble. However, as they flew out, the unicorn immortals began to explode. They transformed into beams of light that bored madly into Fang Danyun, causing his cultivation base to rise up with shocking speed. In the blink of an eye, Fang Danyun actually began to emit the aura of a Quasi-Dao paragon. This was not borrowed power used to increase his cultivation base. Instead, this was the loosening of a seal. The innumerable unicorn immortals were actually part of his cultivation base, and were now returning to him. Fang Danyun had reached the peak of the ancient realm many years ago. Unfortunately, he had failed to enter the Dao realm, and was actually a Quasi-Dao paragon. However, he did not go mad, and was eventually able to disperse the power that had built up inside his body. He fused that power into the bodies of the unicorn immortals, causing his cultivation base to fall back down. Because of that, he was able to preserve his life force and prevent it from dispersing. After that, he had devoted himself to the Tao of Alchemy in the hopes of refining some sort of medicinal pill that would allow him to seek a new Tao despite being a Quasi-Dao paragon. Now that the 3 Quasi-Dao old men were on the attack, Fang Danyun chose to explode out with power to defend the clan. Even though this would accelerate his death, it was still his decision. A bright beam of light shot through the air to join the terracotta soldier in fighting viciously against the 3 Quasi-Dao experts. Fang Danyun's appearance on the scene caused the 3 old men to stare in shock. However, they weren't too surprised by this turn of events. They waved their hands, causing booms to fill the air as 4 people and 1 statue fought a raging battle in the sky. Meanwhile, it was at this point that, all of a sudden, an incredibly shocking aura erupted from the Medicine Immortal sect. On planet East Victory, there was one other force that the Fang clan had never once been adversarial to, and that was the Medicine Immortal sect. According to the stories, the patriarch of the Medicine Immortal sect had forsaken the Fang clan and established his own school of thought, which eventually became the Medicine Immortal sect. In fact, they could concoct pills using Fang clan pill formulas that even the Fang clan couldn't produce. There were actually many rumors floating around planet East Victory regarding the past relationship between the Fang clan and the Medicine Immortal sect. As soon as the aura exploded out, it filled planet East Victory, suppressing all cultivators. This aura was not that of the ancient realm, nor the Quasi-Dao realm, but rather the Dao realm. In response to the eruption of the aura, the three Quasi-Dao experts' faces fell. In contrast, Feng Danyun didn't seem surprised at all, and continued fighting. All of the loyal members of the Feng clan suddenly felt their blood boiling in excitement. Conversely, the traitorous clan members' hearts began to tremble. These shocking changes to the situation left them completely shaken. Apparently, all the secret weapons had been deployed. G-Clan, this battle is over, said an ancient voice. It echoed out from within the medicine Immortal sect, shaking everything like thunder. This was the patriarch who had forsaken the clan years ago. Suddenly, he appeared, a middle-aged man with a calm expression. As he strode out, all of the traitorous clan members coughed up blood and were sent flying backward.